Chapter 1301. Mo-Fan to the Rescue. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Protect the leader. The soldiers finally reacted. They quickly cast all kinds of spells. The soldiers were in a panic, trying to save Xiao-Yu. Unfortunately, their spells were ineffective against the Bronzefang Hillman. The spells did not stop the creature from moving closer to Xiao-Yu, who was already suffering serious injuries. The Bronzefang Hillman seemed to be aware that the woman was the main reason that its underlings were dying so quickly. It persisted in trying to kill her first. Meanwhile, Xiao-Yu's eyes flickered with panic and regret as death approached. She was too careless. She had clearly underestimated the Hillman's intelligence. It turned out that they had purposely created the distractions in different directions. She had good hearing, but if the surroundings were too noisy when a powerful creature was slowly sneaking up to her, there was still a chance she could miss it. Xiao-Yu had no chance of using her magic, as the Bronzefang Hillman kept going after her. She was just a typical mage who was unable to take on a commander-level creature at close distance. Protect her, a soldier yelled and stood in between the Bronzefang Hillman and Xiao-Yu. He only had a thin layer of water barrier as his defense. Don't! Xiao-Yu screamed, but a sharp paw directly went through the soldier's chest and came out from his back while her voice was still lingering in the air. The soldier's body was still twitching. He could not believe that his defense was non-existent against the creature's attack. He stared at the Bronzefang Hillman with wide eyes. The Bronzefang Hillman drew out its paw. However, the soldier used his final breath to hold onto the paw, preventing the creature from pulling it out. The Bronzefang Hillman was infuriated. It swung its other paw wildly and tore the soldier into pieces within a second. Xiao-Yu's eyes reddened as she watched the soldier's flesh and blood scattering in the air. Run, we'll protect you. The other soldiers continued to engage one by one to stop the Bronzefang Hillman from attacking Xiao-Yu. Xiao-Yu had lost all her fighting capacity due to her serious injuries. She was not stupid enough to stay behind and fight the Bronzefang Hillman. It would only mean the sacrifices of the soldiers were in vain. I swear that I'll avenge you all. Xiao-Yu yelled furiously and staggered into a bush nearby. The Bronzefang Hillman was enraged. It did not think it would fail to kill the woman that was posing a great threat to its underlings. It vented its frustrations and rage on the remaining soldiers. It tore all 5 of them into pieces. Their blood splattered on the grass nearby where the cold moonlight was pouring down on like an eerie crimson rain. The captain of the team arrived at the place Xiao-Yu had mentioned. He split the grass blocking the path and saw a few hillmen behaving strangely. They were surrounding 3 hunters that they had tied up, instead of tearing their limbs off like everyone expected. What are they up to? A young soldier asked, confused. I have no clue. Let's save them first, the captain said. The soldiers immediately went forward. However, the hillmen turned around and left as soon as they saw the battle mages showing up. They had no intention to fight at all. The young soldier was a little suspicious after seeing the hillmen's reaction. He went up to the hunters that were tied up and asked, why didn't they kill you? I don't know. They were just hurting us to make us scream. The louder we screamed, the lesser the pain they inflicted on us. We had no choice but to scream at the top of our lungs, the hunters said. The others in their group were all dead, only these 3 hunters had survived. It was like the hillmen had purposely kept them alive so they could scream for help. Something did not feel right about it. Shit, they were luring us here on purpose, the captain soon realized. He immediately headed back to the team. Squad 47, are you with Xiao-Yu? We found a few survivors. The hillmen ran as soon as they saw us. Turn back at once. We've been tricked. A few other squads immediately headed back to where Xiao-Yu had been. However, they were greeted by a strong smell of blood. Their expressions fell immediately. They split the grass and saw puddles of blood across the place and splattered on the grass nearby. Body parts mangled beyond recognition were scattered across the place. Everyone stood there with wide eyes, they could not believe what had happened. These hillmen, the soldiers, were not astounded by the deaths of their comrades, but the intelligence that the hillmen had shown. The hillmen had used their eagerness to save the hunters to split the team up. They even used some hillmen as bait to lure people away. Their real target was Yu all along. The hillmen knew that Yu's sound element was a great threat to them, so they had set up a trap for them. Most demon creatures were not intelligent. Besides, they had never encountered a species with such great teamwork. The soldiers had never thought that they as humans would be tricked by the demon creatures one day. "Where's Yu? Where is she? Look at the mess, how can we possibly tell who is who? She isn't here. She might be alive still. Split up and search the area. We must protect her at all costs," the captain ordered. "We left quite a number of men behind, yet they still lost so quickly. Does that mean a commander-level creature? It's a commander-level hillman." Daylight was still some time away. Mo Fan slowly slid down the trunk with the fleeing shadow. The height the four-lived salamander tiger occupied was most likely the highest they could go. They had no clue what terrifying species they would encounter if they kept going up the tree. Their priority was to take out the cunning hillman. Mo Fan decided to do some scouting after he had rested up. The hillmen were not sensitive to the shadow element. Mo Fan managed to reach the spot where the main trunk branched off into 5 other trunks. He could see the distribution of the hillmen on the roots from here. It was obvious that the hillmen had occupied the roots of the giant purple sacred linden. Mo Fan went around in a circle to see if the hillmen had truly occupied the entire root system of the linden. After some time, Mo Fan discovered that the hillmen were not defending every direction. There was a certain direction where there was barely any hillmen around. He slowly made his way down and saw a slim figure in torn clothes covered in blood lying in a gap between the roots. Mo Fan was quite surprised that someone had made it to the tree. However, he could not tell if the woman was alive. Mo Fan went forward cautiously. There were a few hillmen patrolling on the slope nearby. He was wondering how the women had managed to avoid the hillmen and reach the spot under the tree. The woman's upper body was greatly exposed. The 2 round white rabbits had an urge to jump out from their cover. There was a huge wound along her shoulder. It had almost destroyed the woman's sexiest part. It was a great relief despite the misfortune. He moved his gaze down. The wound on the woman's leg was even deadlier. The cut went from her quads to her ankles. It was almost a meter long. Mo Fan was shocked when he saw how long the woman's legs were. It was a pity that her leg was so heavily damaged. "She's alive still." Mo Fan noticed that the woman was still breathing. She had fallen unconscious after losing too much blood. Mo Fan took out a high-quality blood serum to replenish the blood she had lost. She did not have a chance to wrap and treat her wounds. It was likely that she had been on the run for some time. Mo Fan had no choice but to take out the medicine that Xinxia had given him to save the woman's life. Xinxia's medicine was crazily effective. The woman was barely breathing just a second ago, but her breathing soon became steady and the wounds that were bleeding continuously were slowly mending. "Ua," the woman moaned softly. She opened her eyes and saw a human's face. She was stunned for a moment before letting out a relieved sigh. Before Mo Fan could speak, he heard an unpleasant cry from nearby. Yu rose to her feet. Her head was spinning a little due to excessive loss of blood. However, she could barely stand. She stared at the Bronze Fang Hillman that was approaching. The Bronze Fang Hillman was still pursuing her relentlessly, even though she had run so far away. "You should leave at once," Yu said coldly, not turning around. Mo Fan opened his mouth. He looked closely at Yu's face from the side and noticed the woman's temperament was similar to Mu Ningxue's. It was rare to see a Mage with an aura like an iceberg, but somehow, he found women like her quite attractive. "You're in such a bad condition." "Let me handle it," Mo Fan said. "Nonsense." Yu snapped in an irresistible tone. "Do you have any idea what it is? You should run if you want to live, as far away as possible." Xiao Yu's heart was burning with anger when she recalled the soldiers that had sacrificed their lives for her. Since she could no longer run away, she had decided to fight the Bronzefang Hillman to the death. It was still too early to tell who would be the last one standing. The Bronzefang Hillman cried and dashed at them like an arrow, followed by a loud gust of wind. Even though every Bronzefang Hillman was just as ugly in Mo Fan's eyes, he could still tell that it was a different Bronzefang Hillman than the one he encountered before. "Have you asked me for permission before trying to kill someone?" Mo Fan stomped the ground. Lightning arcs danced around him like dragons. He crossed his arms in front of him and fired 2 lightning bolts at the Bronzefang Hillman. Chapter 1302. Opposing Species. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The lightning lit up Xiao Yu's pale face. She stared at the man who had appeared out of nowhere in astonishment. Xiao Yu was a little furious. She did not want anyone to die for her again. However, as the lightning grew stronger, Xiao Yu forgot what she was trying to say. She saw the 2 lightning beams crossing paths in front of the Bronzefang Hillman. A lightning strike soared up into the sky like a dragon before it was set off like a huge explosion. Its overwhelming force instantly destroyed the Bronzefang Hillman's sturdy skin. Blood and flesh flew scattered in the air. Even the Bronzefang Hillman's outstanding defense failed to protect it from the lightning explosion. The overwhelming force knocked the Bronzefang Hillman flying before it slammed heavily into the tall grass nearby. The lightning explosion raised the tall grass to the ground, clearing a huge area. The lightning arcs were still flickering on the Bronzefang Hillman. The creature was struggling to rise to its feet. The attack had obviously inflicted serious damage on it. Xiao Yu looked at the Bronzefang Hillman in disbelief. She slowly shifted her gaze back to Mo Fan. Mo Fan realized the woman had attractive eyes. Even when they were filled with astonishment, they had a different charm than their usual cold look. "Were you trying to say that I'm too naive?" Mo Fan smiled. Xiao Yu was so shocked that she even forgot to close her mouth. It was mainly because he looked so young. She could hardly imagine anyone at his age possessing such ridiculous strength. Who would ever think that such an ordinary-looking young man was able to inflict serious damage on a commander level with a single lightning spell? "Let's go up the tree. A whole bunch of them are going to show up soon," Mo Fan told her. Xiao Yu nodded after she finally recovered her wits. "Let me help you." Mo Fan wrapped his hand around the woman's waist when he saw she was struggling to move on her own. The woman's waist was crazily slim. It was rare to see a woman as slim as her with such a stunning bust. Her figure was absolutely insane. Mo Fan believed he would be having a boner if it wasn't for the excessive blood and gore he had witnessed lately. Mo Fan transformed into a shadow bird and brought Xiao Yu up the trunk. As Mo Fan thought, the Bronzefang Hillman started crying for help to hunt them down. Mo Fan had fully recovered from his injuries and was able to fully utilize his shadow element. In addition, he was not surrounded by the Hillman. They would have trouble finding him, no matter how quick they were able to climb the tree. The first glimpse of light had risen in the horizon, dyeing the clouds blazing red. It was a little eerie to look at. Mo Fan found a safe spot and placed Xiao Yu down so she could rest. After all, she was seriously injured. Her condition would worsen if she moved excessively. "I was running short on time just then. Here, let me treat your wound." Mo Fan took a few leaves and placed them down for Xiao Yu to lie on. The leaves were huge. He could easily turn them into a mattress by stacking them together. Mo Fan knelt down beside Xiao Yu's leg and tore her pants that were little more than dangling cloth, revealing her injured leg. It was Mo Fan's first time using such a rough approach. The pants were easier to rip off than he had imagined. He tore the pants all the way up to Xiao Yu's waist. He could vaguely see her black lace underwear in the gap. The part of Xiao Yu's quad that was not injured was whiter and tender, too. It was not Mo Fan's first time being a pervert. He pretended to be treating the wound without moving his gaze away. He even explained the special uses of the ointment as he was applying it to the wound. He did not give Xiao Yu any chance to feel embarrassed. A man who was placing his full attention on the task of hand would be less likely to be regarded as someone with malicious thoughts, especially when he was showing an indifferent attitude, like a doctor treating a patient. Even if he did take advantage of a girl, she would most likely just accept it. Mo Fan was extremely experienced with his approach. He saw all he wanted to see without making the girl feel uncomfortable. "I'll do it myself," Xiao Yu interrupted when she saw Mo Fan was going to treat the wound on her chest. Mo Fan was pretty interested in seeing how her slim waist was able to support her huge bust. Unfortunately, the woman was reluctant to give him the chance to do so. "Are you a hunter, too?" Mo Fan asked. Xiao Yu briefly explained her situation to Mo Fan. He was quite surprised after hearing her. It turned out that she was an elite sound mage whom the government had asked for help, but her team ended up being set up by the hillmen. "The number of hillmen is a lot higher than we thought," Xiao Yu admitted. "I already warned the government to be extremely cautious." Mo Fan sighed. He was hoping the same fate did not befall the other teams. Otherwise, the representatives of the government, the military, the Magic Association, and the hunters would all be wiped out here. "You're Mo Fan?" "The strongest participant in the World College Tournament." Xiao Yu observed Mo Fan closely. "Yeah," Mo Fan nodded. There were too many people with the name Mo Fan around. As such, most people he met would not think too much whenever he told them his name. "No wonder, let's have a duel sometime," Xiao Yu said. Mo Fan was left speechless. What the heck was she even thinking? "Do you think I'm not worthy to be your opponent?" Xiao Yu frowned. She looked down and harumphed. "There's no way I would end up like this if I wasn't taken by surprise." "Just rest up for now," Mo Fan said helplessly. The injuries that Xiao Yu had suffered were not deadly, but she had lost too much blood from the bleeding. Mo Fan's medicine was very effective. The woman was able to recover pretty quickly. Mo Fan brought her higher up the tree to regroup with the others. Zhao Manyan's eyes widened when he saw Mo Fan returning with a beautiful woman. However, when he recovered from the shock of seeing Xiao Yu, he put on a wry smile and said, "Mo Fan, how many women are you thinking of bringing with us?" Mo Fan also realized it was a little crazy when Xiao Yu joined the other girls. Chen Yi, Lingling, Guan 1111, Lan Luo, Liu Xiaojia, Xiao Yu, the two of them had to look after 6 women. How frightening! I went down to take a look around. The direction the sun rose has the least number of hillmen. The other places are all crowded with them. There should be around 3,000 or 4,000 of them. According to Xiao Yu, there were a few thousand hillmen in the Sea of Grass too, which means their number is above 5,000. Mo Fan said. 5,000, it's pretty much a horde. Lingling exclaimed. The hillmen were a warrior-level species. The combined strength of 5,000 hillmen was obviously a lot greater than a horde of servant-class creatures. It was obvious that the government's plan had gone south this time. "We have to take out the leaders of the hillmen to weaken them so the government and the military can take them all out at once," Xiao Yu said. She had learned from the experience that the higher the level of the hillmen, the smarter they were. Therefore, taking out their leaders was the best way to crush their teamwork. If the hillmen were united, the humans would still pay a huge price, even if they managed to defeat them. One more thing, the Bronzefang hillmen are very cunning. They prefer to sacrifice the lives of their underlings. They won't involve themselves in a battle unless it's necessary. The Bronzefang hillmen cherish their lives. They are well aware that there are powerful mags among us. Lingling said. Mo Fan could easily relate to what Lingling had just said. It was exactly what the cunning Bronzefang hillman that had ambushed him did. Should we try and use the other species on the tree, then? I believe some of the creatures living on the tree are quite strong, Zhao Manyang suggested. It wouldn't work. If the hillmen are able to occupy the roots, it means the giant purple sacred linden has permitted them to stay. Didn't you see the four-lived salamander tiger wouldn't target creatures outside its territory? It feels like they have some sort of agreement regarding their territories, Lingling said. It was difficult to get two species to fight one another unless they were each other's natural enemies. Strange. I heard the old people mention that the giant purple linden only allows gentle species to stay around it. If this giant purple sacred linden has been around for a long time, it doesn't make sense that it would allow an aggressive species like the hillmen to set up their territory here, Chen Yi said, confused. Do you know what the ruler of the outer Mount Kunyu before was? Lingling asked. Chen Yi shook her head and said, I only knew it was a less aggressive species. It doesn't really pose any threat to Yangtai. My grandmother even told me that the ruler of outer Mount Kunyu was actually protecting Yangtai. Isn't it something that only a totem beast would do? Zhao Manyang said. Was the ruler that died a totem beast? I can't say for sure, but it's possible, Lingling said. Now that you mention it, it reminds me of something. When I was attacked by the Bronzefang hillmen, a bunch of birds with colorful tails showed up when the Bronzefang hillmen almost caught up to me. I barely escaped because they were keeping the Bronzefang hillmen busy for a while, Xiao Aryu exclaimed. Birds with colorful tails, we haven't seen anything like them. We only saw a bunch of unfriendly shameless demon sparrows, Liu Xiaojia said. Why were they helping you? I don't know, I thought they were just hostile toward the hillmen. That must be it. Look at the trees in the distance. Lingling pointed in the direction of the rising sun as she discovered something. The sunlight sprayed across the top of the dense trees, and the sound of birds singing and chirping was heard. Not long afterwards, birds with multicolored tails started to appear and weave through the branches above the layer occupied by the four-lived salamander tiger. It seems they are lining up to dive from the tree, Zhao Manyang observed. It explains why there aren't many hillmen in this direction. It's likely they are enemies with the hillmen. Mo Fan deduced excitedly. Chapter 1303. The Rivers of Blood Under the Tree. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The sea breeze swept past gently. The white waves were calm, too. A few stalks of flowers close to the beach were swaying slightly. A pair of old slippers were cautiously placed to the side to avoid damaging the flowers that were adding some color to the beach. An old lady had her back to the sun. Her slim figure was sitting on a chair that she had brought along with her leisurely. The sound of someone crying came from nearby. Before the old lady could enjoy some peaceful moments, a little girl beside came up to her with tearful eyes. What is it? Xiao Dongxia, the old lady asked confusedly. My Xiao Fei is dead. He had always been obedient. He would show up every day at this time to play with me, but he didn't show up after I finished school today. I went to your garden to find him, but I found him under a tree. He wasn't flying or skipping around. I kept calling him, but he didn't respond. The little girl was overwhelmed by sorrow. How did he die? The old lady asked. I don't know. I buried him under the tree. No one is going to wait for me to come home after school every day, Xiao Dongxian cried. Chen Yi's grandmother let out a sigh. Xiao Dongxia's parents were both hunters. They were usually away because of their work, thus they seldom looked after Xiao Dongxia. The little girl used to have a grandmother around Chen Yi's grandmother's age waiting for her to come back from school every day. After her grandmother passed away, Xiao Dongxia kept an intelligent sparrow as her pet. The sparrow would wait for her in front of her house every afternoon. He was the lonely girl's best friend. Chen Yi's grandmother was surprised to learn that the sparrow had died. The sparrow seemed to possess a little of the lineage of the demon creatures. Although it would not grow into an aggressive demon creature, it was unlikely to die so easily. It's all right, I'll be waiting for you from today on. Grandma Yang still has a few years left, I can look after you until you have grown up, Yangsha said. Really? I promise. You can come to my house when your daddy and mummy are away. Chen Yi can teach you lots of things too. Sure. Xiao Dongxia nodded and wiped her tears off with her hand. Xiao Dongxia left after she stopped crying. Yangsha looked at the little girl as she left and let out a sigh. It was heartbreaking to see a little child treating the joy and company that a little sparrow was giving her so preciously. Why couldn't the younger generation be more sensible? If they couldn't give up pursuing wealth blindly or seeking thrills in life, they shouldn't have given birth and left the poor little child to grow up alone. Shouldn't they feel guilty about it? Yangsha had lost the mood to relax. She rose to her feet and slowly made her way back to her garden. She saw the traces of the ground being dug up under a tree. It was obviously where Xiao Dongxia had buried the sparrow. Yangsha hesitated for a moment before she crouched in front of the tree and slowly dug up the sparrow's body to see how it died. She would not allow anything to pose a threat to the peaceful town. She might be old, but she would have no problem taking out some demon creatures. How strange, Yangsha had dug up the remains of the sparrow, but its body had already started to decompose, as if it had been buried for more than a week. There was only a pile of feathers and rotten meat. How did the body decompose so quickly? Yangsha slowly reburied the sparrow and fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, Yangsha suddenly looked around her garden. Her dim eyes flickered with astonishment. Her hands began to tremble too. Could it really be? But there are no other possibilities. I should have known. Yangsha kept smashing the things around her as if she had gone mad. She soon calmed down. However, she was now emitting a formidable aura. She was clearly withholding her power, but it still knocked over the things in the garden. Even the tree had bent away from her. She looked towards Mount Kunyu. Her crooked body suddenly unleashed a shocking power and soared 1,000 meters into the sky. The old woman who looked so weak that even the wind could blow her away had flown into the sky like an enraged eagle. The dandelion grass was still drifting in the wind, like elegant little fairies dancing around their protector. The giant purple sacred linden reflected a purple light under the sun. The blue sea of grass had no visible ends to it, and the sacred tree in the center of it was breathtaking. However, under the rays sprinkling down from the tree, bright red blood was flowing along the roots and the ground like a river. Dead bodies beyond recognition were scattered across the place. The wind was brimming with the scent of death. It seems like the giant purple lindens doesn't welcome these brutal hillmen. Let's take them all out with the help of the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows. Nilangshan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The area between the branches and the roots was relatively spacious. There were currently lots of rainbow-tailed demon sparrows flying around. They seemed to have reached the end of their patience after the hillmen intruded on their territory. They had launched a huge attack to take out the hillmen. Meanwhile, the human soldiers had found the giant purple sacred linden by following the dandelion grass. Most of the hunters that had gone to the outer slopes of Mount Kunyu had ended up here. The brutal deaths that the hillmen had inflicted on them had greatly infuriated the humans. They split into squads under the leadership of the government and the military and swore to take down every hillman. They would reclaim the dignity they had lost and avenge those that had died horrible deaths. The hunters had gotten used to being undisciplined. They might be stronger than the average soldier, but since they had not undergone systematic training, they did not have an advantage facing the thousands of demon creatures, unlike the soldiers. When mags worked together in groups and set up barriers as their defense while attacking with destructive spells from a distance, it was usually more effective than fighting the demon creatures in small teams or on their own. Most importantly, some mags were able to set up magic formations against the demon creatures. The comparison of one warrior-level creature to 7 intermediate mags was no longer valid. The commander leading the army was an outstanding leader. Meanwhile, Nilangshan, the expert with the sound element, was asserting control over the battle too. More than 2,000 hillmen had died so far. The cunning Bronzefang hillmen could not afford to hide any further. There were 7 of them, each holding back the troops of soldiers with their commander-level strength. We shall avenge Xiao Yu and our fallen brothers. Kill these sons of B******. Chase, the captain with rough facial features roared. He was leading 100 elites of his company to forcibly clear a path among the hillmen. The summoned beasts charged forward like a strong wave, crumbling the oddity effect the hillmen were abusing. The hillmen were forced to retreat to the roots of the tree constantly. More blood was pouring out like rivers and streams. It permeated the ground and reached the thick roots of the tree. The remains of the hillmen, feathers of the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows, and limbs of humans were stacked up together. The place had suddenly turned into a bloody hell. Let's make our way down too. How could we miss the party? Zhao Manyang said excitedly, looking down from atop a great branch. The guy had reclaimed his arrogance after his energy recovered. He was once again full of himself, as if he could take the whole world on. Mo Fan looked at the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows that had suddenly engaged the hillmen. Not long ago, they were trying to figure a way to get the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows to fight against the hillmen after learning the species were enemies. To their surprise, the hot-tempered rainbow-tailed demon sparrows simply dove down from the tree and engaged the hillmen before they could do anything. The hillmen were suffering heavy casualties after they were flanked by both the humans and the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows. The army below is pretty strong. Who's leading them? Lingling asked. Not many armies were able to take on a horde of warrior-level creatures. A group of warrior-level creatures could easily eliminate a group of 100 battle mages when attacking at the perfect time, but even though the army below did not consist of a huge number of soldiers, each of them was very strong. It was obviously not an ordinary army. Nai Lingshan is giving orders, and the commander is an experienced general too. They must be Yentai's ace. Xiao Yu said. Nai Lingshan? I think I've heard the name before, Mo Fan remarked. He's one of the strongest advanced mags in our country. Since he's a sound mage, he is actually more useful than some super mags in a battle, Lingling said. Lingling was familiar with some of the reputable people of their country. She was surprised that Nai Lingshan was put in charge of the operation. It explained why the horde of hillmen was struggling to hold their ground. Houndman or Nai Lingshan, who's stronger? Mo Fan had to ask. Houndman was the strongest advanced mage that Mo Fan had encountered so far. He had little chance of beating Houndman on his own. He had only managed to defeat Houndman because Mu Ningxue was around. Houndman is pretty strong in the advanced level, but he's definitely not at the top. I believe Nai Lingshan could take out Houndman in just 10 rounds, Lingling said. Lingling had some idea how strong the dreadful curse Cerberus was, so she was able to make the comparisons even though she did not watch the battle between Mo Fan and Houndman. That means he's really strong. There are quite a lot of experts in our country. Mo Fan exclaimed. You might have a chance against him after Little Flame Belle advances to the next stage, Lingling admitted. Mo Fan's eyes glittered at the mention of Little Flame Belle. So, are we going down or not? Zhao Manyang asked impatiently. Have patience, the Bronzefang hillman that attacked us hasn't shown up yet. It's our target, Mo Fan answered. Mo Fan would not forget the injuries it had inflicted on him. Chapter 1304. Who Blew the Dandelion Grass? Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was important to kill the Bronzefang hillmen. These hillmen knew how to fight in formations under the commands of their leaders. Therefore, it was necessary to take out their leaders first. Is that the one you were referring to? Xiao Yu pointed at the roots. A hillman was hiding inside a gap between them. The battle below was too messy. It was extremely difficult to pinpoint a target accurately. Mo Fan was surprised when he saw the creature that Xiao Yu was pointing to was exactly the Bronzefang hillman he was looking for. The Bronzefang hillman was hiding instead of engaging the enemy. However, its position was quite close to the captain of a troop nearby. It seemed to be waiting for its chance to ambush the captain. That guy only knows to sneak up to its target. How did you find it? Mo Fan asked. Heartbeats. The other hillmen have rapid heartbeats, but that creature is different. I'm good at hearing heartbeats. There's barely any living creature that can escape my hearing, Xiao Yu said. You've done a great job. Mo Fan glared at the Bronzefang hillman. He could finally get his revenge. He swore he would make the creature feel the pain this time. Zhao Manyang, escort them to the army. It's safer there. I'm going to take out that creature. Mo Fan said. Screw you, why am I the nanny, while you go and act like a hero? Zhao Manyang snapped. Fine, I'll escort them to safety. You go take out the Bronzefang hillman. Mo Fan replied. I'll be the nanny instead, Mo Fan was very confident in Zhao Manyan's defense. Even if the group had to travel across the battlefield, it would take at least 7 Bronzefang hillmen or thousands of hillmen to break through his defense. "I'll go with you," Xiao Yu said with a firm expression. "Are you sure? How are your injuries?" Mo Fan asked. "I'm fine." Liu Xiaojia's healing magic had been enough to heal Xiao Yu's wounds. Mo Fan knew Xiao Yu was strong. It would be easier for him to travel across the battlefield with the Sound Mage's help. "Mo Fan, be careful," Lingling suddenly said with a stern face. "What is it? Are you having a bad feeling about this?" Mo Fan said. Lingling was a super genius. She was able to analyze most situations, but when a situation was too complicated even for her, or if she did not have enough information, she would come up with different speculations, and some of them were clearly not in their favor. She would always warn Mo Fan to be careful whenever she was struggling to understand something. There's something I can't figure out yet. Anyway, just be careful," Lingling said. "All right, I promise you I'll run as soon as I realize something isn't right." Mo Fan smiled and pinched the little adorable girl's chin. To his surprise, Lingling was not angry at him. It did not necessarily mean she had given Mo Fan permission to pinch her face. She was just too preoccupied with her thoughts. Mo Fan and Xiao Yu took another direction. They were planning to reach a spot above the Bronzefang hillman along the tree and attack the creature with an element of surprise from above. However, they would have to go through the demon Sparrows territory. That being said, with Xiao Yu's sound element, they could easily sneak past the demon Sparrows without alerting them. Run as soon as something doesn't feel right? Is that something you always do? Aren't you supposed to be a hero? Xiao Yu suddenly turned around and asked. She seemed a little familiar with Mo Fan's achievements. "Let me tell you, heroes don't really exist in this world. Most of the time, it's like a situation where a person is drowning, and the only ones nearby are a dog that can't swim, a cat that simply ignores the cries for help, a woman who keeps screaming on the shore, and you who aren't really that good at swimming. You have no choice but to go and save the drowning person. The truth is, I always find myself struggling between someone who just can't afford to watch someone die before me, and a selfish person who's not willing to risk his life to save the person," Mo Fan said. "What kind of reasoning is that?" Xiao Yu snapped. "In simpler words, if there's someone better than me around, there's no way I will volunteer myself like an idiot. If it's obvious that I'm going to die for sure, I'll be the first to run," Mo Fan said. "But I heard what happened in the ancient capital was pretty grim too, yet you still stepped forward, didn't you?" Xiao Yu said. "Oh, I was going to die either way, I just chose to die in glory," Mo Fan replied forthrightly. Xiao Yu was lost for words. Xiao Yu had been wearing a cold face all along. She did not seem grateful, even though Mo Fan had saved her life. As a matter of fact, Xiao Yu had known who Mo Fan was for a long time. She knew his innate talent was ranked 5th, she knew what he had achieved in the World College Tournament, and she also knew he was declared the hero who had saved the ancient capital during the calamity. Xiao Yu always imagined the man to be righteous and courteous. Every action he did should have had the demeanor of a trustworthy leader. Otherwise, how could he possibly achieve so many remarkable deeds? She never thought she would meet the legendary man when she was dying from serious injuries. To her surprise, the man was no different than the usual perverted men. He even acted like a hypocrite. She was left speechless most of the time after hearing his words. It was even worse when he was speaking to his friend Zhao Manyang. As a result, Xiao Yu's impression of the two reputable representatives of the national team had crumbled completely. Her eagerness to duel Mo Fan and her curiosity toward him had dropped by more than half. She initially thought she could defeat a few national representatives to prove herself. Someone like you managed to resolve the calamity that even Forbidden Mag struggled against. How lucky were you? Xiao Yu had to ask. It's not luck, Mo Fan was displeased by Xiao Yu's words. He knew many people were biased against him. He said, "It's just that people have the urge to bind an achievement to a specific person and purposely make him a hero so everyone else can remember what happened. I just happened to win the World College Tournament, so when Han Ji revealed it to the public, many people just thought I was the person that saved the ancient capital." "Do you want to know what happened exactly?" Mo Fan replied as they continued on their way. Sure, Xiao Yu was indeed interested. The Clock Tower Magic Association was planning to kill 10 authorities in order to get their hands on Salon. We are speaking of 10 super mags with superior status who have contributed greatly in the past. They were willing to sacrifice them just because it was their best chance at getting rid of Salon, the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. However, the Black Vatican was willing to compromise. They told us the secrets of the Dark Abyss in exchange for Salon's life. It was a glimpse of hope for the ancient capital. In order to make our way to the Dark Abyss, we did something very inhumane. We sacrificed innocent lives to bait the undead just so we could clear a path. Those people were not even mags. They were defenseless against the undead. They sacrificed themselves just to serve as a distraction. Meanwhile, the troop clearing a path to the Dark Abyss only had a plan on how they were going to reach the Dark Abyss, but they never planned how they were going to make it back to the city. My friends and I were in the center of the troop. They did not allow us to use a single spell. They only asked us to try our best and find the ancestor of the undead in the Dark Abyss. As we made our way to the Dark Abyss, people just kept dying around us, including intermediate, advanced, and super mags. I don't remember many of their names, but I do know that human lives were the lowliest at that time. They could not even afford to cast an extra glance at their closest comrade who died. I can never be like them. I was more afraid of dying than any of them, but unfortunately, I was the one being protected, just because I was allowed to enter the Dark Abyss. So many people died, but not many people are going to remember them. They were all volunteers, even though they didn't even know one another's names. They died, I lived, so I ended up becoming the hero. It was like I was the only person contributing. Screw that, there's no way I could do it on my own. I'm only proud that I was able to crush the opponents from all over the world during the World College Tournament. As for the calamity of the ancient capital, I don't think it was my doing. Besides, I'm not the person who saved the ancient capital. They won't mention that person's name even now. Xiao Yu was stunned after hearing Mo Fan's words. She turned around and looked at Mo Fan. His face had a grim expression, even though he was explaining the details with a calm voice. "I'm sorry," Xiao Yu said softly. "You seem to be particularly interested in what happened at the ancient capital. Did any of your close ones die there?" Mo Fan asked. He knew Xiao Yu was placing a lot of attention on the topic. "My father was there. He wasn't a mage. I kept hearing things about you, and every time I hear your achievements, it reminds me of the letter he left for me," Xiao Yu said. "What did the letter say?" "He said that he had made a decision that a man should make. It did not feel significant, but he did not regret it," Xiao Yu said. "Was he one of the people that was sacrificed as bait?" Mo Fan quickly deduced. "I went to the ancient capital. I wanted to kill the person that came up with the idea of using civilians as bait. I spent a long time searching for the person, but I eventually found out that the man had also volunteered as bait. From that moment on, I knew it wasn't easy surviving the calamity of the ancient capital," Xiao Yu said. Mo Fan understood why Xiao Yu seemed to be holding a grudge against him, even though he had saved her life. Her father had died namelessly, but he had ended up with all the glory. She was apologizing for being biased against him. "Let's discuss it some other time. We should focus on the problem at hand for now," Mo Fan pointed down. They had gone past the territory of the demon Sparrows and reached the spot right above the Bronzefang Hillman. The creature had no clue that 2 pairs of eyes were watching him closely from the branch above it. "We'll strike when there are fewer hillmen around it," Xiao Yu said. You should be careful, too. Just like Lingling, there's something that keeps bothering me," Mo Fan murmured. "What is it?" "It seems like the hillmen aren't responsible for all the dandelion grass that is flying here, so, the question is, who's helping the hillmen hunt the humans?" Mo Fan wondered aloud. Chapter 1305. Great Lightning Explosion. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Bronzefang Hillman was surprisingly patient. Mo-Fan would strike without hesitation as soon as the creature started to make its move. To his surprise, the Bronzefang Hillman remained in its position even after the captain of the troop had moved past it. It seemed to be waiting for more prey to walk into its trap. It's about to attack. I can hear its heartbeat speeding up, Xiao warned Mo-Fan. Did you hear my excitement rising, then? Mo-Fan smiled, before turning into a shadow bird that dissolved into the shadows of the leaves, and reappeared right behind the Bronzefang Hillman. Lightning explosion! Mo-Fan unleashed the lightning magic he had accumulated. Wild lightning arcs appeared after a shocking explosion of dark lightning. The overwhelming force disintegrated everything it came into contact with. The Bronzefang Hillman did not expect the attack. Its hide blistered under to the terrifying lightning explosion, revealing a whole chunk of scorched meat. It looked utterly miserable. I told you I'd be back to get my revenge. Mo-Fan stared at the Bronzefang Hillman coldly. It was obvious that this Bronzefang Hillman was the main leader of the horde of Hillmen. The creature was significantly stronger than the rest of the Bronzefang Hillman, or the creature would not have been able to inflict serious damage on Mo-Fan, who had quick reflexes. The Bronzefang Hillman lost its temper as soon as it saw Mo-Fan. It let out a furious howl. It had failed to take out this human after losing so many of its underlings, and now the human was vigorous and lively once again. It strongly believed this human was responsible for leading the human straight to its den. Tone, kill. Xiao came down from above too. She quickly moved her fingers in the air when she saw a few groups of Hillmen approaching. She was moving her fingers as if there was a zither right in front of her. Each note she played would unleash a strong sonic wave, knocking the Hillmen flying, slicing their throats, or even producing a deafening sound in their skulls. She acted very quickly. She was even more impressive than Nanyu when it came to using her sound element offensively. It was something that Mo-Fan did not expect. Help me take out the small ones. Mo-Fan told Xiao. Got it. Xiaoyu's impression of Mo-Fan had improved slightly. She was willing to act in a supporting role. The glowing tone swept forward in a dazzling display. The Hillman that showed up did not stand a chance against Xiaoyu's attacks. Mo-Fan could finally focus on fighting the Bronzefang Hillman after seeing how remarkable her strength was. The Bronzefang Hillman was already charging at Mo-Fan. The speed that the creature was moving at with its muscular limbs stirred up a fierce gust of wind, accompanied by an enormous pressure. Mo-Fan clearly felt the might of the commander-level creature. Its presence alone was enough to make the legs of low-level creatures tremble. It could easily abuse its overwhelming presence to slaughter creatures that were weaker with ease. The aura could even suppress enemies that were as strong as itself. The Bronzefang Hillman's aura mainly consisted of its natural bloodlust after taking countless lives. Mo-Fan would never allow himself to be in a disadvantageous position. He let out a roar to summon the lightning and establish the Lightning Tyrant Domain. The Lightning Tyrant Domain and the fierce aura of the Bronzefang Hillman resulted in two opposing forces clashing into one another. The rapid flickering and smell of ozone in the air that symbolized the wild nature of the lightning magic was on equal footing with the aura of bloodlust that the Bronzefang Hillman possessed. Silent Deadly Ray, Lightning Arm. Lightning coils covered Mo-Fan's arms. He crossed his arms before himself as the Bronzefang Hillman was about to ram into him. The lightning flickering around him spread forward like a web and covered the area with high-voltage electricity. The Bronzefang Hillman was very agile. It wove through the lightning arcs and managed to dodge those that were posing a greater threat to it. It even evaded Mo-Fan's silent deadly bolt. The intertwining lightning arcs and the crucial silent deadly bolt failed to inflict any damage on the Bronzefang Hillman. It was obvious that the creature was no ordinary commander-level creature. Bang! The Bronzefang Hillman kicked out after dodging Mo-Fan's lightning. The force of its kick propelled the flowing air in the opposite direction. The kick was aiming right at Mo-Fan's waist. The power it contained could easily smash a living person to pieces of bloody flesh flying in the air. Mo Fan swiftly turned into a shadow and moved 100 meters away along the shadow of the tree. He could move freely among the shadows nearby. A place full of shadows was the most ideal place for Mo Fan to fight, as it would make his movements nimble and untraceable. The shadow element turned out to be the Bronzefang Hillman's weakness. It was unable to locate Mo Fan right away. Even if Mo Fan was only using a low-level fleeing shadow that was not sending out a clone, the creature still had to wait for Mo Fan to show himself again. Mo Fan could not afford to stay in the shadows, since he would not be able to use his magic when he was in the shadows. Mo Fan had come to get revenge. He did not come to play hide and seek with the creature. Mo Fan came out of the shadow and stood there, accumulating energy for a huge attack. The Bronzefang Hillman sprang forward instantly. Its explosive power allowed it to rapidly reach maximum speed, like a steel chariot charging forward. Its swiftness as it swept forward like the wind was just unbelievable. The Bronzefang Hillman was well aware of the weaknesses of human mags. They needed time to cast their spells, and the stronger the spells, the longer the channeling. Therefore, as soon as it sensed the dangerous energy gathering, it decisively surged ahead, not giving the human any chance to cast his destructive spells. Mo Fan chuckled when he saw the Bronzefang Hillman approaching rapidly. A dark shadow suddenly loomed over him. Mo Fan's figure faded away in the darkness. It felt like he had completely dissolved inside the area. The Bronzefang Hillman's attack missed completely after it arrived in the area. It instantly felt uneasy at the darkness surrounding it. Hillman had a strong awareness of danger. The Bronzefang Hillman would not be afraid of normal darkness. It decisively turned around and fled the area. Giant shadow spikes, sealing magic formation. The giant shadow spikes were silent, and it was difficult to notice their presence, but if someone took a closer look at the rays of sunlight, they would discover that the rays were shattered into pieces by sharp black shadows. The deadly giant shadow spikes had long formed a formation in the area, waiting for its prey to step into the trap. The magic formation of giant shadow spikes nailed into the Bronzefang Hillman to restrict its outstanding movement speed. It was a critical blow. The Bronzefang Hillman had outstanding strength and speed, but its defense was relatively average. Mo Fan had set up the NYX regime to impair its movements. He would treat the rare chance he had bought himself preciously to take revenge on the creature that had ambushed him last time. Lightning explosion! Mo Fan had plenty of time to prepare his attack. The dark magic formation was very effective against the Bronzefang Hillman. He needed time to cast a lightning spell strong enough to blast the crap out of the Bronzefang Hillman. Since he only had the Rose Flame for the time being, his fire magic was nowhere strong enough to handle a battle at this level. Mo Fan had decided to utilize the full potential of his lightning element. Lightning strikes fell densely from the sky and landed on Mo Fan. Mo Fan's hair was standing upright as he stood in the middle of the wild lightning strikes. His body reflected black light, as if it was forged with lightning. The spectacular sight left Gulangyu astonished. Is that the same spell he used to defeat Zorro? Gulangyu recalled the spectacular fight during the World College Tournament in Venice. She was one of the spectators back then, and just like everyone else, she thought Mo Fan was surely going to lose the fight. To her surprise, Mo Fan hit himself with lightning strikes to overload Zorro's unbeatable chaos element. Mo Fan had accumulated an unknown level of lightning magic. It felt like the energy was able to raise the whole place to the ground at any second. Giant lightning explosion! Mo Fan yelled, and fired 2 silent deadly bolts. The dark lightning rays crossed paths at a certain point. It felt like the air nearby was being sucked into a black hole. A marvelous lightning dragon soared into the sky, setting off a huge explosion that spread outward like a glowing ring. The sound of the blast came after a brief moment of silence. The fallout lasted for a long time. As the strong gusts of wind swept in all directions, the dusty explosion stirred up blanketed things a great distance away from the center. Countless Hillmen were knocked flying by the huge explosion. The Bronzefang Hillman right in the middle of the explosion had clearly felt Mo Fan's wrath this time. Not only was its body covered in wounds, half of its body was missing. The Bronzefang Hillman only had a bloody head and the right half of its body left, the bones and organs exposed in the air. The other half of its body was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Yu was intent on taking out the rest of the Hillman and turned around. She was utterly shocked after witnessing the destructive power of Mo Fan's lightning spell. How was it possible for his lightning spell to be that strong? Was that lightning only from a soul-grade seed? The vitality of commander-level creatures was superior. Even a few destructive advanced spells executed with soul-grade seeds were unlikely to inflict any serious wounds on a commander-level creature. Even if the Bronzefang Hillman did not have an outstanding defense, it still did not make sense that a single lightning spell could blast half of its body away. It seemed like Mo Fan's advanced lightning spell was only in the first tier, too, yet the spell had almost killed a commander-level creature instantly. He was not just a mage, he was a monster. Is that the blessing of the God's seal? Did you apply it to your lightning element? Xiao Yu exclaimed as a sudden thought crossed her mind. Mo Fan did not expect Xiao Yu to be so familiar with the details of the World College tournament. He nodded and said in a serious tone, "I'll need to catch my breath. Keep an eye on it for me, it's not dead yet." The Bronzefang Hillman was still able to move even after losing half of its body. Most commander-level creatures had the ability to flee for their lives as long as they were still breathing. Xiao Yu immediately cast a demon tree hand to trap the Bronzefang Hillman that was trying to run away. Chapter 1306. Appropriate to Oneself. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The demon tree hand was clearly stronger when it was cast close to the roots of the giant purple sacred linden. One could even use the spell to control the thick roots of the giant purple sacred linden and fling them around at the Hillman that were trying to protect the Bronzefang Hillman. The roots swiftly wrapped up the Bronzefang Hillman before it could flee. Xiao Yu controlled the roots to drag the half-dead Bronzefang Hillman toward her. To her surprise, despite the injuries that the creature was suffering, the creature displayed its strong will to live by biting through the roots that were binding it. It did not give up on trying to run away. It kept screaming to summon its comrades. A huge group of Hillmen quickly showed up. They had come recklessly to save the Bronzefang Hillman, even though many of them were dying to the spells from the army of battle mages. These creatures are pretty loyal. Mo Fan chuckled when he saw the Hillman panicking, but the question is that enough to save their leader? The Hillman tore and bit at the roots to clear a path to their leader. It finally freed up the Bronzefang Hillman a little. However, several giant shadow spikes landed on it as it was planning to run away, nailing it to the spot. Fresh blood kept pouring out from its wounds. The Bronzefang Hillman was almost at its limit. The shadow magic was incorporeal. It was amusing to see the Hillman trying to get rid of the giant shadow spikes and free the Bronzefang Hillman. They might be able to tear and bite the roots, but they could not remove the giant shadow spikes. Skyflame Funeral, Hellish Flames. Mo Fan completed another advanced spell. The blazing red rose flame appeared and swiftly turned into a huge meteorite sweeping across the sky as it descended. Even though the spirit-grade flame was not that strong, Hellish Flames was a second-tier advanced spell. Its power was still useful against the warrior-level Hillman. They had clustered up as they were trying to save their leader. The wide area of the Hellish Flames would burn them all to ashes. The remaining body of the Bronzefang Hillman suffered greatly in the scorching heat. Its presence began to weaken as it cried out in agony from amid the flames. The light of the flames reached a long distance away. Some of the mags that were standing on the lower grounds were shocked when they saw the flames. "Isn't, isn't that a Bronzefang Hillman? It's around 4 meters tall." Chen Binbin exclaimed. "I wonder who managed to kill a Bronzefang Hillman of that level." Wang Dakui went forward to take a closer look at the mage. "Why does he look so familiar?" Hu Duo pointed in the direction of the mage. Wang Hua was wearing a twisted expression. He was the first to recognize who the man was. He was having a hard time believing that the young man possessed such remarkable strength. Even his uncle Wang Dakui, whom he was extremely proud of, was unlikely to take on a Bronzefang Hillman by himself, yet that man had done it. "Yo, it's you guys." Mo Fan turned around and saw Wang Hua, Wang Darkui, and the others. He did not expect to bump into them here. It seemed like they had come with the army. Mo Fan took a closer look and discovered that a person was missing from the group. He did not need to ask to know that the person had most likely died either when they were waiting for Wang Darkui in the woods, or after they had come to the valley. He was quite surprised that these people actually had the guts to come into the valley and fight the hillman. "Is that a Bronzefang hillman?" The commander of the army came forward. He was both shocked and confused when he saw the remains of the 4-meter-tall Bronzefang hillman. The remaining hillmen had suddenly lost their will to fight. The army was then able to break through the hillman's line of defense with ease, as the hillmen were starting to flee for their lives. The commander was initially wondering what had happened. It turned out that someone had killed the hillman's leader. The Bronzefang hillman is dead. "Brothers, charge! The Bronzefang hillman, let's kill the rest of them." The remaining hillmen were like a sheet of loose sand after losing their leader. Most importantly, the morale of the human army rose as soon as the news of the Bronzefang hillman's death spread among the soldiers. The soldiers suddenly became unstoppable. Even the hunters had placed their doubts behind them and focused on killing the hillman. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows became more aggressive, too. The battle was suddenly one-sided. "It seems like we've taken out one of the hillman's main leaders," Xiao Yu noted when she saw the hillmen losing their morale. Mo Fan taking down the hillman's leader had proven extremely effective. It had prevented more people from dying and secured the victory for the humans. Unfortunately, not many people were able to take out the demon creature's leader alone like him. Xiao Yu's thoughts were still filled with the astonishment of witnessing the giant lightning explosion. Their leader is dead. The hillman's leader is dead. Cheers were heard coming from another direction. The people immediately looked in the direction of the cheers and saw a man with brown wings floating in the sky while holding the giant head of a Bronzefang hillman. He tossed the head at the hillman. His imposing demeanor even stopped the hillman from attacking him. It seems like Nai Lungshan was the one who killed the highest leader of the hillman. The hillmen have lost their will to fight. Xiao Yu smiled wryly as she looked into the distance. The Bronzefang hillman that Mo Fan had killed was slightly inferior, one could easily tell from the length of their fangs. The hillmen were trembling in fear after learning that their two leaders had fallen. The humans' hatred of the hillmen was off the charts. They were not willing to spare the hillmen even when the creatures were fleeing for their lives. It eventually turned into a great hunt. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows hated the hillmen's guts too. They kept intercepting the hillmen to prevent them from running away. The situation eventually turned into a one-sided massacre as more hillmen fell dead to the ground. These creatures that enjoyed torturing other living creatures finally felt the fear of death. Unfortunately, the magic that most mags had was more suitable for killing rather than torturing. These brutal creatures died too quickly. The hillmen died rapidly, their remains scattered across the place. The area below the spectacular giant purple sacred linden was covered in rivers of blood. Its roots were dyed red, too. "I wonder if what we are doing is a blasphemy to the sacred tree," Guan 1111 suddenly sighed. "Why would you think that? Everyone is pleased with the outcome. Didn't you see? Even the other species residing on the tree are not pleased with the hillmen. Otherwise, why would they help us in the battle against the hillmen? We wouldn't have been able to win the battle so easily without the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows' help," Liu Xiaojia said. "Indeed, these demon sparrows' hatred toward the hillmen is stronger than ours. Didn't you see that they barely left any of the hillmen alive?" Nai Lingshan glanced into the distance. Nai Lingshan did not give the command to chase after the hillmen that fled. First, it was unwise to chase after the hillmen in the sea of grass. Second, the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows were already pursuing the hillmen and cleaning up the rest of them. All they needed to do was organize the people, clean up the corpses, and return to the city after a great victory. The human army did not suffer great casualties since Mo Fan and Nai Lingshan had slain the two leaders of the hillmen pretty early, putting an end to the battle. It had greatly minimized their losses. I suggest we leave as soon as possible. We are still in Outer Mount Kunyu, the demon creature's territory. The smell of blood is going to bring us more trouble, Mofan said. I agree with you. Mr. Tong, Nai Lungshan nodded. Are you kidding me? We've just managed to cleanse the outer slopes of Mount Kunyu. How could we leave like this? This giant purple sacred linden is a miracle. It might make Yangtai the richest city along the coastline, exclaimed Tong Shong, the representative of the government. There are a lot of strong species living on the giant purple sacred linden. It's in our best interest not to provoke them, Mofan refuted him instantly. The four-leaf salamander tiger was clearly not the strongest species on the tree. Mofan was feeling uneasy about something else higher up in the tree. Most importantly, who was the one that had killed the previous ruler of the outer Mount Kunyu? Was it the hillman? The answer was quite obvious. The hillmen had overwhelming numbers and quite a few commander-level creatures leading them, yet even their strongest leader was no match for Nai Lungshan. It was unlikely that the ruler-level creature that was previously ruled over Outer Mount Kunyu died to the hillman. Mofan immediately shared his worries. However, Tong Shong burst out laughing and said, even ruler-level creatures will eventually die one day. It's obvious that it reached the end of its life. It died a natural death. It's too good of an opportunity for us. We can't afford to miss it. The inner slopes of Mount Kunyu had brought unimaginable benefits to Yangtai. If they could make the outer slopes of Mount Kunyu part of the safe zone too, it simply meant they would end up with an endless gold mine. It would help Yangtai grow into a super city along the shoreline in just a few years. They would no longer be afraid of being invaded by demon creatures. Tong Shong did not want to waste the hard-earned victory. He wanted to appropriate the miraculous giant purple sacred linden too. As for the creatures living on the tree, what danger could they possibly bring? There were super mags in Yangtai too. He could easily convince them to lend a hand if he told them about the giant purple sacred linden. He could gather enough people to eliminate the demon creatures on the giant purple sacred linden by promising certain benefits in return. They would be able to claim all the resources on the giant purple sacred linden. The ruler of the outer Mount Kunyu was dead, meaning that the tree was unclaimed for the time being. It would be a great waste if it only served as a habitat for the demon creatures. If the giant purple sacred linden was able to generate energy to strengthen demon creatures, it could also help humans improve their cultivation, allowing Yangtai to train more talented mags. Either way, Tong Shong had no intention of leaving. He had decided to claim outer Mount Kunyu, even if it meant shedding the same amount of blood that was flowing like rivers under the tree. Chapter 1307. The Hostile Demon Sparrows, Part 1. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. So you're telling me that you're the one who was spreading the news about the giant purple lindens? Mofan asked the stubborn Tong Shong. That's right, I did spread the news. Of course, I didn't expect the hillman to show up. I was just telling the truth. Everyone knows how valuable these giant purple lindens are. The hunters should bear the risks themselves, Tong Shong declared. He did not bother keeping it a secret. Screw you. Mofan lifted his leg and kicked Tong Vuong right in the stomach. Tong Shong was a government official. He believed he was perfectly safe with Nai Lungshan and a few captains standing around him. To his surprise, Mofan was still bold enough to kick him right in the guts. Tong Shong went flying. His chin slammed heavily onto the firm root of the tree nearby. His mouth was full of blood after he broke one of his incisors. Wang Dakui was enraged. He pointed his finger at Mofan for some time before uttering, "You. What do you think you're doing?" The other captains immediately surrounded Mofan and glared at him. The mags that were working for the government quickly went over to Tong Shong and helped him up. Tong Shong wiped the blood on his face with a dark face and a fierce look in his eyes. He shoved the people away and returned to the same spot. He said coldly, "Mofan, I will accept the kick, since I've neglected my duty for making a wrong decision that led to unnecessary deaths. However, I won't go easy on you if you insist on stopping me. Even if you came in first in the World College Tournament, even if you are the savior of the ancient capital, I will not show any mercy." Tong Shong waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to back away. "As expected of a government official. Your mistake has caused so many deaths, yet you still think you can just get over it with a single sorry." Xiao Yu was utterly displeased by Tong Shong's attitude too. "Humph, who do you think you are to dare point your fingers at Mr. Tong?" Wang Hua snapped. He turned to Wang Dakui and said, "Uncle, you are on Mr. Tong's side, right?" "Well, I'll have to discuss it with the elders of the Magic Association first," Wang Dakui deferred. Wang Dakui was a representative of Yentai's Magic Association. He was actually quite interested in lending a hand. As the saying went, the boat floats high as the tide rises. If the city was able to grow, it would attract more talents, thus benefiting the Magic Association, too. The Penglai Magic Association was only at the scale of a local magic association. Their influence was still too weak. Even though Nai Longshan was a representative of the military, he was only placed in charge of the operation. He did not have a say in the safety and development of the city. If Tong Shong insisted on proceeding with his plan, it was likely that the person in charge of the military in Yangtai would agree too. The giant purple lindens in the outer Mount Kunyu were already attractive to them, let alone this giant purple sacred linden that was like a blessing from heavens. They could easily claim the resources now that the ruler of the outer Mount Kunyu had died. This battle is only the beginning. For the sake of Yangtai, for the sake of the people and the growth of the city, we shall not be afraid of bleeding or sacrificing ourselves. I believe many people would be proud that they had fought to their death under the giant purple sacred linden, Tong Shong stated pompously. The captains were obviously following Tong Shong's lead. They were willing to risk their lives for his proposal. Nai Lingshan did not say a word. If the authorities decided to make Outer Mount Kunyu a part of the safe zone to claim the giant purple sacred linden, he would have no choice but to continue fighting. There was nothing Mo Fan could do to a government official like Tong Shong. Even if he asked Councilman Zhu Meng or Chairman Xiao Zheng for help, it was unlikely they could convince the authorities to give up on the potentially bright future of the city with the small risks they were taking. Even though many hunters had died, they had all come willingly. They were responsible for their own lives. Besides, Tong Shong had not done anything wrong. He had gathered a strong army to eliminate the hillmen as soon as he was alerted to their existence. He had managed to save the hunters that were in the danger of being wiped out. The surviving hunters were actually grateful for what he had done. As a matter of fact, some other hunters had alerted the government about the Bronzefang hillmen before Mo Fan asked Mr. Jiao to relay the information on his behalf. Therefore, apart from killing the Bronzefang hillman who was the second leader of the hillmen, Mo Fan had not contributed much, so he did not really have a say in the decision, either. The power was still in the hands of the authorities. The only thing that Mo Fan could do was give the man a kick, knowing that he could not do anything to him in return. Mo Fan, forget it, it's their own business, Zhao Manyang advised him. Nai Lingshan, can you do me a favor? Can you take a picture if you happen to see a pattern like this when you're exploring the tree? Mo Fan did not forget about the totem beast. He showed Nai Lingshan the seal of the totem beast that they had derived. Not a problem, Nai Lingshan gladly promised. By the way, please be careful when you're exploring the tree. It's not as simple as it looks, Mo Fan said firmly. Do you have any evidence to back up your claim? If you do, I believe the councilman will reject the proposal to claim the tree. Nai Lingshan had a feeling that Mo Fan's worries were on point. I don't, Mo Fan said. Perhaps they might find something interesting if they went higher up the tree, but their strength and condition prevented them from going any further. The four-live salamander tiger was already their limit. Nai Lingshan fell silent. He believed they should treat Mo Fan's instincts more seriously. Unfortunately, it was not enough to convince the authorities and officials of Yangtai, who seemed to have foreseen a bright future for the city. Mr. Tong, we are having some difficulties retrieving the corpses of our soldiers, the captain with a rough face said. We must retrieve them, even if it's difficult. We shouldn't abandon them just because their remains are all over the place. Tong Shong was not an idiot. He knew how to earn people's respect. If he did not retrieve those who had died in the battle, it would dishearten the people. Well, that's not really the problem, the captain was about to explain when they suddenly heard loud noises from the tree above. The low-level demon sparrows had left their territory. They started to utter piercing screech while flying above the humans who were standing below the giant purple sacred linden. What do these demon sparrows want? Are they trying to drive us away? Tong Shong let out a hollow laugh, looking at the low-level demon sparrows. The demon sparrows were the weakest species on the tree. They were a little stronger than ordinary servant-class creatures. They only had an advantage in numbers. It would be annoying if they attacked in huge groups, but the army would not have much trouble eliminating them. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows were the real threat to the army. Their strength was comparable to the hillman's. They resided in the layer above the four-lived salamander tiger, at an altitude of around 4,000 meters. There were lots of rainbow-tailed demon sparrows at that height. They were like nobles when compared to the low-level demon sparrows. Just ignore them as long as they don't attack us. Oh, the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows have returned. I didn't expect them to have such a strong hatred toward the hillman. They actually chased the hillman so far away, Tong Shong murmured. Yeah, I bet they killed every hillman that managed to escape. It did save us lots of time and trouble. Unfortunately, we will be fighting them fairly soon, Captain Sun said. They are quite friendly to humans. It's good that they have returned. They can keep an eye on these demon sparrows for us. Their cries are so annoying, Tong Shong said impatiently. Tong Shong was planning to assign a troop to Nai Longshan and let him scout the giant purple sacred linden. It would be great if they could find out all the species that were living on the tree, so they could figure out how much manpower they would need to claim the giant purple sacred linden. Fresh blood was dripping into the soil under the tree. Some fell onto the shoulder of a Mage in her 30s. A hand suddenly reached over to prevent the blood from falling onto the girl's shoulder, just so she would not be soaked in blood. The female hunter turned around with a smile and said to the caring man, "We might be able to earn a fortune this time. We can live a comfortable life, even if we stop working for a year or two. I'm missing Slough Dongxia a little. We should really spend more time with her." You're right. We'll rest for a year and focus on improving our cultivation, to see if we can reach the advanced level, even if it's only one of us. We won't have to risk our lives in the wild just to make a living anymore. I've already contacted the people of the Lu clan. It's better to be working for a renowned clan since we're planning to settle down. That way, Xiao Dongxia will have a bright future ahead too. She won't have to risk her life like us, Dong Jio said with a smile. The woman nodded heavily. She was about to speak when she heard a chirp nearby. She was instantly wary and looked around. She let out a relieved sigh when she discovered that it was the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows who had returned from their hunt. It's them, they have done us a great favor this time, the female hunter, Qing Shu said with a smile. I remember Xiao Dongxia has a pet sparrow too. They really are our mascots. Qing Shu saw the rainbow-tailed demon sparrow descending slowly. She reached her hand out, holding a piece of biscuit to express her friendliness to the demon sparrow. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrow was less than 2 meters away from Qing Shu. It suddenly beat its wings and produced a gust of wind that cut at Qing Shu murderously. Look out! Dong Jio immediately cast a light barrier to protect Qing Shu as soon as he sensed the approaching danger. Qing Shu took a few steps back in fear. Luckily, the light barrier had appeared in time, or the gust of wind would have stabbed right through her. Qing Shu was utterly confused. Why was the rainbow-tailed demon sparrow attacking her when they had always been friendly toward them? Did she do something that had enraged the demon sparrows? Chapter 1308. Soul-twisting melody, broken in earth. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrow backed away temporarily after its attack failed, waiting for an opportunity to strike again. I'm glad you were with me, Qing Shu let out a relieved sigh. She glanced at her husband, Dong Jio lovingly. She felt a strong sense of security whenever she was with him. He was the reason why someone careless like her did not die like the others, even when she had made a lot of mistakes in the past. Thua. Dongjia wore a smile. However, it immediately stiffened in the next second as he groaned in pain. Dongjia slowly lowered his head and saw a long deadly beak poking out of his chest. Fresh blood was surging to his throat and pouring out of his chest at the same time. An enormous pain slowly replaced the strong love towards his wife. Ah! Qing Shu screamed. Before she could react, the rainbow-tailed demon sparrow had lifted her husband into the air. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrow beat its wings. Its strength was utterly shocking. It flew into the sky while holding Dongjia with its long beak. When he breathed his final breath, it flung its beak and tossed the man to the ground. Qing Shu watched her husband landing limply on the ground. She suffered a mental breakdown when she saw her husband's remains were beyond recognition. She immediately pursued the rainbow-tailed demon sparrow that had appeared out of nowhere. However, when she jumped onto the roots, she heard cries of agony coming from all directions. The mags that were cleaning up the corpses were under attack by the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows. Many corpses with holes in their chests were hurled to the ground mercilessly. There were a lot of casualties, as they had all dropped their guard against the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows. Qing Shu was no longer able to tell which rainbow-tailed demon sparrow was responsible for her husband's death. She stood still and watched the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows massacring the people in disbelief. She did not expect the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows, whom she thought were their mascots not long ago, would suddenly butcher them as brutally as they had the hillmen. Both the army and the hunters suffered great losses. The area below the enormous tree was covered in blood once again as endless cries of agony echoed across the place. A few authorities were still discussing their plan of securing outer Mount Kunyu under the main trunk when they heard loud cries coming from the distance. They immediately frowned. "What's going on?" Captain Su asked with wide eyes. "We are being ambushed," a soldier responded through the radio. "Is it those lowly demon sparrows? How bold of them. We won't show any mercy to them." Tong Shong let out a hollow laugh. He initially planned to let the demon sparrows live for a little longer. He was considering sparing their lives if they were willing to move away. He did not expect the demon sparrows to take the initiative to attack them instead. It seemed like he would have to kill them all now. "No, it's the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows are attacking us," the soldier yelled. It was so loud that everyone could hear him. Nai Lingshan, Captain Sun, Tong Shong, and Wang Dakui were stunned. They quickly headed over to a spot with a clearer view. They ran up the roots and immediately saw the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows who had just returned from their hunt diving at the soldiers and hunters fiercely. Everyone was busy retrieving the corpses of their fallen comrades and the loot from the demon creatures. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows were their allies in the battle that had just ended. They had not attacked a single human during the battle, thus everyone assumed they were friendly. They did not place much attention on the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows, even when they were flying closely around them. To their surprise, these rainbow-tailed demon sparrows were even deadlier than the hillmen. Countless people had already died to their claws and beaks. Fresh blood was splattered across the place before the blood that was shed in the previous battle had even dried up. The area under the giant purple sacred linden was dyed red once again. What the heck is going on? Why are the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows attacking us? Damn it, what are you all waiting for? Return fire. The second squad is wiped out. Advisor, the 7th squad is dead too. Those low-level demon sparrows are making their moves too. There are too many of them. The demon sparrows had filled up the whole space below the tree. These demon sparrows were good at diving at their targets. The servant-class demon sparrows did not pose much threat to the elite mags, but the rainbow-tailed demon sparrow's strength was comparable to the hillmen's. They were dealing serious damage to the army whenever they engaged the soldiers at close range. Just not long ago, the humans were working with the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows to wipe out the brutal hillmen. Who would have thought that the humans would be massacred by the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows so soon? How is this possible? How is this possible? Did they find out we're planning to drive them away from the giant purple sacred linden? Impossible, there's no way they could understand us. Tong Shong had a grim face. We have to retreat now. Nai Lungshan snapped. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows would not have been able to deal such serious damage to the army if they were still on their guard. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to react now. Hundreds, or even thousands of mags had died to the demon sparrows' merciless attacks. But there's no other choice. We have to retreat now. The servant-class demon sparrows are forming a circle further away. They aren't just trying to stop us from using magic, they are planning to trap us all here under the tree. We have to force our way through before they set up the cage. Otherwise, no one is going to leave this place alive. Nai Lungshan snapped. Nai Lungshan had the highest authority during a battle. Even though Tong Shong was unwilling to give up on the opportunity, he had no choice but to agree with Nai Lungshan's decision. These goddamn rainbow-tailed demon sparrows. I'll assemble a greater army when we make it back to the city and kill them all. Tong Shong snapped furiously. Everyone, head east, we're going to fight our way through. Nai Lungshan's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The soldiers and hunters were finally able to recover from the messy situation under the command of the Sound Mage. They quickly moved into formations and barely held their ground against the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows. As for the mags that failed to regroup with the army in time, they ended up being butchered by the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows, despite trying their best to make their way to the army. Many people broke into tears watching their comrades falling to the ground. It was meant to be a great victory, why did it end up like this? The soldiers and hunters regrouped under Nai Lungshan's command after suffering great casualties. They returned fire by firing their spells into the air continuously, killing a significant number of rainbow-tailed demon sparrows. Unfortunately, the situation was just too one-sided. They had to retreat at once. Soul-twisting melody, broken in earth. Nai Lungshan murmured under his breath. Each tone he produced was like a strong beat of the drum of death. The sound produced directly penetrated the rainbow-tailed demon sparrow's flesh and snapped their souls in half. Nai Lungshan rarely used the soul-twisting melody. However, after seeing how everyone just kept dying around him, he angrily played the deadly melody, even though it would damage his soul in return. The melody of Broken in Earth overwhelmed every single sound in the area. It felt like the dark presence of countless envoys of death were circling in the air. The area of the spell was incredibly huge. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows started losing their balance as if they were intoxicated as soon as they were caught by the deadly melody. A moment later, their eyes, mouth, and ears started bleeding as if the devils had harvested their souls. They fell from the sky and smashed heavily into the ground. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows started pouring down from the sky like rain. The incredible spell had provided some relief for the army. The soldiers and hunters did not expect Nai Lungshan to possess such astounding power. The soul-twisting melody was as strong as a destructive super spell. Well done, Nai Lungshan! Captain Su and Tong Shong exclaimed. The soul-twisting melody had killed many of the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows. It was utterly satisfying to the humans. It should have taught the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows a great lesson about messing with the humans. Nai Lungshan took a deep breath after he finished the soul-twisting melody. The attack was very effective, but it was nowhere enough to overcome the situation. He clenched his teeth and began to murmur under his breath again to cast the same spell. Lungshan, don't, a female captain immediately advised against it. There's no other choice. I can't just watch them die. Nai Lungshan did not take the advice. He insisted on playing the melody. However, he immediately felt a great blow to his soul. Not many sound mags would dare to play the soul-twisting melody consecutively. It was no different than committing suicide. Suddenly, a long sharp tree branch came down from the sky. It reached the ground before anyone could react. The tree was so huge that it was shrouding a huge part of the sky. The army had yet to leave the enormous shadow that it was projecting. The branch was like a deadly spear that a deity from the heavens had tossed down. It punched right through Nai Lungshan from above. Lungshan, the female captain, burst into tears and screamed in agony. The branch was withdrawn rapidly, lifting Nai Lungshan up with it. Everyone immediately looked up, but there was already no sign of Nai Lungshan, apart from a few drops of his blood falling onto their faces. An overwhelming fear immediately filled their souls. What just happened? What the hell was that? The thing had stabbed Nai Lungshan and dragged him right up into the tree within the blink of an eye. It had killed the emotional support of their army so easily. What exactly killed him? The female captain that was beside Nai Lungshan never shifted her gaze away from the tree. When they first arrived, the female captain marveled at the beauty of nature as soon as she set her eyes on the spectacular tree. She never thought she would be able to see something so magical. A huge tree shrouding the sky, tall enough to touch the heavens. But now, she was trembling in fear when she looked up at the enormous tree once again. Her body was spasming violently. Chapter 1309. The Guardian of the Moon Moth Phoenix. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The wind started blowing from behind them. It was not as refreshing as Mo Fan assumed to be. He came to a stop and looked behind him. For some reason, despite the incredible size of the giant purple sacred linden, it was impossible to see the tree after reaching a certain distance away. Mo Fan could no longer see it from his current distance. What is it? Zhao Manyang asked. I have picked up the smell of blood on the wind, Mo Fan said. He was particularly sensitive toward the scent after being a hunter for a long time, even though the scent was extremely faint after the wind had carried it a long distance away. Maybe we aren't far enough, Mr. Gao said. No, it's the smell of fresh blood, Mo Fan said confidently. The group turned around, but they could not see anything out of place. Zhao Manyang believed Mo Fan was not just trying to scare them. He summoned his golden wings and sprang into the sky. A strong wind swept past Zhao Manyang's ears as he rose 1,000 meters into the sky to take a glance at the giant purple sacred linden. However, he still failed to see anything. The blue sky was connected to the sea of grass in the distance, yet there was no sign of the enormous tree. While Zhao Manyang was deep in thought, a strong wind carrying a figure was approaching from another direction. Such incredible speed! Zhao Manyang was stunned. The figure had just appeared from the distance, yet she had arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The person seemed to have noticed Zhao Manyang's presence too. She took a detour and flew toward Zhao Manyang rapidly. Her clothes were flapping wildly in the strong wind. The strong wind swept at Zhao Manyang's face, which was filled with great astonishment after he took a closer look at the woman in front of him. He stared at the old woman in disbelief. Xiao Yang. Grandaunt. Zhao Manyang almost dropped his jaw to the ground. From what he could remember, the old woman had always been weak and troubled by sickness. She was the kind that would be knocked down by a little breeze, yet she was currently hovering in the sky while her white hair was drifting in the wind. Her back was upright instead of stooping forward as usual. Her eyes had the imperious look of a strong mage. Where's Chen Yi? Yangsha asked. She's down there. Grandaunt, you're a mage. Zhao Manyang was still having a hard time believing it. I stopped being one many years ago. Zhao Manyang and Yangsha landed on the ground. Chen Yi had the same reaction when she saw her grandmother with a completely different appearance and temperament. Neither of them knew Yangsha was a mage, not to mention that she was a super mage with unimaginable cultivation. Grandma, what's going on? Chen Yi asked. Where are the others? Why didn't they leave with you? Where are the army and the hunters? Yangsha asked. Yangsha was relieved to see that Chen Yi was perfectly fine. However, she frowned as soon as she realized there were not many people around. Tong Shong is planning to claim the giant purple sacred linden. I believe he's sending people to scout the tree before requesting more backup to clear the tree, Mo Fan explained. Even though he was utterly clueless about the situation, he could easily tell that something bad was happening, just like he and Lingling had predicted. It did not mean Mo Fan and Lingling had some special abilities to sense danger. There were just too many things that they could not explain. The more unknowns there were, the more dangerous the situation could be. Both Lingling and Mo Fan were experienced hunters. Drawing on advantages and avoiding disadvantages was already part of their nature. Idiots! Yangsha snapped furiously when she learned Tong Shong's decision. I've just picked up the smell of fresh blood, Mo Fan said. Damn it, that devil that is disguising itself as a sacred existence. Why didn't they realize it was behind everything all along? Yangsha said anxiously. Grandma, what's going on? Chen Yi asked. Mo Fan looked at Yangsha. He too was interested in the answers. What was the devil that she was referring to? Was it the hillman, or something that was living higher up in the tree? We learned of the existence of the giant purple sacred linden 30 years ago. Back then, the white magic falcons were invading the Outer Magic Association. There was a huge war between them and the horde of demon creatures living on the giant purple sacred linden. The remains and blood of the demon creatures filled up the valley and turned into nutrients for the Yu grass, resulting in the Sea of Grass. The army that was stationed at the Bohai Sea was worried that the war would spread to Yangtai, so they set up a perimeter with the magic associations along the shoreline to prevent the horde on the giant purple sacred linden and the white magic falcons from invading the city. It's the white magic falcons again, Mo Fan sighed. The white magic falcons were already a massive horde 30 years ago. We all knew that if the white magic falcons ended up securing the giant purple sacred linden, it would turn into a kingdom of white magic falcons in 30 years. When that happened, every city to the north of the Qinling Mountains and the Huai River would cease to exist. Yangsha informed them. Mo Fan gaped. He did not think the horde of white magic falcons already posed such a great threat 30 years ago. Our leaders believed it was unwise to just defend passively. The fate of the giant purple sacred linden would directly decide our fate too. As such, we sent a huge army to help the giant purple sacred linden and stop the invasion of the white magic falcons, Yangsha said. No wonder the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows were helping us to fight the hillmen. It turns out that we already helped one another 30 years ago, Chen Yi said. Yangsha did not seem to agree with them. The sky here is under dimensional disorder. It's stopping me from flying to the giant purple sacred tree. Bring me to it, I'll explain the details along the way, Yangsha said. Sure, Mo Fan nodded. Dimensional disorder was something like a maze of illusions. It was most likely why they could not see the giant purple sacred linden after reaching a certain distance away. It was impossible to reach the giant purple sacred linden from the sky. The only way was through the sea of grass on the ground. It made sense that Yusha was struggling to find the right way, even though she had participated in the war 30 years ago. How did you find the totem seal? Yangsha suddenly asked. We found the moon moth phoenix, and the feather of another totem beast. We managed to derive the totem seal from them, Mo Fan said. The moon moth phoenix, she's still alive. Yangsha was stunned. She looked at Mo Fan in disbelief. Mo Fan was confused about why Yangsha was surprised all of a sudden. Her face was filled with a strong hint of remorse. You know about the moon moth phoenix? Mo Fan asked. Are you sure she's still alive? Yangsha asked. I think so, she is currently inside a huge cocoon hidden in the woods. Mo Fan briefly explained his encounter with the moon moth phoenix. Yangsha was in tears before Mo Fan was done speaking. She kept wiping off the tears on her face with her sleeves. I have let her down, it's all my fault. Yangsha was struggling to control her emotions the more she spoke. She was like a completely different person compared to the demeanor she had as a super mage before. What happened? Mo Fan was even more confused now. Yangsha was stammering a little. It took her a while to spill the beans. I was the guardian of the moon moth phoenix. Yangsha slowly opened up her trembling hand as she spoke. She showed a chain bracelet resembling the tail of a moth to Mo Fan. Mo Fan glanced at it, and was surprised to see the exact same totem seal he had discovered on the moon moth phoenix. Yangsha was just like Tang Yu, she was a descendant of a tribe that was protecting the totem beasts. But why was she shedding tears of remorse? Why was she in such pain that it felt like she would rather end her life with her own hands? If you're the totem guardian of the Moon Moth Phoenix, why didn't you stay with her? Mo Fan asked. It's because I killed her, Yangsha said. It was only a few words, yet they seemed to have drawn away all the remaining life force that the old woman had. She was not willing to use a single spell for 30 years. She would rather wait for her death in a lonely shed by the sea in remorse. You killed her. Mo Fan was even more confused. A totem guardian killed a totem beast? The totem guardians were the only people left in the world who were still treating the ancient totem beasts as their gods. Their ideology had been passed down for thousands of years, but it was unaccepted and even despised by the current society. Even so, judging from Tang Yue's feelings toward the black totem snake, Mo Fan was confident that every totem guardian would never hurt the totem beasts, since they were willing to sacrifice everything to protect them. Why did Yangsha kill the Moon Moth Phoenix? Did that mean the Moon Moth Phoenix was in a giant cocoon, not because she had reached the end of her life cycle, but she was actually dying from some serious injuries? Which meant Yushasha wasn't telling him the truth, either. She wasn't waiting for the Moon Moth Phoenix to wake up, but only taking care of the Moon Moth Phoenix in her deathbed struggle. Why? Mo Fan could not understand. The Moon Moth Phoenix had saved Yushasha's life when she was abandoned in the wild. It implied that she was still friendly to humans. Why would Yangsha want to kill her? Because she was helping the White Magic Falcons, Yangsha said. Helping the White Magic Falcons? Mo Fan was dumbfounded again. He immediately asked, weren't the White Magic Falcons killing the creatures on the giant purple sacred linden to claim it as their territory? Weren't they posing a great threat to humans? Yangsha nodded. She was finally able to calm herself. It seemed like she had finally found a reason to stand back up on her feet after learning that the Moon Moth Phoenix was still alive. That's strange, the Moon Moth Phoenix is a totem beast. Why was she helping the White Magic Falcons? It would only place humans in danger, Mo Fan had to say. Chapter 1310. Devil Tree Spikes. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, Yangsha, Xiao Yu, and Zhao Manyang continued on their way to the giant purple sacred linden. Yangsha explained the details of what happened along the journey. 30 years ago, the horde of White Magic Falcons was invading the giant purple sacred linden. Yangsha and a bunch of super mags realized that the war between the demon creatures was going to endanger Yangsha and the other cities nearby. The military, government, magic association, hunter union, and the alliance of renowned clans would not allow the horde of White Magic Falcons to set up a new kingdom. They decided to take the initiative instead, and help the giant purple sacred linden drive the White Magic Falcons away. The blood that was shed during the battle filled up the valley. Corpses stacked up like hills as the humans, the White Magic Falcons, and the horde of demon creatures on the giant purple sacred linden fought to their death. After an epic battle that lasted for 10 days, the alliance between the humans and the demon creatures on the giant purple sacred linden managed to drive the White Magic Falcons back. However, when the White Magic Falcons was about to suffer a humiliating defeat, the Moon Moth Phoenix showed up together with her army of moths. The moths stopped the humans from killing the White Magic Falcons. They were crazily attacking the horde on the giant purple sacred linden. They stood on the opposite side of the humans. Once again, the scale started to lean in the opposite direction. The authorities placed the blame on Yangsha since she had been telling them that the totem beasts were always on their side. However, the Moon Moth Phoenix's actions greatly infuriated the leaders. Yangsha was left with no choice. She used her power as a totem guardian to summon the Moon Moth Phoenix. The Moon Moth Phoenix did not reject her call. Little did she know, she had walked right into a deadly trap that Yangsha had set up for her. The Moon Moth Phoenix suffered serious injuries. Everyone saw her body disintegrating into tiny little moths and flying away into the distance. Yangsha regained the trust of the human leaders, yet she was deeply in remorse ever since. She left the scene and stopped being a mage after the war. In the end, the horde of the giant purple sacred linden won the war. The humans managed to stop the rise of the kingdom of White Magic Falcons too. The white magic falcons fled to the north after suffering great losses and struggled on in the Nanling Mountains. They had only recovered in the last few years. Since the giant purple sacred linden helped them to drive the white magic falcons away, the authorities signed a pact to keep the secret, allowing the giant purple sacred linden to stay in Outer Mount Kunyu. The humans would not disturb it. The giant purple sacred linden seemed to have some level of intelligence, too. It restricted the demon creatures in Outer Mount Kunyu from invading human territories, too. Therefore, for the past 30 years, Yangtai had only needed to worry about the sea monsters. There was no danger inland. So you're saying that if Tong Shong insists on proceeding with his plan, the giant purple sacred linden might kill them all instead? Mo Fan said. The smell of blood was stronger the closer they were to the giant purple sacred linden. Mo Fan could already imagine what the place would look like. He had complicated feelings. Yangsha shook her head and said, "No, we've been played like a fiddle all along." Mo Fan did not understand what Yangsha meant by it. Who was playing them like a fiddle? The strong smell of blood lingered in the air. The group split the tall grass apart and saw the blurry yet magnificent figure of the giant purple sacred linden before them. Mo Fan and Yangsha picked up their pace. When they finally reached the trunks, they halted in their track and glanced ahead with wide eyes. There were dead bodies covered in blood everywhere. They all died in different ways, but not a single corpse was intact. Their body parts were scattered on the roots, the slopes, and on the ground. Some were dangling from the branches above, with blood dripping down like a string. Mo Fan felt like he was suffocating. He initially thought only some of the people would die after the group was punished by the giant purple sacred linden for their greed. He never expected to see every soldier, hunter, and personnel of the government lying dead under the tree. The sight was worse than seeing the hillmen killing humans brutally. They are all dead. Mo Fan stood still. His heart was rolling with shock, fear, and anger. We were still too late. Yangsha wore an expressionless face, yet her eyes were burning with rage. So many people, including the impressive Nai Lungshan, had died. Captain Sun was dead, Tong Shong was dead, their men were dead. Wang Dakui was dead, Wang Hua's head was lying beside Chen Binbin's severed limbs. Even the selfish girl called Hu Duo was dead. She was hanging on a branch with a hollow stomach. Not a single person was alive. It was a terrifying, hellish sight. Even Mo Fan, who had seen lots of deaths and gore, felt his soul trembling upon witnessing it. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and looked at the giant purple sacred linden covered in blood. For some reason, Mo Fan was having trouble breathing inside the shadow projected by the giant tree. It felt like a devil whose claws stained in blood were looming over him. "Let's go!" Yangsha yelled. Mo Fan was still in shock. He soon heard Yangsha yelling again. "Quick, the devil won't let anyone that sees its true nature live," Yangsha said. Mo Fan turned around and started running. He could feel the devil's bloody claw coming down at him. He was about to turn into one of the sacrifices. A sharp branch sprang down from the tree and stabbed in the direction that Mo Fan was running to, like a spear of judgment from the heavens. Mo Fan subconsciously held his breath, feeling the strong sense of death approaching. Mo Fan split into four shadows, flying into different directions like birds. The branch plunged right into the soil. Even the ground could not endure its strength. Mo Fan shivered in fear when he saw the branch landing less than half a meter away from the shadow bird he had turned into. If he was not on alert, the branch could have easily nailed him to death. Even the black snake armor stood no chance against it. Dark Noble Mantle. Mo Fan realized the extreme danger he was in. He quickly activated the mantle to conceal himself in the shadows. However, the move that Mo Fan was extremely proud of was like an amusing child's play in front of the devil. Another branch came down from above and tore Mo Fan's clothes apart as he barely dodged it. Mo Fan did not dare waste a second further. He quickly gathered his focus and glanced upward at the tree. However, he immediately stood still as if he was struck by lightning in the following second. The branches started falling again. It was not like Mo Fan was not trying to dodge them, but he seriously had no clue where he should be dodging into. The devil tree spikes densely covered an area over 1,000 meters in the air. He could barely see any gaps between them. They were descending faster than a human could think. Even if Mo Fan cast Blink a few times consecutively, he would still be turned into mincemeat. It was like the heavens had sentenced him to death. It was utterly meaningless to try and escape it. The difference in strength was just too huge. Chapter 13:11. The Palpable Lie. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Rock Dragon Vein, someone shouted behind Mo Fan. A huge boulder, like the spine of a dragon, swept past above Mo Fan as he found himself in a pinch. Its enormous body covered the space above Mo Fan, blocking the devil tree spikes slamming down on an area with a radius of over 1,000 meters. It was like a rock dragon had flown by and used its body to defend Mo Fan. Mo Fan heard the piercing clanks as the sharp branches struck the rock. However, the rock dragon vein stood firmly. It was Mo Fan's first time seeing such an imperious spell. Mo Fan turned around and saw a brilliant brown star palace fading away close to Yangsha. He was struggling to believe the old woman was able to cast such a majestic earth spell. It felt like she could control the entire mountain freely. Leave at once. Tell Chen Yi that this is something I've wanted to do the most for the past 30 years. Don't grieve for me, my soul will only find its peace if I can take this devil down with me. Yangsha's white hair drifted wildly in her strong aura. Her aged face was displaying a strong determination. Mo Fan knew he was no match for a monster of this level. He picked up his pace under the protection of the rock dragon vein and hurriedly ran directly away from the enormous tree. Yangsha tried her best to protect Mo Fan. The rock dragon vein continued to hover above Mo Fan under her control. The merciless branches of the devil tree were unable to pierce it. Yangsha let out a relieved sigh after seeing Mo Fan disappearing into the distance. She lifted her gaze and stared at the tree shrouding the sky and looming over the valley. Xiao Dongxia, I'm sorry, I won't be able to keep my promise, Yangsha murmured. Her skinny figure suddenly emitted a brilliant light. 3 different destructive auras descended upon the place like a great storm. The leaves and branches drifted wildly in the wind. The grass in the valley was flattened to the ground. Even some of the demon tree spikes broke into pieces. The deadly spikes that were stained with the blood of the people they had killed flew scattered in the air. Earth element, fire element, wind element. The presence of the 3 elements reached its limit, as if a little thought was enough to cast a tremendous spell. Every action that Yangsha made was displaying the superb control of a supreme mage over their magic. It was no longer bound by the star orbits, star patterns, star constellations, or star palaces. The 1,000 fiery birds coming down from the sky, the cloudy tornado that was whipping like the tail of an enormous serpent, or the mountains that were rising from the ground were all at her fingertips. Due to the massive size of the giant purple sacred linden, the destructive spells of an advanced mage were only like a little breeze to it. However, a supreme mage who could cast super spells freely would still pose a certain threat to the giant purple sacred linden. The branches as wide as roads snapped and fell like twigs. The broken branches flew wildly in the wind. One of the main trunks was seriously damaged. It began to collapse to the ground. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows residing on it fled in panic. Mo Fan turned around in the distance. His entire view was filled up by different parts of the tree. Some drifted in the air, some were sent flying into the distance, some fell to the ground and swept a huge cloud of dust into the air. Mo Fan was so shocked that it felt like his heart was about to burst out of his body when he sensed the destructive aura from the combination of 3 different elements. Was Jiang Feng's mother a forbidden mage? Mo Fan had gone through some epic moments. The super spells that the 10 authorities had cast during the calamity of the ancient capital, and the Golden Sun Knights and the powerful mags he faced at the Parthenon Temple, were some of the strongest mags in the world, yet they still felt insignificant compared to Yangsha's magic. Her aura was even stronger than Pang Lai's. A piercing cry came from the giant purple sacred linden. The cry contained a destructive power. As it swept past the valley, it instantly turned the grass into ashes. Mo Fan was running in the valley, but had no choice but to halt in his tracks and summon the black snake armor to defend himself. Mo Fan's heart was trembling. What kind of monster was this? What exactly was living on the giant purple sacred linden? Mo Fan looked at the cloudy sky and the ground that had cracked apart. He stood still in place as a great terror struck his soul like a wave. He began to tremble in fear. He had the same feeling when he was facing the mountain zombie, but the thing was, he was a lot stronger than before. It was the scariest and spookiest thing that Mo Fan had ever seen. He kept thinking there was a terrifying devil hiding in the giant purple sacred linden that was bringing death upon the place, until he realized the devil was none other than the giant purple sacred linden itself. The tree had an awe-imposing appearance. Anyone would marvel at the work of nature just by looking at it, assuming it to be the incarnation of a deity from the heavens, allowing countless species to live around it, to reproduce and grow stronger. Therefore, when Tong Shong decided to claim the giant purple sacred linden, Mo Fan subconsciously disagreed with the proposal. Did they really have to corrupt the sacred tree because of their greed? But now, Mo Fan had witnessed its true form. The roots that were hidden under the ground and growing above the surface like hills rose into the air. They were all covered in fresh blood. The roots were wriggling around like huge blood-drinking maggots. Some were still devouring the dead bodies on the surface. The blood-drinking maggots started attacking Yangsha, recklessly as if they were being provoked. It was only part of the giant purple sacred linden's hideous appearance that it had concealed underground. When Yangsha destroyed another trunk with her spells, it revealed a face between the leaves and the branches. The face was made up of the 5 main trunks. It was impossible to see up close that each of the main trunks was actually a part of a face. One could only see the face when standing far away. It was contorted, twisted, and full of hatred, something that would easily terrorize anyone that saw it. The face of the giant purple sacred linden reminded Mo Fan of the night terror pseudomorphing demon he had once encountered in the desert. It was a creature that disguised itself as a plant, waiting for its prey to come close to it. The giant purple sacred linden was the same, except that it was a few hundred times bigger, better at disguising itself, and was more ambitious and patient. Does that mean every battle that happened around it was only a ploy to feed itself? Mo Fan was struggling to believe it. The shock of learning the giant purple sacred linden's true nature was just too overwhelming. It was a trap. Mo Fan knew it was a trap all along. The hunters were killed by the hillmen because they were greedy. Humans were killed by the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows because they were trying to claim the giant purple sacred linden out of greed. As a result, every creature that died and the blood they shed had become delicious nutrients for the giant purple sacred linden. They had turned into its massive figure, leaves that shrouded the sky, and intertwining branches that were like a world on their own. No wonder it was so huge, no wonder it was so vivid, no wonder it allowed creatures to come and live on it. It was a devil that had perfectly disguised itself as a work of nature. It was using lies, incidents that the world had forgotten, to trick one living thing after another to walk into its trap and become its food. Mo Fan was so shocked that he felt speechless. He knew it was a trap, he knew there was danger, yet he never thought the real culprit was the seemingly harmless tree. He could even imagine that the war between the white magic falcons, the creatures on the tree, and the humans was not the first tragedy in history. Similar things must have happened hundreds, or even thousands of years ago, but they either failed to discover its secrets, or died after seeing its true form. The moon moth phoenix, it wasn't opposing the humans. It knew the giant purple sacred linden was a devil, it was trying to let the white magic falcons destroy it. Mo Fan suddenly realized. The totem beast, the moon moth phoenix, had fallen victim to the tragedy too. Mo Fan finally understood why Yangsha showed such deep remorse and such strong hatred toward the giant purple sacred linden. He understood why she wanted to take down the devil with her. The anger of being tricked, the pain she suffered after killing the totem beast she was supposed to protect with her own hands, the grief over the lives that were lost here, Mo Fan could easily feel all kinds of emotions that Yangsha was venting from the howls of her magic. The spells that had inherited Yangsha's emotions provoked a series of deafening blasts again. The second main trunk of the giant purple sacred linden was about to collapse after suffering a serious blow. Yangsha's tiny figure was suddenly devoured by the branches and leaves that were drifting in the air, as if the devil had just swallowed her. Mo Fan was having difficulty seeing her amid the blinding light that her magic was producing. Yangsha was very strong, easily the strongest mage that Mo Fan had met. Her cultivation was stronger than Pang Lai's. She was very close to being a forbidden mage. She might actually be one now if she had not given up on her magic for 30 years. However, the giant purple sacred linden was an absolute demon, too. It was able to stand firmly even after enduring lots of super spells. It was hard to imagine how many powerful mags it would take just to take it down. Mo Fan continued to run away. However, the giant purple sacred linden had no intention of sparing his life. Countless rainbow-tailed demon sparrows flew out from the tree and chased after Mo Fan. Mo Fan also caught a glimpse of a creature with a lizard's head and a tiger's body. It was leaping between the falling debris in the air while heading in his direction. Chapter 13:12. The Moon Moth Phoenix Appears. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Outside the valley, Zhao Manyang was able to locate Mo Fan with the badge of the national team. However, before he could reach the middle of the valley, he suddenly saw Mo Fan rapidly approaching him. Lingling, look, I told you Mo Fan is fine. He's heading toward us. He seems pretty eager to see us. He's moving pretty fast. Zhao Manyang said to Lingling with a smile. It's not a smart choice to expend your energy just to travel quicker, Xiao Yu said. They were still in Outer Mount Kunyu. There was still danger around. Any experienced hunter would not use their energy just to travel quicker. Now that you mention, Mo Fan is indeed moving a little too fast, Zhao Manyang nodded. The group continued forward. 10 minutes later, there was a huge movement ahead. It felt like something was sprinting swiftly in the valley, it even split the grass part like a wave. It's Mo Fan. Zhao Manyang noticed his badge was shining brightly. It meant Mo Fan was very close to him. The grass split apart. A man panting heavily with a red face showed up in front of them. However, it seemed like Mo Fan had no clue that the group was trying to regroup with him. He maintained his speed and raced past them. Zhao Manyang saw Mo Fan turning to the side and looking at them in astonishment. Mo Fan could not slow down in time. He was soon 100 meters away from the group. The rest of the group exchanged glances with one another after seeing Mo Fan running into the distance. What is he doing? Did he forget who we are? Zhao Manyang was utterly confused. However, Xiao Yu suddenly frowned. She used her plant spell to split apart the sea of grass ahead. It broadened the view of the group. However, the muscles on their faces stiffened the next second. A huge bunch of demon creatures was chasing after Mo Fan. There were the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows, the salamander tigers, the demon insects, the King Kong demon macaques. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows were in the sky uttering piercing cries. They seemed extremely angry. Their colorful tails were like a huge cloud moving rapidly. The rest of the species were sprinting on the ground and knocking the grass down like a huge wave. What the heck are you all standing there for? Run! Mo Fan's voice came from 100 meters away. The noise kept getting louder as the ground began to tremble. Zhao Manyang did not dare to waste a second further. He grabbed Chen Yi's hand and activated his magic boots before sprinting in Mo Fan's direction. Xiao Yu grabbed Lingling's hand and controlled the grass to form a long path for them to slide on, staying as far away from the enraged demon creatures as possible. What the hell is going on? Zhao Manyang yelled after he caught up to Mo Fan. You don't want to know. Let's leave this place first. Mo Fan found it hard to explain the situation to them. They had to find a way to escape the demon creatures for now. Aren't the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows friendly? Chen Yi asked. The creatures living on the giant purple sacred linden are all its slaves. Your grandmother seems to have decided to take the giant purple sacred linden down with her? It's not something we can interfere with. Let's hurry up and leave this place, Mo Fan said. As soon as he finished the sentence, an overwhelming aura surged at them from the direction of the giant purple sacred linden. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows in the sky lost their balance after they were struck by the strong wind produced from the powerful blast. The wind managed to speed the group up like a push to their back. However, Mo Fan could not help but turn around. Unfortunately, he could no longer see the giant purple sacred linden from his current distance. He could vaguely see the brilliance of the magic lighting up the edge of the sky. Yangsha must have used a high-level spell. Otherwise, there was no way the energy it produced could reach 10 kilometers away. Mo Fan did not want Yangsha to die. However, judging from the situation, if Yangsha did not risk her life to fight the giant purple sacred linden recklessly, it was unlikely she could inflict any damage to the tree. The devil had been around for a long time. Even an entire army would have trouble taking it out. Mo Fan did not expect to discover such a ridiculous demon during their adventure to outer Mount Kunyu. It was impossible to tell how many corpses had been buried in this valley over the past 1,000 years. We're going to run out energy at this rate, Xiao Yu exclaimed. The demon creatures had outstanding physical attributes, and were able to travel at high speed for a long time. Meanwhile, humans had to expend their energy to attain a speed comparable to the demon creatures. The sea of grass was boundless. It would take a long time before they made it out of the valley. As soon as they ran out of energy, the army of demon creatures would catch up to them. The giant purple sacred linden was vicious indeed. It knew the creatures on the tree were unable to pose any threat to a mage like Yangsha. Therefore, it had sent them all after Mo Fan instead. It would be extremely difficult for humans to make it out of the vast valley in time. There are too many of them. The terrain is too spacious here. We're all going to die if we choose to fight here. We only have a chance once we reach the ridges and the mountains, Mo Fan said. Luckily, the others have already left first. Otherwise, it would be worse than this, Lingling agreed. By the way, where are the others? Weren't they a lot of people that decided to stay behind? There should be an army at the tree. Why would Nai Lingshan and his elite soldiers allow these demon creatures to do as they please? Xiao Yu said. They are dead, all of them, Mo Fan said grimly. Mo Fan, please tell me you're joking. That was an army of elites and talented hunters. How can they just die like that? Zhao Manyang protested. Nai Lingshan is dead too. If it wasn't for Chen Yi's grandmother, I would be dead too. I'll explain the details once we reach the safety zone. Old Zhao, hurry up and think of a plan, Mo Fan said. Zhao Manyang turned around and looked at the demon creatures chasing after them. There were at least more than 5,000 high-level demon creatures. How could a defensive mage like him possibly come up with a plan against them? The only plan was to run. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, your badges are glowing, Lingling suddenly said. Badges? Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang lowered their heads simultaneously and discovered that their badges were indeed glowing. The badge of the national team is specially made. It will only behave like that when a teammate is approaching. Why would it be glowing in a place like this? Is it broken? Zhao Manyang said confusedly. The badge was like a little pin for decorative purposes. Most members of the national team still wore it since it was easier for them to contact one another when needed. Someone is coming toward us. Mo Fan was overjoyed. Who? Who is it? Zhao Manyang stared at the badge and saw it was glowing brighter. It indicated the person was approaching them at a shocking pace. Such speed! Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang exclaimed. It was ridiculously quick. Even the wing magical equipment was less than a tenth as fast. However, they couldn't think of anyone on the national team that had such a terrifying speed. The person was initially a few dozen kilometers away, but it felt like the person was about to arrive at any second. In a blue sky as clear as a lake, two thin and softly furred wings were beating gently. They seemed to be beating slowly, yet were able to travel a great distance in just a short period of time, leaving the sky, mountains, valleys, and lands behind. Riding on the elegant creature were two women with alluring figures. One was wearing a headscarf commonly seen in Jiangnan. Her silky black hair reached her shoulders, while the rest was tied up in a bunch and barely reached her curves. The other woman had silver hair and skin as pale as snow. She looked like a fairy from an icy world, tall yet slender. Her lips, hands, and feet were utterly attractive. "Shusha, wait, I think they are around here," Mu Ningxue said suddenly. Yushusha looked down and saw the sea of grass waving, yet she failed to see any trace of humans. She said, "Are you sure? The moon moth phoenix seems to be in a rush." The creature with beautiful wings suddenly dove to the ground. The moon moth phoenix was extremely quick, like a meteorite sweeping across the sky. She had descended extremely close to the ground in the blink of an eye. The moon moth phoenix shuddered, shaking both Yushusha and Mu Ningxue off. She quickly rose into the sky before the two girls could react and disappeared in the direction of the giant purple sacred linden. Mo Fan and his crew looked up with blank faces. "Is that the totem beast, the moon moth phoenix?" Zhao Manyang blurted out in surprise. The moon moth phoenix had a luminescent glow, like the countless stars in the night sky. Her long tail and blue wings were breathtaking. She had a noble presence that urged other creatures to submit before her, an imposing demeanor that no creature would dare to provoke, like an empress with a unique temperament and charm. "What happened here?" The moon moth phoenix suddenly broke out of her cocoon. "Mu Ningxue and I were a little worried, so we followed her here," Yushusha said in a panic. She had been looking after the moon moth phoenix for so many years, yet she had never seen her behave like this. She had forcibly woken up from deep slumber, even though she had yet to recover from her injuries. She then flew here recklessly. A powerful demon, one that has been hiding here for more than 1,000 years. It almost tricked the humans into killing the moon moth phoenix 30 years ago. Luckily you two showed up just in time. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh. Mo Fan, well, I don't think the moon moth phoenix is going to help us to deal with the demon creatures, Zhao Manyang said. Mo Fan was stunned. He turned around and discovered that the dust that was swept into the air by the demon creatures that were chasing after them was still around, and it was getting closer. F***K me. How could the totem beast do this to us? Chapter 1313. Blood-switching Vigorous Tiger. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Follow me. Mu Ningxue summoned her 6 wind wings and glided across the sea of grass while leading the way. Her wind wings were able to leave a special track behind. As long as the group was following the track, it would speed them up greatly. 6 wings, Xiao Yu murmured, looking at Mu Ningxue leading the way. As a matter of fact, Xiao Yu was on her way south, planning to visit Funxue Mountain to challenge the strongest female participant of the World College Tournament, Mu Ningxue. She did not expect to stumble into her here. However, she immediately lost confidence after learning that Mu Ningxue's wind element had already reached the 3rd tier, even when her primary element was ice. If her wind element was already this strong, what about the ice element she was born with? She followed the wind trail with a wry smile. She was wondering if she should change her mind. "Is Bole sleeping again?" Mo Fan asked. He asked me to apologize to you on his behalf," Mu Ningxue said. Mo Fan felt his balls hurting. He thought he would have an extremely powerful subordinate whom he could command as he wished after bringing Bole back to his country. To his surprise, apart from the time when he stirred up a great scene at the Bayou Enforcement Union, the guy had been asleep for 25 hours every day. He was not that surprised that the guy had been alive for more than 1,000 years. But still, it's a relief that you've made it in time. "We're about to run out of energy," Mo Fan said. Mu Ningxue's wind magic was outstanding. They were able to gradually distance themselves from the demon creatures that were chasing them. They eventually left the valley. The group went right into the mountains. The rainbow-tailed demon sparrows were quite a distance away, but it seemed the high-level creatures had no intention of giving up the pursuit. If they wanted to stop the chase, they would have to take out the commander-level creatures. Otherwise, the rainbow-tailed demon sparrows and the army of King Kong demon macaques would eventually catch up to them. "Let's take out the four-lived salamander tiger." Mo Fan halted in his tracks and stared at the creature around 1,000 meters away. A distance of 1,000 meters was not that far for a commander-level creature. The four-lived salamander tiger soon showed up. The bright-colored four-lived salamander tiger was surprised that the humans had stopped running. Heaven Spider Ice Locking Formation. Mu Ningxue was extremely familiar with fighting alongside Mo Fan. She promptly set up a trap with her ice locks when Mo Fan decided to turn around and fight. The thick ice chains rapidly wove around the four-lived salamander tiger and constructed a deadly formation. The chains tied the four-lived salamander tiger down firmly and wrapped around its limbs, while the icy frost penetrated its blood and bones. The strong formation immediately prevented the creature from moving. Mu Ningxue was in charge of restraining and binding the targets while Mo Fan was in charge of dealing the killing blows. They were more than happy to keep it that way. The four-lived salamander tiger soon had a taste of Mo Fan's Sky Lightning Claw with its damage amplified 12-fold. The creature could not dodge a single Sky Lightning Claw while bound by the Heaven Spider Ice Locking Formation. However, as expected of a strong commander-level creature, the four-lived salamander tiger's skin was incredibly tough. The Sky Lightning Claw had inflicted serious injuries on the creature, but it was not enough to take its life. The four-lived salamander tiger broke free of the ice chains. The pieces of ice turned into dark arc-shaped rays, slashing in Mu Ningxue's direction. Plummeting rays! Plummeting rays! Two voices yelled almost simultaneously. The first person to cast the advanced light spell was Zhao Manyang. He controlled the light to form a strong layer of defense around Mu Ningxue, further strengthened by the wooden clapper. Even the powerful attack of a commander-level creature was unlikely to break through Zhao Manyang's light spell. The second plummeting rays were from Xiao Yu. Her plummeting rays were not for defensive purposes. She was firing the light rays at the four-lived salamander tiger instead. The four-lived salamander tiger was in an attacking stance, so it was unable to dodge the attack in time. The golden rays further enlarged the wounds that Mo Fan's lightning had left on the creature. The paralyzing lightning and burning light continued to inflict pain on the four-lived salamander tiger. It kept uttering deep groans. Attack! As Mo Fan gave the order, many giant white wolves came out from a dimensional gate and pounced at the four-lived salamander tiger already covered in wounds, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf in the lead. The four-lived salamander tiger wove through the wolves nimbly. It was indeed very experienced in combat, able to take out the white wolves with ease. It even knocked the Flying Creek Snow Wolf flying with a swing of its paw. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was enraged. He ignored his injuries and came back. He was able to utilize the full potential of his lineage since Mu Ningxue was around. The injuries were nothing to him. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf unleashed the full power of his lineage. His strength immediately skyrocketed. He would continue to grow stronger as the surrounding temperature continued to drop. The four-lived salamander tiger was a great commander-level creature, so its level was superior to the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. However, it carelessly gave the Flying Creek Snow Wolf a chance to bite a huge chunk of its flesh off after the Flying Creek Snow Wolf started using his full strength. Blood kept pouring out from the wound. Its speed had fallen dramatically, too. The four-lived salamander tiger let out a few cries and decided to withdraw temporarily. It seemed to be waiting for its reinforcements. Mo Fan immediately used the NYX regime to trap the four-lived salamander tiger and make sure it was stranded. The four-lived salamander tiger started emitting a beastly glow. Its injured body suddenly grew stronger. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was about to deal a serious blow to the four-lived salamander tiger, but the creature was able to pin the Flying Creek Snow Wolf down and tear into his neck with its fangs. Luckily, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf had spent most of his existence fighting battles of life and death. He swiped his claws at the four-lived salamander tiger's eyes as soon as he was pinned down. The four-lived salamander tiger realized it would no longer stand a chance if it lost its eyes. It quickly let go of the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's neck and backed away. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf quickly withdrew. Fresh blood kept pouring out of the creature's neck, not showing any sign of stopping. Mo Fan was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. He quickly took out the medicine that Xinxia had given him and let the Flying Creek Snow Wolf consume it. The creature's aura was clearly weakening just then. How did it become so strong all of a sudden? Zhao Manyang asked. This creature has 4 lives. It awakened its second life to recover from the injuries. Lingling told them. Damn it, it almost killed my wolf. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh when he saw the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was in a stable condition. Luckily, Xinxia had prepared some extremely valuable medicine for him before he parted ways with her. Otherwise, the Flying Creek Snow Wolf would most likely have died from his injuries, since there was no healer around. Either way, the great commander-level creature was a formidable opponent. It was difficult for him to defeat the creature with just his lightning spells, since Little Flame Belle was not available for the time being. The giant white wolves lost their calm when they saw the Flying Creek Snow Wolf suffering serious injuries. These loyal creatures pounced at the 4-live salamander tiger recklessly, just to inflict more wounds on it. The 4-live salamander tiger had recovered its strength after giving up on its first life. The injuries that were inflicted on it before had disappeared. Mo Fan and his crew had never seen such a rare species. I'll kill you even if you have 9 lives. Mo Fan was infuriated, and eager to avenge his wolf. The 4-live salamander tiger was well aware of how strong Mo Fan's lightning was. It tried its best to dodge the lightning spells. Mu Ningxue and Xiao Ayu knew Mo Fan's 12-fold lightning was their only way to inflict serious damage on the 4-live salamander tiger. They kept using their ice and plant magic to restrict the movements of the 4-live salamander tiger. Xiao Ayu's demon tree hand came in very handy. The demon tree hand grabbed the salamander tiger's legs firmly while Mu Ningxue's ice froze them in place. The 4-live salamander tiger could only watch 2 deadly silent rays crossing paths before it, triggering a strong lightning explosion. The thick lightning bolts penetrated its body and destroyed its organs. The 4-live salamander tiger chose to retreat again. However, the NYX regime was still around. The 4-live salamander tiger was struggling to break free from the maze of darkness. Mo Fan knew there was a great chance that the 4-live salamander tiger would give up on its current life and be reborn again. He quickly activated the giant shadow spikes. Countless shadow swords nailed the 4-live salamander tiger in place just as it broke free from the ice. Icebound coffin. A huge ice coffin fell from the sky and landed right on the 4-live salamander tiger. The 4-live salamander tiger was no longer able to move. The frost had stopped its blood from flowing too, stopping it from switching its blood. The 4-live salamander tiger had 4 lives because it could switch its blood as it wished. Its body contained 3 reserves of blood. Each time it switched its blood, it would mend its wounds and strengthen its flesh, allowing it to regain its fighting capacity. However, if the creature was killed before it could switch its blood, or if its blood stopped flowing, it meant its death was just around the corner. It did not have extra lives that allowed it to resurrect from the dead, nor did it have the ability to regenerate its body after it was chopped into pieces. It was just faking that it had 4 lives. Mu Ningxue immediately changed her approach after hearing Lingling's explanation of the 4-live salamander tiger's secret. She decided to penetrate the 4-live salamander tiger's body with her ice and freeze its blood while it was trying to switch it out. That would stop the 4-live salamander tiger from recovering from its injuries again. Let's go, Mu Ningxue said to the others. Aren't we going to kill it first? Xiao Ayu was confused. The 4-live salamander tiger had a strong tracking ability. It could still follow their trail even when they were far away. It would just lead the rest of the demon creatures to them. It's already dead, Mu Ningxue said. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were familiar with Mu Ningxue's character. They quickly followed the trail of wind she was leaving without further ado and left the area. The army of rainbow-tailed demon sparrows and King Kong demon macaques had almost arrived, as they had spent a long time just taking out the 4-live salamander tiger. Xiao Ayu followed the rest of the group doubtfully. She suddenly heard a huge crack from behind them after they had run 500 meters away. The icebound coffin suddenly cracked into pieces. The four-lived salamander tiger inside it was turned into an ice statue. It shattered into pieces, together with the icebound coffin. Chapter 13-14. Half a Forbidden Mage. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The blue sky of outer Mount Kunyu was replaced by a different view. Looking into the distance, black voids from elemental explosions scattered between the sky and the ground. The wild chaotic energy lingered in a place messily covered in the debris from the tree. The space was on the verge of collapsing. It had severely twisted from the overwhelming energy present. The berserk energy had created a chaotic storm, aiming to bring utter destruction upon the place. The vast sea of grass was currently covered in holes, ravines, and pits. The sacred tree was in ruins, too. It was no longer magnificent and spectacular. I've let many people down, but most importantly, I've let you down. If I can still do something for you and the others, I'll use everything I have to destroy this devil. Yangsha's hair was falling off, a sign that her life had reached its end, that she had used up all the energy of her soul. The moon moth phoenix beat her wings and caught Yangsha, who was falling along with the broken branches in the air. The demon tree still had not given up on murdering the old woman, even in her final moments. Roots wriggling like maggots rose into the air, aiming to suck all the life force from the moon moth phoenix. If it could acquire the energy of a totem beast, it could easily recover in 10 years. Outer Mount Kunyu was no longer suitable for it. It had decided to move somewhere else. It was difficult for a plant-type demon creature like it to migrate, but anything was better than being annihilated by the humans eventually. The demon tree knew there was a human who was strong enough to kill a totem beast in Yangtai a long time ago. It initially thought the human had already passed away, since they normally had a short lifespan. To its surprise, she was still alive, and had managed to learn its secret. When a human who could be considered a half a forbidden mage tried to take something down with her, even a demon tree that had lived for 1,000 years or more could not remain unscathed. The giant purple sacred linden had suffered serious damage. 4 of its main trunks had collapsed before it managed to inflict serious injuries on her. However, the moon moth phoenix showed up just as the human was about to die. The moon moth phoenix flew across the cloudy sky and headed toward the exit of the valley. She had helped Yangsha destroy the 4th trunk of the giant purple sacred linden, but she too had reached her limit. The moon moth phoenix used all her strength to escape with Yangsha. Even though they had a chance to kill the devil by taking out the last trunk, even though they were unwilling to accept the outcome, they had no choice but to admit that they had passed their prime. The sky eventually cleared up ahead. The valley filled with blood and corpses faded into the distance. The moon moth phoenix was able to locate Mofan and the others by following Yushasha's presence. It's the moon moth phoenix. Lingling pointed into the sky. Yushasha looked up and saw the moon moth phoenix now covered in wounds. She was so feeble that it felt like she was about to collapse in any second. Mofan quickly took out his medicine, but it was no use. The injuries inflicted by the demon tree were incurable. Besides, Yangsha had reached already the brink of death. Healing her physical injuries would not make any difference. Grandma, Chen Yi's eyes reddened. Seeing Yangsha like this reminded Chen Yi of her mother. Yangsha and Jiang Feng were truly mother and daughter. They were both willing to sacrifice everything for their beliefs. I'm sorry, Yangsha was laying on some soft leaves. Her eyes were staring at the moon moth phoenix as she kept repeating the same words. The moon moth phoenix suddenly turned into light dots and vanished before the group. A tiny glowing moth beat its wings and landed on Yangsha's shoulder. Yangsha had reached her limit. She was reliving her past. She had gone from an intern whose legs were trembling when she faced a demon creature to a leader of the magic community. She had earned the respect of people with her legendary achievements, yet she had deemed herself a failure for the last 30 years of her life. She had failed as a mother. She was unable to protect her daughter Jiang Feng when she was suffering. She was a heartless totem guardian. She had abandoned her beliefs and tried to kill the totem beast she was supposed to be protecting. Everyone had high hopes that she would become a forbidden mage. She also thought becoming a forbidden mage was her life goal, but she realized all that would be left of her on the day she became a forbidden mage would be an empty shell, as she had let everyone who was close to her down. What was the point of becoming a forbidden mage? Compared to Jiang Feng, who gave her all to protect Chen Yi, to her daughter who was willing to live a lonely life in the North Burning Valley just to keep her promise, to the Moon Moth Phoenix who was willing to believe her and walk into her trap, to the little Moon Moth Phoenix who was still willing to stand on her shoulder even after she had betrayed her, she was absolutely nothing and insignificant. She could not even keep the promise that she had given to Xiao Dongxia. Yangsha kept murmuring to herself. She kept repeating the painful words in deep remorse. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang looked at the old woman. They were shocked to learn that she was a half-forbidden mage, but they were more touched by the remorse she was showing. Yangsha stretched her hands out, as if she could no longer see. She happened to catch Mo Fan's hand. Mo Fan thought Yangsha was looking for Chen Yi. He was helping her to reach Chen Yi's hand, but Yangsha grabbed his hand tightly instead. Don't let the people close to you down, don't let the people close to you. Mo Fan thought Yangsha would keep repeating the same words, but the temperature of her body dropped before she could repeat it a second time. The little moth that the Moon Moth Phoenix had turned into was now wrapped inside a white cocoon. She had reached the end of her current cycle, together with Yangsha's death. Yushasha nervously held the moth in her hands. The Moon Moth Phoenix was incredibly weak, no different than an ordinary blue moth. Its glow slowly moved toward Yushasha and disappeared into her body, as if it had established a special connection with her. You are the next totem guardian of the Moon Moth Phoenix, Lingling told the helpless Yushasha. Will she remember everything that happened? Yushasha asked. Yushasha could sense that the Moon Moth Phoenix was constantly in pain. She was trying to escape from reality by falling into a deep slumber. Perhaps not. She has reached the end of her current life cycle, together with the old woman, Lingling said. I'll take good care of her, Yushasha nodded. Yushasha had not known the Moon Moth Phoenix had such a past. She was extremely moved when she realized that the Moon Moth Phoenix was willing to save her and grant her a new life, even after she was brutally betrayed by the humans. Were the totem beasts really just some dangerous existence that would turn into man-eating devils, as some people had claimed? Chapter 13-15. Second Contracted Beas. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. After returning to Yangtai, they soon alerted the government, the Magic Association, and the military about the giant purple sacred linden. What happened next was no longer Mo Fan and the others' concern. So many people had died, including a retired half-forbidden mage. It was clearly a serious blow to Yangtai. However, Outer Mount Kunyu was able to regain its peace after the giant purple sacred linden fled. Otherwise, the whole city might suddenly end up as food to the devil, far worse than what had happened. Lingling found some clues about the totem beast they were looking for among Yangsha's possessions. However, they mostly consisted of ancient words and glyphs. Lingling would have to ask experts in the relevant field to learn the meaning behind them. Since the Moon Moth Phoenix had gone into a new life cycle, they were unable to learn more clues about the identity of the totem beast from the seal they had deduced. The clues that Lingling deduced from Yangsha's belongings were leading them to Gansu instead of Yangsha, the same place mentioned in Jiang Shaojuan's journal, the same place where Jiang Shaojun went missing. They could not help but wonder what exactly had happened to him while he was searching for the totem beast. There was another totem beast in Yangtai whose identity remained a mystery. They could not tell if it was the owner of the mysterious feather or a different creature. Either way, they learned from Yangsha's belongings that the totem beast once lived at the top of the giant purple sacred linden, and it seemed to be stronger than both the Moon Moth Phoenix and the demon tree. Why does it feel like nothing good ever happens when I'm with you? It's like we just keep stirring up hornets' nests. Zhao Manyang grumbled as they waited in the hall of Penglai International Airport. Do you think I'm a fan of that? Well, at least we know the giant purple sacred linden and the Moon Moth Phoenix are somehow related to the totem beast we were looking for. We just have to wait until Lingling finds some new clues, Mo Fan replied. I thought you said we were going to make a fortune. Zhao Manyang said. Aren't these enough? Mo Fan swiped his hand to reveal the storage space of his space element. One of the benefits of having the space element was that Mo Fan did not need to carry a backpack around. He could create a storage space for himself, and the higher his cultivation, the higher the capacity of the storage. Mo Fan's storage space was the size of a small truck. It was like a super mobile suitcase. Demon crests? Holy cow, where did you get all these demon crests? Zhao Manyang stared at the space filled with a special kind of leaf in disbelief. I conveniently picked them up. Mo Fan replied smugly. Another benefit of having the space element was how he could retrieve things with ease. He was able to split his will into dozens of hands to retrieve any loot as he wished. My heavens, how bold were you, having the guts to retrieve them under such dire circumstances. Zhao Manyang was utterly impressed by Mo Fan's courage. He was overwhelmed with fear merely hearing about the giant purple sacred linden. Humans die in pursuit of wealth, just like birds die in pursuit of food. Mo Fan grieved for the people that died, but it did not stop him from taking the loot. Besides, Yangsha's destructive spells were going to destroy them all if he had not taken them. What a pity. If only more people listened to us and left when they had the chance. It wouldn't have ended like that. After returning to the Magic City, Mo Fan sold the demon crests to another company. The Japanese corporation was also responsible for what had happened, as they were the ones that convinced the hunters to search for the demon crests. Little did they know, the seemingly harmless giant purple lindens were nothing but traps. Those that were lucky were able to leave with some demon crests and make a fortune, while the others were buried under the trees and turned into nutrients for the giant purple lindens. Even though the price offered by the other companies were slightly lower, Mo Fan felt more comfortable selling the demon crests to them. These are the 2 soul-grade fire seeds I've chosen for Little Flame Belle. Neither had a domain, and their price is reasonable too, Lingling said. We'll give the rest of the money to Yang Tai, Mo Fan said. It was quite a huge sum, but it was ill-gotten wealth, too. Mo Fan was not greedy enough to claim the rest of the money after he had bought the soul-grade seeds he needed. He handed the money to Mr. Gao in Yang Tai. The man would distribute the money to the families whose loved ones had died in the incident. Mo Fan was no philanthropist. He had taken the risk of being turned into a beehive by the giant purple sacred linden to acquire the demon crests. It was already generous that he was willing to donate the rest of the money. The days without Little Flame Belle were starting to make Mo Fan a little sulky, especially when he was up against those son of B*** as Hillman. Mo Fan stood no chance against the giant purple sacred linden, yet he did not have a chance to beat the crap out of the Hillman after they kept stepping on his toes. The grudge in his heart was still bothering him. Mo Fan's lightning element was powerful, yet he was unable to use it as freely as the fire element. He would always let Little Flame Belle possess him whenever he was fighting against a huge number of demon creatures, so he could turn into a fire-using battle mage. It was a lot more effective than using the inflexible lightning element. Little Flame Belle, your supplements are here. I've even kept the soul essence of the dreadful curse Cerberus for you as a guarantee, to make sure that you can reach the adolescent phase with ease. Mo Fan woke Little Flame Belle up. The little creature had been asleep for a long time. 2 soul-grade fire seeds and a high-quality soul essence of a commander-level creature. It was overkill to use them all at once. Normal summoners would not be willing to waste these resources just to help their contracted beast reach the adolescent phase. Little Flame Belle was having difficulty controlling her temperature. She was like a little child with a high fever. She seemed a little down-spirited. She was hoping that she could evolve as soon as possible, so she could become stronger. Without surprise, Little Flame Belle will be as strong as her mother once she reaches the adolescent phase, Lingling said. Lingling was clearly referring to the fiery sorceress, Jiang Feng. He still remembered how she had followed them all the way from the North Burning Valley to the outskirts of the Magic City and forced her way through the entrance of a renowned clan. She almost turned the entire Liqua town into an ocean of flames. Her domineering control over the fire magic was not something an advanced mage could possibly obtain. Mo Fan was very excited when he heard Little Flame Belle was soon going to be as strong as Jiang Feng. Wouldn't that make him unbeatable against advanced mags whenever little Flame Belle was possessing him? Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Little Flame Belle is still very young. She has reached the adolescent phase earlier than she's supposed to. It's like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, so you have to be extremely cautious when she's evolving. Lingling reminded him. Don't worry, I'll try my best. The connection between the summoner and the contracted beast played an important role, since their souls were bound together. The will of a summoner would become the will of his Contrac beast. Besides, little Flame Belle was also sharing the same heart with Xinxia. There was no way Mo Fan would be careless about the process. Failing the process might harm little Flame Belle, and would most likely harm Xinxia too. By the way, I learned from an old book that contract summoning is able to form a second contract, which means you can have a second contracted beast. Lingling told him abruptly. Chapter 13:16. The Overbearing Renowned Clans. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The headquarters of the Donghai Magic Association was in Gulangyu, close to the mouth of Minute River. Not only was the lovely island in the south of China a famous attraction, it was also an authoritative sacred land of magic along the east coast. Since the Donghai Magic Association was directly affiliated with the Dubai Magician Tower representing the Magic Association of Asia, even the Dongfang Oriental Tower, which was considered the biggest magic association in the country, had no right to intervene with the Donghai Magic Association's business. Even though the Donghai Magic Association was affiliated with the Dubai Magician Tower, it was still a local magic association. The cities along the east coast from the south of Hangzhou to the South China Sea were all under the jurisdiction of the Donghai Magic Association. Currently, Gulangyu was temporarily off-limits to tourists. However, there were still many tourists and locals admiring the beauty of the island from the cruise ships around it. They could still see the flickering light of magic spells on the island, despite the barrier that was in place. The strong energy kept stirring up waves sweeping back at the ships, too. What's happening there? Someone asked. The tournament between the renowned clans. It's an annual event on Gulangyu. Clans like the Dongfang clan, the Bai clan, the Nunrong clan, the Dali clan, and the Lin clan have all come, a mage who had come to enjoy the bustling scene answered. Are they competing? Isn't that obvious? Every renowned clan is very resourceful. They are using it as a way to decide the ownership of the resources available. For example, Yinyao Mountain in Nanling, the Langguang Mines, the Hugua Jungle, the Meijing Shoal, every single one of them is like a money-printing machine. It's more profitable for the government to distribute these natural resources to the renowned clans with their respective expertise. The government will then receive some dividends from the profits, the mage explained. I see. Judging from the brilliance of the spells, most of the spells are in the advanced level. That's pretty intense. It's a pity that we can't really watch the duels from here. I wonder who's taking part in the duels. The Nanrong clan is pretty strong this year. I believe they will end up claiming most of the resources. Haven't you heard? Someone found a huge fragmented crystal vein to the south of Feniao City. Lots of renowned clans are eager to get their hands on it. Feniao City? Wasn't the Fanshui Mountain established in Feniao City? The place you mentioned sounds very close to Fanshui Mountain. Doesn't that mean the fragmented crystal vein would belong to Fanshui Mountain instead? Nonsense, the Fanshui Mountain is only a small clan. Even if the vein is within their territory, do you think a small lamb is able to compete with these savage wolves? You're right, they are no match for the renowned clans. Inside Gulangyu, a huge crowd surrounded the dueling ground. A blue water curtain had encapsulated the entire stage. Gulangyu was not huge, nor was it sturdy. A single super spell could easily destroy half of the island if there was no protection. Luckily, the headquarters of the Donghai Magic Association was established on the island a long time ago. Lots of magic formations and magic barriers were helping the island retain its spectacular appearance. A strong blue tide knocked a fierce beast flying. The creature slammed into a man wearing bright-colored clothes. It put out the flames engulfing the man and knocked him flying too. He slammed into the edge of the barrier and fell feebly to the ground. The winner is Li Ling of the Dali clan. Following the declaration of the judge, the handsome man who was controlling the tide on the stage smiled. He looked down at the man lying on the ground disdainfully and said, "I thought you were able to endure a few more hits, but you're just as useless as the others. Don't you dare say a word further." Mu Linqing snapped furiously. The members of Fanshui Mountain hurried over and helped Tian Tingbu, who was severely injured, down from the stage. If it wasn't for the fact that a part of the fragmented crystal vein happens to be in your territory, do you really think a small clan like you has the right to be sitting here with the rest of the renowned clans? Some people only learn where they belong after they are taught a lesson, Li Ling answered with a calm face. He acted as if defeating a minor character like Tian Tingbu, who was representing Fanshui Mountain, was nothing to be proud of. "I'll do it," Mu Ningxue's gaze sharpened. She had decided to take part in the duel. "No, that won't do, you are the head of our Fanshui Mountain. It's inappropriate for you to take part in the duel. Besides, if you involve yourself against someone like Li Ling, it will only indicate that our Fanshui Mountain is inferior to them," Mu Linqing denied her. The renowned clans would only send out the younger generations to participate in the duels. The older generations mainly consisted of advanced mags and even super mags. If they went all out in the duels, the island would most likely sink. Besides, the Magic Association also strictly forbade mags above the age of 30 from dueling one another. Tian Tingbu had joined the Fanshui Mountain not long after it was established. He was considered strong for his age, but he was still no match for Li Ling. He could not even endure a single spell from Li Ling. "Ningxue, I know you are eager to expand your Fanshui Mountain, but I don't think you are going to get anywhere by recruiting these weaklings. Most of the renowned clans spent many years to reach their current level. I doubt your Fanshui Mountain will receive an official invitation from the Donghai Magic Association to join the annual meeting anytime soon." Nanrong Ni was seated only 2 seats away from Mu Ningxue. In the past, Nanrong Ni had always disguised herself as a gentle, compassionate girl. She would rarely utter harsh words to hurt others. As a matter of fact, Nanrong Ni would normally behave herself, too. She was able to win over the support of more people from her clan after the World College tournament. However, Nanrong Ni felt like there was no need for her to wear the mask whenever she was around Mu Ningxue. She sounded like she was giving a friend a piece of advice, yet the disdain and mockery in her words were blatant. Mu Ningxue did not expect to stumble into Nanrong Ni at the annual meeting between the renowned clans that the Donghai Magic Association had organized. She felt more uncomfortable when she saw how every renowned clan was mocking and treating Fanshui Mountain. They all knew Mu Ningxue had established her own clan to oppose the Mu clan. In other words, she was basically leading her members to their grave. "Mu Ningxue, since the representatives of your clan have lost, you no longer have a say in the ownership of the fragmented crystal vein." The person in charge of the meeting was Lin Ziyi, an elder of the Donghai Magic Association. An elder of a magic association was similar to the role of a councilman. Their actual status was dependent on the level of the magic association. An elder of the Oriental Pearl Tower was equivalent to a councilman of the country. An elder of the Donghai Magic Association was slightly inferior to a councilman of the country, but in some cases, their power was higher than a councilman when it came to managing mags and renowned clans. "I don't think it has anything to do with the outcome of the duels. According to the rules of our country's Magic Association regarding the ownership of a newly discovered vein, 70% of it belongs to the government and the Magic Association, 10% belongs to the organization that discovered it, and 20% belongs to the owner of the land where the vein was discovered. Even if we've lost the duel, it doesn't make any sense that we are not getting anything from it." Mu Linqing snapped. "First of all, we are the Donghai Magic Association. The rules of the Oriental Pearl Tower are none of our concern. We only obey the rules of the Donghai Magic Association. Second, your people aren't the ones that discovered the fragmented crystal vein. Third, you are not a renowned clan, so you are not worthy to be competing for its ownership. You are only lucky that part of the vein is within your territory, so you were invited here to discuss the matter. Unfortunately, you have lost in the fair duel," Lin Zi replied expressionlessly. The representatives of the other renowned clans nodded in agreement. As long as Fanshui Mountain was forced to give up on the Crystal Vein, each of the renowned clans would have a share in it. Imagine the money that the Crystal Vein would give them every year. Fair? You dare say it's fair when you are challenging a newly established clan to a duel? Mu Linqing said furiously. You can only blame yourself for being incompetent. Li Ling grinned. Humph, it's obvious that you are colluding with one another to pick on us so you could claim the ownership of the Ore Vein. Mu Linqing pointed at the detestable representatives of the renowned clans. Nunrong Ni giggled upon seeing Mu Linqing's reaction. She whispered to Mu Ningxue, where did you even find this man who only knows how to throw a tantrum to manage your clan? If he was smart, he would have told you that there's no chance you can compete with us. Mu Ningxue looked at Nunrong Ni. She had an urge to vomit right on the B******''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Mu Tingying had gotten the most attention during the World College Tournament. As a result, both Nanrong Ni and Mu Tingying were left to rot in a corner. Luckily, Mu Ningxue had chosen a dead end by establishing her own clan. Nanrong Ni was quite worried that she would end up joining a formidable renowned clan. That way, she would have had a hard time picking on Mu Ningxue. "I'll take him on," a woman said calmly as Fanxue Mountain was being picked on. It was not like the Fanxue Mountain had no competent representatives. They could easily send out Liu Ryu to beat the crap out of every young mage that the other renowned clans had. However, Liu Ryu was not allowed to take part in the duels because of her awkward identity. Mu Ningxue thought it was Liu Ryu that spoke, as she could no longer just stand and watch these people picking on the Fanxue Mountain. To Mu Ningxue's surprise, it was Xiao Yu who spoke up. Xiao Yu was Xiao Ryu's actual name. She had gone to Fanxue Mountain after leaving Yangtai with one goal in mind, challenging Mu Ningxue to a duel. Mu Ningxue was clearly one of the strongest mager among the younger generations in their country. There were lots of people who were interested in challenging her to a duel, but she ended up rejecting all of them. However, Mu Ningxue did not reject Xiao Yu's challenge, but asked her to wait until the end of the annual meeting between the renowned clans. Xiao Yu had nothing else to do for the time being, hence she had followed Mu Ningxue to Gulangyu to attend the meeting instead. Even Xiao Yu was disgusted by how the renowned clans were picking on Fanxue Mountain. "But you're not one of us," Mu Ningxue said quietly. "Just act like I am for now. If I lose against you later, I wouldn't mind joining Fanxue Mountain," Xiao Yu replied. Chapter 13-17. The Shameless Dali Clan. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Ardent. Who is this woman? Her looks definitely suit my taste. Li Ling grinned when he saw Xiao Yu walking onto the stage. They are huge. One of Li Ling's men stared at Xiao Yu covetously. Xiao Yu's waist and shoulders were very slim, yet her bust was unusually large. They could even tell when watching her from behind. Li Ling was an infamous playboy. Xiao Yu earned his attention as soon as he set his eyes on her. It turned out that the duel would not be as boring as he first thought. Fanxue Mountain did have a lot of gorgeous women. So you are the one that wants to fight me? Li Ling went forward and observed Xiao Yu closely. He was even more aroused after seeing how good-looking the woman was up close. Her slightly cold temperament, as if no man was allowed to stand close to her, was particularly tempting. He enjoyed turning cold women like her into a slutty B***************. Xiao Yu stood on the stage and glanced at the representatives of the renowned clans. Not many people had come to the meeting. Each renowned clan had only sent their representatives and a few young mags. The rest were the people of the Donghai Magic Association. They were all looking at Xiao Yu curiously with faint grins. Fanxue Mountain only has a bunch of scrubs. Why would a young and beautiful girl like you stay at a little clan that is about to meet its end? Come to our Dali clan, I can give you everything you want, the respect of people, your family will feel proud of you. There are endless resources and luxurious magic equipment. Li Ling was recruiting Xiao Yu before the fight even started. How do you know I'm qualified to join your Dali clan before I even cast a single spell? Xiao Yu asked in amusement. It doesn't matter, all it matters is that I'm strong enough. I can recruit whoever I want, and no one will say a single word. Our Dali clan has everything you can hope for, Li Ling declared confidently. I don't know how the Dali clan is like, but after seeing what an idiot you are, I can imagine that the Dali clan won't be far from its destruction, Xiao Yu replied a calm voice. However, the calmer she sounded, the angrier Li Ling felt, as if his chest was about to explode. How dare you underestimate me? Didn't you see how they have all lost to me in a single round? Li Ling snapped. I did, which is why I'm convinced that you are a self-righteous retard. Xiao Yu retorted. Li Ling's expression sank. He started to look vicious. He was initially thinking of going easy on the woman, since she was his type. However, it turned out he would have to make her feel pain so she would take back her pride. Soaring Wild Wave. Li Ling summoned a fierce tide to let loose the rage in his heart. His spirit grade seed amplified the rolling wave. It was an intermediate spell, yet its aura was greater than some advanced spells. Sound disturbance. Xiao Yu reacted swiftly. She plucked the air like there was an invisible string. The sound of the string did not spread. The crowd only heard a soft buzz, yet it was far from a harmonious chord in Li Ling's brain. It felt like his spiritual world was going to collapse under the piercing screech. The rolling waves began to dissipate after Li Ling lost control over them. He was unable to focus on controlling the water star pattern. He covered his ears, yet the noise kept echoing in his skull. He had no clue how to stop it. Swallow Blossom. Xiao Yu immediately cast an advanced plant spell. It was a dark red flower resembling a morning glory instead of the usual demon tree hand. The huge flower grabbed Li Ling's leg and swallowed him before he could react. Li Ling was drowned in a corrosive liquid inside the walls of the flower. The man was in incredible pain, yet was unable to scream for help. It felt like he had fallen into a deep swamp from which there was no escape. Stop it! Li Hongmei from the Dali clan yelled furiously in a panic. Xiao Yu did not stop her attack. She was purposely controlling the damage output of the plant to teach the arrogant man a lesson. However, Li Hongmei was infuriated. She turned into a black shadow and suddenly showed up behind Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu immediately cast a rampart to protect herself after sensing the danger from behind. To everyone's surprise, Li Ling's mother, Li Hongmei, furiously used her magic to summon a stone pillar, ramming it into Xiao Yu's back. The stone pillar was incredibly powerful. It broke Xiao Yu's rampart into pieces and knocked her flying. She spat out some blood after taking the hit. How shameless! Mu Ningxue was infuriated. These people of a renowned clan were showing no respect to the people of Fanxue Mountain. It was meant to be a duel, so the participants were clearly not in any danger, yet Li Hongmei still intervened and even hurt Xiao Yu. Mu Ningxue could no longer stand the detestable woman. The temperature began to drop rapidly as countless ice crystals in the shape of cones appeared around her. She fired the ice spikes at Li Hongmei with a wave. Mu Ningxue, are you trying to break the rules? Elder Lin Ziyi snapped. His psychic impact surged forward like a wave, nullifying Mu Ningxue's magic. Mu Ningxue did not force it. She stared at Lin Ziyi coldly. Very well, you didn't stop Li Hongmei when she hurt my friend, but you're stopping me when I'm trying to get even with her. Mu Ningxue realized that the meeting had been purposely held just to pick on Fanxue Mountain. Li Hongmei was just worried about her son, yet you are breaking the rules since you're trying to provoke her. Lin Ziyi said. Li Hongmei had freed Li Ling from the swallow blossom. Li Ling was drenched wet in the sticky stuff. His hair and clothes were ragged. He looked completely different from his previous imposing appearance. Some among the crowd even chuckled after seeing his miserable state. Li Ling trembled in anger. He never thought he would be defeated by a woman so easily. Are you all right? Mum will teach her a lesson for you. Li Hongmei said. Xiao Yu was only minorly injured. She rose to her feet and wiped off the blood by her lips. She giggled and said, "So you're only a kid who still needs his mother's protection." No wonder you're acting so tough even when you're so useless. Li Ling was enraged as soon as he heard the words. He knocked Li Hongmei's hand away and snapped, "Again, I was only taken by surprise by your sound element. You will be no match for me even after 1,000 attempts." Xiao Yu retorted disdainfully. Chapter 13-18. The Battle on Gulangyu. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Ardent. Xiao Yu glanced at Li Hongmei coldly and said, "I, Xiao Yu, will be sure to remember your dirty move today. Dali clan, humph, just a bunch of lackeys." The people of the Dali clan were displeased by the words. They disliked it when people humiliated them by calling them lackeys. After all, it was true that they had always worked for the Mu clan and followed their orders blindly. Xiao Yu returned to Mu Ningxue's side. She shook her head when Mu Ningxue asked if she was hurt. "I finally understand why you have chosen to leave the clan and establish your own. It's a disgrace to your talents to leave the world in the hands of these pricks." "I'm sorry that you're involved in this," Mu Ningxue said. "Don't worry about me, I'm actually looking forward to joining you now," Xiao Yu declared. Mu Ningxue asked someone to bring Xiao Yu to rest. It was meaningless for them to stay any further at the meeting that was held to insult them. The rest of the people burst out laughing when Mu Ningxue and her people left. When the people of Fanxue Mountain left, Nanrong Shi of the Nanrong clan was the first to speak. He looked at Lin Zi, who was in charge of the meeting, and said, "Elder, you've been a great help to us. A little clan like them doesn't really bother me. I believe they won't be attending the rest of the meeting for the next few days," Lin Zi said. "We are all reputable, renowned clans. Isn't it a little inappropriate to be picking on a clan that was only established recently?" Bai Luan of the Bai clan said. "What's the problem? Is the Bai clan trying to speak on their behalf?" "Forget it, it's only a sigh, forget it," Bai Luan shook his head helplessly. Li Ling glared at Xiao Yu as she left. She clenched her fists in frustration and said, "Damn it, that won't be the end of it." The group from Fanxue Mountain was staying on Gulangyu. There were a few more meetings still, but Mu Ningxue was wondering if there was any reason for them to stay after what happened today. But to leave just like this? To surrender their rights so easily? Mu Ningxue was not willing to give up. If they left, they would be doing exactly what those pricks wanted. Mu Ningxue followed the path along the edge of the island. She looked at the blossoming flowers swaying in the wind, and at the waves rolling on the ocean. She was able to calm her thoughts. It was indeed a terrible meeting. Fanxue Mountain was facing a lot of difficulties in almost every area. She could easily tell that the people of the Mu clan were pulling the strings behind the scenes. That being said, Gulangyu was indeed a unique place, suitable for a retreat from the turmoil of the world. Separated by the sea, the modernity and impetuosity of the skyscrapers on the other side served as a great contrast to the lovely island covered in flowers, as if spring was the only season here. It did not feel too lonely, yet it could set one free from the worries of living in the city. Mu Ningxue sat down on a boulder by the sea. Her hair was drifting in the wind. She recalled the events that took place on the bridge in Venice. The things that happened today were nothing compared to the despair she felt back then. She was prepared to face all the challenges the day she decided to take this path. "You're enjoying yourself, aren't you? You are now a strong advanced mage, and you even managed to establish your own clan, but don't you forget that you were just a nobody 10 years ago," an eerie voice said. Mu Ningxue did not even need to turn around to know who the person was. The man was seriously like a ghost haunting her. Mu Ningxue ignored him. If he tried to start a fight here, she would make him pay too. "Hand over the pieces of the ice crystal bow. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave here in one piece." Pan Shi snapped, his face contorted in anger. He was wearing a black robe, the outfit of a disciplinary mage. How could Pan Shi not be angry? He was an authority of the Mu clan, responsible for choosing suitable vessels to inherit the ice crystal bow. If someone managed to gain full control of the ice crystal bow, the whole Mu clan would have to submit to him. The country would not dare to provoke them, and they would even gain a certain standing in the world. Pan Shi never thought the Mu Ningxue he had brought up would take away the thing he treated as his precious. She had even established her own clan. Would the Mu clan let Mu Ningxue get away with the ice crystal bow, when she was surely going to use it against them in return? Pan Shi had been demoted by the head of the clan to a disciplinary mage, unless he was able to retrieve the ice crystal bow. If you dare draw half a star, I will make you vanish from this world, Mu Ningxue replied coldly. She had reached the 3rd tier of the advanced level. She would no longer overdraw her energy if she used the ice crystal bow. She could utilize the full strength of the ice crystal bow without damaging her soul. Mu Ningxue would not mind sending Pan Shi to his death if he dared to make a move, especially if he was trying to harm the people around her. Pan Shi had turned from the person pulling the strings behind the scene to a maniac who would do anything just to take the ice crystal bow back. You should know that I'm well prepared if I dare to show up. You won't be able to use the ice crystal bow this time. Pan Shi chuckled. Mu Ningxue, why can't you just give up and live peacefully like a cripple? There are many people who aren't mags, yet you have to act like you can't live if you aren't a mage. Nanrongshi slowly walked up to them. She could feel a strong hatred burning inside her every time she looked at Mu Ningxue. She did not believe that they were unable to take Mu Ningxue out this time. Pan Shi, I'm willing to help, as long as the mine of exquisite brown rocks on Beihuang Mountain, Nanrongshi said with a smile. Help me to get the pieces of the ice crystal bow back, and anything is possible. I've long found her an eyesore too. The Mu clan has granted her a noble status and as many resources as she needed, yet she turned her back on the Mu clan after earning a spot on the national team. Even a dog is more grateful than her. Li Hongmei walked out from the trees behind. Her face was filled with disgust and disdain toward Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue looked at them. She was not too surprised to find herself in the current situation. She calmly stood up. Her ice magic began to spread from the boulder she was standing on. The water droplets splashing in the air turned into ice crystals and fell onto the sea that had frozen just a second ago, producing crisp clinks. The ice continued to spread. The breaker on the sand, the waves pushing the ones in front, and the tide in the distance all came to a stop. The pebbles on the path, the blossoming flowers, and the trees were soon covered in a layer of frost. Don't underestimate her. It's her innate talent, Nirvana Ice Domain. Her ice magic will grow stronger the longer the fight goes on. We should end it as quickly as possible, Nanrong Ni, who was extremely familiar with Mu Ningxue's capabilities, reminded the others. Mu Ningxue's domain was domineering. Nanrong Shi, Li Hongmei, and Pan Shi were all advanced mags with domains, yet their domains were greatly suppressed by Mu Ningxue's Nirvana Ice Domain. Pan Shi was enraged when he saw Mu Ningxue's dominating aura. Mu Ningxue's strength had improved significantly. She was a lot stronger than she was at Venice, and the only way she could improve so much in such a short time was through the pieces of ice crystal bow. Each piece that she awakened would grant her the energy provided by the souls of those who used to bear the crystals. Pan Shi had prepared so many bearers and brutally turned them into cripples just so he could reap the rewards one day, yet it ended up benefiting Mu Ningxue instead. Humph, an ungrateful B****** ch like her thinks she stands a chance because of her innate talent. Li Hongmei was not treating Mu Ningxue seriously. A representative of the national team? Each of them was an authority of the renowned clan they were representing. There was no way a fresh graduate could pose any threat to them. Li Hongmei even thought it was excessive for Pan Shi to ask her and Nanrong Shi for help. It would be easier to take her down if Dong Fangju was here. Too bad the guy wasn't willing to help. Enough talk, let's take her down. By the way, it's against the rules to be fighting here. The Donghai Magic Association won't turn a blind eye to it. Li Hongmei, are you sure you've made the necessary arrangements? Don't worry, Lin Zi is one of us. The group of three immediately unleashed their domains to resist Mu Ningxue's Nirvana Ice Domain. Li Hongmei had the Flying Rock Domain. As she gathered her focus, the reef scattered alongside the beach began to tremble. With a grunt from her, the reefs broke into pieces and floated in the air. The rocks were able to take any form under Li Hongmei's control. Her control of the Earth element had obviously surpassed the restrictions of the star orbits, star patterns, and star constellations. She was able to control the Earth magic as she pleased. Only the most experienced advanced mags could achieve such an astounding feat, and there was an important prerequisite to achieving it: the person must have a domain. A domain was able to condense its element. Only then will a mage be able to show their control of the element. The rocks combined into a giant serpent in the air. It flung its tail forward with great might. Its power had already surpassed that of the advanced spell, Eyes of the Rock Demon. You've only briefly touched upon the ultimate of magic. It's time to show you what real magic is, Li Hongmei said disdainfully. The rock serpent's tail contained such force that the whole beach was quivering. Bang! With a huge blast, a great fissure split the frozen ground and continued to spread across the frozen sea. The layers of ice began to crack rapidly. Mu Ningxue rode a gust of wind and dodged the rock serpent's tail. She landed steadily on an ice floe, like an agile crane. Chapter 1319. Posthaste Backup, Ardent Star. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Skyreach Sea Pillar. An expert of the water magic had combined the rolling wave and water curtain into a water pillar rising into the sky. The pillar had a diameter of over 100 meters. It looked like a skyscraper built on the surface of the ocean. The weight of the pillar could easily break someone's bones, not to mention the damage inflicted on the target when it fell from a great height. The force would completely remove the target's control over its body. The impact when crashing to the surface of the sea would most likely shatter every single bone inside a person's body. Nanrongshi had cast his water spell at the perfect time. Mu Ningxue happened to be right in the middle of the pillar. There was no way she could move 50 meters away within less than a second to dodge the attack. The only way Mu Ningxue could dodge it was with blink. Even the wind element was unable to make her fast enough to dodge the attack. Brother is impressive as usual. Nanrong Ni stood beside Nanrongshi with a pleased look. Don't worry, I will not go easy on the woman who makes you feel uncomfortable. Nanrongshi grinned. It felt like he did not have much trouble casting the powerful spell. The water surged widely at a shocking pace. Mu Ningxue initially tried to escape from the area of the spell with her wind wings, but she was forced to wrap the wings around her to protect herself. She was devoured by the pillar and knocked high up into the air. She could feel the strong impact even under the protection of her 6 wings. The pillar rose and fell rapidly. Mu Ningxue's head was spinning a little as she had failed to set up her defense as she was falling. Meanwhile, Pan Shi, who hated Mu Ningxue to his guts, cast a curse spell when he saw Mu Ningxue briefly losing consciousness as she was falling, leaving a cursed execution ground on the spot where Mu Ningxue was falling into. The black cursed execution ground materialized on the surface of the sea. The brutal devil serving as the executioner would tear Mu Ningxue's soul into pieces as soon as she landed in it. Pan Shi could only vent his hatred by making Mu Ningxue suffer greatly. Mu Ningxue regained her consciousness not long after she started falling. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the cursed execution ground brimming with evil and hatred below her. She bit her lips to get rid of the dizziness. The pain helped Mu Ningxue concentrate. She spread her remaining 2 wings, already drenched, and hurled the water droplets on them in all directions. Mu Ningxue decelerated as her wings fully extended. She came to a stop less than 10 meters above the cursed execution ground. Mu Ningxue could imagine the torture she would experience if she was caught in the cursed execution ground. Mu Ningxue swayed while flying in the air. She was trying hard to speed herself up. If she was unable to travel more than 50 meters in a second, the terrifying sea pillar would inflict serious damage on her again. Mu Ningxue tried to use the ice crystal bow, but there seemed to be something restraining her power. The ice crystal bow remained inactive no matter how hard she was summoning it. It was obvious that Pan Shi had found a way to suppress the ice crystal bow. As a matter of fact, Mu Ningxue already knew Pan Shi must have found a way to handle the ice crystal bow once he dared to show up. Otherwise, he would only be asking for his death. The sea pillar sprang up once again. It barely caught Mu Ningxue at the edge. She could vaguely feel the force that was able to crush her bones. Luckily, she had managed to dodge it for now. There was an indication every time the sea pillar was about to rise. The water within a diameter of 100 meters would vibrate visibly. It looked like a giant white circle when looking down from a certain height. However, its speed and area were insane. Most of the time, it was too late for anyone to react and dodge the attack even if they noticed the white circle beforehand. Most importantly, Li Hongmei kept setting up barricades with rocks to limit the space Mu Ningxue had. It was applying great pressure to her. "Where do you think you are running to?" Li Hongmei grinned. She formed a thick wall with rock, blocking the direction Mu Ningxue was moving to. A giant white circle had appeared on the surface of the ocean below Mu Ningxue. She was planning to make her way to the shore, but unfortunately, Li Hongmei was able to read her mind. It was too late to dodge in a different direction now. Mu Ningxue could already see the pillar rising with a deafening noise. Instant freeze. Mu Ningxue's eyes reflected a brilliant star constellation, unleashing a formidable freezing energy at the giant water pillar rising below her. It was extremely difficult to freeze a rapid-moving target, but it was still possible if the freezing energy was strong enough. The pillar froze from the center. The ice spread rapidly across it. The 100-meter-wide pillar suddenly stopped when it was 3 meters away from Mu Ningxue. Its crystalline surface was glittering under the sunlight. The whole pillar had turned into a jagged-edged ice structure within a few seconds. Mu Ningxue let out a relieved sigh. It was her first time trying to freeze a strong tide in the limited time she had. After all, she was not under any protection. If she failed, or if she doubted herself, she would end up with all her bones broken. She froze it. Nanrongshi gaped at the ice pillar in astonishment. How incredible was the control of an ice mage who could freeze such a powerful water spell in such a short time. It's nothing to worry about. Let's take her out together. Pan Shi swore viciously. Mu Ningxue's cultivation had improved too quickly. She was nowhere strong enough to face Pan Shi in Venice. The difference between their strength was too huge, even though they were both advanced mags. But now, she was still able to handle herself when being attacked by the three of them. How long had it been? At this rate, Pan Shi would never be able to redeem himself. She might even leave him far behind. I must take her out at all costs. Similarly, Nanrong Ni was feeling uneasy after seeing Mu Ningxue's outstanding capabilities. If she faced Mu Ningxue on her own, she would not last even 5 rounds. The distance between their strength was making Nanrong Ni feel uncomfortable. She was even starting to feel scared. How was Mu Ningxue able to improve so quickly? Absolute petrify. Pan Shi's eyes emitted a strange light. A petrifying energy spread subtly into the surroundings. Petrifying was similar to freezing, but the former was a lot deadlier. When the blood and organs of a person were petrified, the person was more or less dead. Absolute petrify was one of Pan Shi's trump cards. He had no intention of sparing Mu Ningxue's life. Mu Ningxue was busy handling Li Hongmei and Nanrong Shi. She was unaware of the unusual spell that Pan Shi had cast. When she finally sensed the danger approaching, her legs had already stiffened and become exceedingly heavy. She lowered her head and was shocked to see that her legs below her knees had hardened like rocks. It felt like half a boulder was tied to her. She began to fall, her wings unable to support the weight of her petrified body. Mu Ningxue used her ice magic to stop the petrify from spreading any further, yet it also meant she could no longer dodge the next wave of attacks. Humph, it took us quite an effort. Li Hongmei said. They were the experts in their respective clans. They thought they could easily take Mu Ningxue out with just a few moves, yet the fight was longer than they had expected. It had even resulted in a great uproar among the people on the nearby cruises. I'll do it. Nanrong Ni was only willing to make her move after Mu Ningxue was completely restrained. She had prepared lots of deadly seaweed under the water while the others were busy fighting Mu Ningxue. The seaweed appeared above the surface and sprang at Mu Ningxue with a deadly poison. The seaweeds bound Mu Ningxue's hands firmly, with one containing a deadly poison reaching for Mu Ningxue's throat. Nanrongshi was quite shocked after seeing it. Was his sister trying to take Mu Ningxue's life? They would surely be held responsible for her death if she actually did so. The people on the cruise ships burst into an uproar. The ordinary civilians stood far away, as they were afraid of the blasts of the spells. The Mage stood along the shore while watching the spectacular battle on Gulangyu. It had obviously surpassed the level of normal duels. It would surely attract the attention of the local magic association and the government. Isn't that Mu Ningxue a representative of the national team? No way, are they trying to murder her? Who are those people? It looks like a few renowned clans have teamed up against her. These renowned clans are insane. Not only are they fighting in broad daylight, they dare to attack a representative of the national team who earned glory for the country. As the people were discussing, a streak of fire flashed across the gap between two steel glass buildings like a blazing meteorite. It flew past the cruise ships and went right at the island. The flames had dyed the sky above the streets blazing red. The people were only able to see the thing clearly as it approached Gulangyu. It was a meteorite with a diameter of over 200 meters. It felt like it was going to sink the tiny island if it collided with it. People started screaming upon seeing it. I think I saw someone in the flames. How is that possible? A meteorite of that size. I'm being serious, there's someone standing on top of the meteorite, someone engulfed in flames. Chapter 1320. 9 Palace, Fiery Serpent Dragons. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The meteorite descended from the sky and exploded between Pan Shi, Li Hongmei, and Nanrong Shi. The flames sprang forward and instantly knocked them flying. A scorching heat swept at them. The three immediately activated their defensive equipment and could barely resist the overwhelming heat. A human figure gradually appeared from the flames. He was engulfed in two different kinds of flames. One was bright red like the sky when the sun was setting, the other was dark brown with a deadly aura. Previously, the aura of the Calamity Fire was a little weaker than the Ardent Sunset. However, once Little Flame Belle successfully reached the adolescent phase, she was able to grant Mo Fan a stronger and purer Calamity Fire that originated from the North Burning Valley. The brilliance of the two flames set off Mo Fan's burning appearance. The others felt like suffocating when faced with the overwhelming aura of the flames. You piece of shit, I'll do you a favor so you can be reincarnated if you're so tired of living already. Mo Fan was utterly enraged. The flames kept spreading into his surroundings like waves. He glared at the foursome of Pan Shi, Nanrong Shi, Li Hongmei, and Nanrong Ni. They subconsciously took a few steps back after seeing his burning eyes. What the heck is this thing? Li Hongmei exclaimed, looking at Mo Fan. She was trying her best to remain calm. It's Mo Fan. Don't worry, he is no match for you all. Nanrong Ni naturally recognized Mo Fan right away. Mo Fan was able to abuse the special ability to engulf himself in flames after being possessed by his elemental creature to come in first in the World College Tournament. However, he still stood no chance against powerful mags of renowned clans like Pan Shi, Nanrong Shi, and Li Hongmei. They were easily some of the strongest mags of the advanced level. Humph, I was wondering who it was. It's the kid who was able to make a name for himself with mere luck. Li Hongmei did not treat Mo Fan too seriously. In terms of cultivation, the three of them were clearly a lot stronger than a kid who was only in his 20s. Being the strongest in the World College Tournament did not make Mo Fan unbeatable. He was only deemed the strongest among the younger generation, but they were mentors of the younger generations. I'll take him on, Li Hongmei said, signaling the other two to take care of Mu Ningxue as quickly as possible. A huge crowd had gathered along the shore. Even though they had colluded with Lin Zi of the Donghai Magic Association to take care of the press, it was impossible to hide the truth if they kept attracting such attention. Li Hongmei had summoned a few boulders and set them up like stairs. As she walked up the stairs, she gathered more rocks to form a circle around Mo Fan. The rocks gradually shrank inward. The rocks were spinning quicker as their momentum increased. They kept following Mo Fan regardless of the direction he was moving in. It greatly restricted his movements. "Stop trying to seek the limelight, your luck won't always be good throughout your life," Li Hongmei mocked sharply. "An old woman like you shouldn't be seeking publicity here either. Your saggy tits have already reached the fat on your stomach. It's disgusting to look at." Mo Fan cursed her back. Li Hongmei felt herself burning after hearing the words. How was she even close to being an old woman? Many people kept saying that she looked like she was only in her 30s. She almost lost her mind, especially when she heard the second half of the retort. "I'm going to rip your mouth off." Li Hongmei screeched at him. Li Hongmei was about to apply pressure to Mo Fan with her presence, but the space before her trembled suddenly. She reacted as soon as she saw the silver flash of space magic. It was Blink, the advanced spell of the space element. She quickly backed away. As she thought, the flaming Mo Fan suddenly showed up at the spot she was in previously. His burning aura even blossomed like a fiery lotus and swept forward in the air. "Such a petty little trick," Li Hongmei sneered. Suddenly, a huge burning fist appeared right in front of Li Hongmei. The fist continued to grow, reaching a size that Li Hongmei had no chance of dodging it. It felt like a giant burning mountain was flying at her. Li Hongmei quickly stacked up layers of rocks in front of her to defend her, yet the fist shattered them to pieces. The burning fist rammed through every layer of defense that Li Hongmei set up. She finally realized that the young man was not as simple as they had all imagined. Li Hongmei spat out a mouthful of blood as she was devoured by the flames. She went flying for quite a distance before slamming into the ocean. Even the water of the ocean was unable to put out Mo Fan's flames easily. The flames continued to burn Li Hongmei after she fell into the water, leaving her in intolerable pain. Meanwhile, Nanrongshi and Panshi had used their strongest moves to put an end to the battle as soon as possible. Mu Ningxue would have lost if it wasn't for her outstanding strength. Mo Fan glared at Panshi after he was done with Li Hongmei. Mo Fan failed to show up when Mu Ningxue needed him the most at Venice, allowing Panshi to get his way. It almost destroyed the relationship that he had spent so much effort building with Mu Ningxue. Therefore, there was no way Mo Fan would let Panshi go this time. "Piss off if you don't want to die." Mo Fan cast Blink and showed up in front of Nanrongshi. "Who do you even think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Nanrongshi had the typical demeanor of a member of royalty. His whole person was brimming with pride. "You better remember who I am from today onward. I'm the one who's going to beat you into a cripple." Mo Fan unleashed his flames. The two fire domains spread across the place. The water below him started to boil from the heat he was emitting. Nanrongshi also had a domain. Water was his primary element. Since water was effective against fire, Nanrongshi did not think Mo Fan was much of a threat. However, he was panicking as soon as Mo Fan unleashed his domains. The water was evaporating. Mo Fan's formidable fire magic had asserted dominance over the area. As a result, Nanrong Ni's water spells were significantly weakened. 9 Palace, Fiery Serpent Dragons. The fire magic had reached its threshold. Mo Fan threw his fist into the air. 9 enormous serpent-like dragons sprang into the sky out of the boiling water. The moment they soared into the sky in the pattern of the 9 Palace, the island trembled from their power, while the ocean trembled. Both the aura and the strength of the spell were utterly shocking. Chapter 1321. One more word and you hell'll lose your leg. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Nanrongshi was extremely shocked. He had used all his energy to form a water barrier and cast a water curtain, yet they were completely useless against Mo Fan's 9 Palace, Fiery Serpent Dragons. Circles of flame spread across the ocean. Their brilliance dyed the whole sky blazing red. The people that were watching the battle were terrified. The whole place was soon in chaos. Each of the dragons was gigantic. The area of each dragon had exceeded the expectations of most Maugs. Nanrongshi was right in the middle of the fiery dragons, and suffered greatly from the scorching heat. He had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. He barely made it to Gulangyu under the protection of a few layers of water curtains. The beach was already being devoured by the flames, and they had almost spread to the woods. Nanrongshi stood behind the flames, his face covered in soot. He glared at his sister Nanrong-ni and said, "Did you really tell us not to worry about him? Look at how strong his fire element is." Nanrong-ni could not believe it, either. Mo Fan was not able to cast such a terrifying fire spell, even when he was possessed by Little Flame Belle during the World College Tournament. The formidable aura of the fiery dragons was incredibly close to that of a super spell. There was no way they stood a chance against it. Nanrongshi looked at the people of the other renowned clans that had gathered along the shore on Gulangyu. He already knew that what they were doing had crossed the line. It was unlikely they could get it done now that Mo Fan had shown up. "Panshi, you are on your own." Nanrongshi decisively chose to withdraw from the fight. He did not want to damage the Nanrong clan's reputation just for helping Panshi. They would end up as a laughing stock if the others knew they had failed to take out a single representative of the national team. Panshi clenched his teeth. He was moments away from defeating Mu Ningxue and claiming the Ice Crystal Bow, yet Mo Fan just had to show up out of nowhere. Most importantly, Mo Fan's strength had improved at an insane rate too. Even advanced mags like Li Hongmei and Nanrongshi had lost to him. The strong heat waves were already surging for Panshi. He had failed to take Mu Ningxue out in time. The injuries that he had inflicted on her were not serious enough. Panshi was filled with great remorse. He used to be able to kill Mu Ningxue easily, but he had failed to defeat her after so long. He doubted he would stand a chance against her if he was fighting her alone. If he failed now, he would never be able to retrieve the Ice Crystal Bow. Panshi was unwilling to admit defeat. Whenever he recalled how the woman had taken everything from him, a strong anger would rise inside him. His eyes were brimming with murderous intent as he glared at Mu Ningxue. If he was unable to take it back, he would not allow the woman to have it either. He would destroy her once and for all. Mu Ningxue was already injured from the effects of the curse element. The torturer spell was preventing her from concentrating. Her movements were a lot slower. Panshi went up to Mu Ningxue and directly triggered the sinister spider trap. The deadly red silks of the spider web tangled Mu Ningxue up and started drawing the energy of her soul away. Mo Fan recognized the sinister spider trap right away. He felt like his chest was about to erupt like a volcano when he saw Panshi using it against Mu Ningxue. "You're asking for it." Mo Fan's voice turned icy. Mo Fan treated everything about Mu Ningxue preciously. He would not forgive Panshi if he dared to touch a single strand of Mu Ningxue's hair, let alone damage her soul, which would influence her lifespan. Wrath of the Flame Belle. A blazing red line swept across the sky like a trail of blood and erupted into flames. The flames did not spread out like the ones that had set the ocean on fire. They started pouring down like a waterfall at Mo Fan's enraged roar. The flames in the sky took the shape of a long river. As they were falling from the sky, their waves filled the space above Gulangyu, painting the sea and the tall buildings of the city red. As the flames poured down, it felt like the god of flames in heaven had kicked his furnace over to burn the mundane world into ashes. The formidable flames surged at Panshi, who was channeling his curse spell. Panshi lifted his gaze and saw Mo Fan's bloodshot eyes and the burning funeral being held specifically for him, made up of scorching lava, raging flames, and fiery whirlpools. Panshi was trying to take Mu Ningxue's life, meaning that he did not have a chance to set up a defense. When Mo Fan dove at him like a great fire descending from the sky, he finally realized he was the one that was about to die, instead of Mu Ningxue. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He had not believed Mo Fan possessed such extraordinary strength, nor had he believed Mo Fan would dare kill him in a place like this. However, when the lava burned through Panshi's skin and poured into his body, eating his blood and destroying his organs, he finally realized amid his agony that Mo Fan was a reckless maniac. Mo Fan was not actually a maniac, but if anyone dared to harm Mu Ningxue, he would become scarier than a maniac that anyone could possibly imagine. Mo Fan had killed the man mercilessly even under the eyes of thousands of people on the cruise ships and the members of the renowned clans along the shore watching him. Mo Fan was more than willing to crush the soul of any scum who was trying to take away Mu Ningxue's soul. The burning waterfall continued to pour down and set a huge chunk of the sea on fire. The fire only died out after burning for a long time. Pan Shi had received the flames all by himself. Not even the ashes of his body were left, let alone his remains. Nanrong Shi and Li Hongmei shuddered upon seeing this. They were starting to feel a little scared. However, it seemed like Mo Fan had no intention of letting it go so easily. He rode the flames and approached Nanrong Shi and Li Hongmei with a fierce glare. What do you want?" Li Hongmei was terrified. Nanrong Ni was scared, too. Both Shi and Nanrong Shi kept backing away. Nanrong Ni was familiar with Mo Fan's temper. The man was reckless enough to do anything when he lost his temper. He would disregard all the rules and laws. "How dare you start a fight and murder a mage brutally in the territory of the Donghai Magic Association? You have committed an unforgivable crime." An old mage came from the distance. Nanrong Shi and Li Hongmei let out a relieved sigh when they saw the person. It was Elder Lin Zi of the Donghai Magic Association. He had shown up just in time. Lin Zi was a super mage. No matter how strong Mo Fan was as an advanced mage, there was no way he would stand a chance against a super mage. Mo Fan had indeed killed someone in front of so many people. Lin Zi could use it as an excuse to arrest Mo Fan. There was no escape for him. "Screw you, as an elder of the Magic Association, you didn't even show up when they were trying to kill her, and now you have come to utter all this nonsense," Mo Fan cursed Elder Lin Zi right away. "I was busy with some research in a hidden chamber, so I couldn't hear anything. However, I happened to see you committing a murder when I came out. You better surrender, and I'll give you my word that you won't suffer much," Elder Lin Zi replied sternly. Mu Ningxue's eyes were brimming with rage after hearing Elder Lin Zi's words. Gulangyu was where the headquarters of the Donghai Magic Association was located. It was meant to have the highest security, yet apart from the fact that not a single patrolling team had shown up even though the fight had been going on for so long, the fight did not trigger any magic formation protecting the island either. Many mags on the shore across the harbor had seen the battle. Even the city mags had gathered, but they had no right to intervene with the fight since it was taking place on the territory of the Donghai Magic Association. If Li Hongmei, Pan Shi, and Nanrong Shi did not obtain permission from Lin Zi, how would they even have a chance to kill someone here? Mu Ningxue would not have ended up in such a pinch, either. It was obvious that the invitation from the Donghai Magic Association was just a cover for the murderous plot against her. This Elder Lin Zi was absolutely detestable. Mo Fan had no idea what Mu Ningxue had been through, but he could easily tell that Elder Lin Zi was on Pan Shi's side. He was amused when the old man was trying to falsely accuse him in a righteous manner. "Bowler?" Mo Fan had no intention of wasting his time any further. "I'm here," the vampire who only just arrived came up to Mo Fan. His black coat had basically concealed his appearance, revealing only a pair of red leather shoes and a pale face. "Beat the crap out of this old prick, make sure he loses all his teeth." "Leaving him half dead will do," Mo Fan said. "Acknowledged." Bowler knew he had failed to fulfill his obligations, as he had failed to protect Mu Ningxue. He was well aware of how angry Mo Fan was. The only way Bowler could help Mo Fan cool his temper was by beating the crap out of the abusive Elder Lin Zi. "You're unbelievable, you are going to pay for what you've done," Elder Lin Zi was infuriated. How could he allow an imbecile to act arrogantly in the territory of the Donghai Magic Association? "One more word, and you're going to lose your leg," Mo Fan retorted. "Hee, not a problem," Bowler sneered eerily. Elder Lin Zi was a super mage, and he had his own pride. He was treating Mo Fan's threats with disdain. A mere representative of the national team dared threaten him? Elder Lin Zi was about to subdue Mo Fan when a slight breeze swept past. The man in a black coat had suddenly shown up behind him. He began to break out in a cold sweat as a great chill ran down his spine after he sensed the dangerous breath on his neck. Chapter 1322. Getting Even. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The area was devoured by complete darkness when the man flung out his coat. Elder Lindsay took a huge punch to the side of his face before he could even understand what was happening. The force of the punch was right on point. It was just enough to knock some teeth loose from the old man without inflicting serious injuries on him. Two of Elder Lindsay's teeth flew out of his mouth. Lindsay was utterly infuriated. His aura skyrocketed, but his magic was weakened by at least 30% inside the darkness unleashed by Bowler's unique mantle. He was struggling to locate Bowler in the darkness. He kept firing his spells recklessly in all directions, yet was only exposing his own location. Bowler was taking his time. He was like a patient hunter observing some prey that was behaving wildly inside his trap after losing its sight. He would strike when the prey was finally worn out. The vampire kicked Elder Lindsay right in the face with his exquisite red shoes. The kick broke Elder Lindsay's nose and knocked 3 more teeth out. His nose and mouth were covered in blood. Bowler's style was perfect against an opponent like Lindsay, who was a destructive mage. His outstanding offensive abilities were completely useless against Bowler in the darkness. Instead, he was being played like a fiddle. Bowler continued to knock out Elder Lindsay's teeth. The old man felt greatly humiliated. He now had the urge to take Bowler down with him. Bowler was not in a rush. His master had instructed him to break the old man's leg, too. He was waiting for the man to break down mentally so he could strike at the perfect time and break his leg. The old man had the typical look of a lackey who only knew to fawn upon the renowned clans. He had clearly abused his powers to pick on people. It definitely served him right. The people of the renowned clans and the Magic Association began to panic when they saw Bowler beating the crap out of Elder Lindsay. No one dared to intervene when an elder of the Donghai Magic Association was being badly beaten up. Were they going to keep beating him until he was dead? Visit our comic site read.live. Mo fan, forget it, Mooningshue said. It was unnecessary to complicate the situation any further. Panshi deserved to die, but if they ended up killing an elder of the Magic Association too, even a councilman would not be able to speak on Mo fan's behalf. Elder Lindsay completely lost his imposing demeanor after the beating. Bowler dragged the old man over to Mo fan like a badly beaten dog. The rest of the renowned clans that were neutral were relieved that they did not listen to the enticement from Panshi and the representatives of the Nanrong and Dali clans to team up against Mooningshue. Otherwise, they would have ended up in a similar spot too. Wasn't the person beside Mo fan a little too strong to be real? It did not take him much effort to beat a super mage up. Why aren't you talking now? Hurry up and accuse me of something. Weren't you acting high and mighty before just because you are an elder? Mo fan grinned like a devil. Anyone that offended him must bear the consequences. The other renowned clans finally witnessed how arrogant Mo fan was, daring to beat up anyone that he was displeased with, but he did have the strength to do so. Are you Mo fan of the national team? A middle-aged man whose long hair was tied up in a bun had shown up. He was wearing the same outfit as Lindsay, with brightly colored magic patterns. Who is it this time? Are you trying to help this old jerk? I don't mind beating you up too. Mo fan snarled mercilessly. Young man, you should really control your temper. You've killed someone, after all. Even if you had a valid reason to do so, you still have to explain the situation to us and let us hear from the victim. We'll leave it in the hands of the enforcement union. If you keep doing it your way, it's only going to make things worse, the middle-aged man said. You're right, but they were the ones that attacked first. I was only trying to defend myself, Mo fan replied. Then you should let Lindsay go so he can get treated. I'll make sure justice is served here, the middle-aged man declared. Someone who's in charge finally showed up. I thought this idiot was in charge of the Donghai Magic Association, since he could do whatever he wanted and accuse whoever he pleased. His acting so shamelessly despite his age, I had no choice but to beat some sense into him. I'm a role model for the younger generation of our country. Do you seriously think I like hurting people and settling disputes with violence? These people force me to do it. Mo Fan exclaimed. Elder Kang was left speechless after hearing Mo Fan's explanation. Even though Li Hongmei, Nanrongshi, and Pan Shi were the ones to attack first, Mo Fan did kill Pan Shi and injure Li Hongmei and Nanrongshi. Even Elder Lin Zi was beaten beyond recognition for siding with them. He had heard of the special character that the strongest participant in the World College Tournament possessed. It turned out that the rumors were true. His violent temper of insisting on getting even with people harboring malicious intentions toward him was even more shocking than the rumors had mentioned. Elder Kang quickly went over and helped Lin Zi stand properly after Mo Fan let him go. Great Elder Kang, you can't let him go so easily. All men are equal in the eyes of the law. Even if he won the World College Tournament, he had just committed murder. We must punish him for it. Otherwise, no one is going to treat our magic association seriously. The people are going to look down at us. Elder Lin Zi was badly beaten, yet it did not mean he had gotten over it. Mo Fan regretted not asking Bowler to break Lin Zi's third leg too after hearing the accusation. I've already learned what happened from someone else. He clearly stated that it was Pan Shi who was trying to kill Mi Ningxue with his curse magic first. Elder Lin, aren't you being stubborn and arrogant to simply accuse him of murder without investigating the matter first? Besides, as the disciplinary elder of Gulangyu, why did it take you so long to intervene with the battle? I'm utterly disappointed by your failure to fulfill your obligations. Elder Kang said. Mo Fan nodded after hearing Elder Kang's scolding. It turned out that not everyone in a higher-level magic association was a fool like Lin Zi. There were still people that were reasonable and righteous. Mo Fan was not someone who would kill indiscriminately. He was willing to spare Pan Shi's life if he had not used his curse element. The curse element had always been a malicious element. It had been forbidden by the Magic Association for a long time until they found a way to control the damage it caused. It was eventually accepted by the Magic Association. However, there was one condition when using the curse element: its wielders were not allowed to use life-threatening curse spells on someone else. There were a few different kinds of curse spells. One was normally used to torture the target, and the other was used to endanger the target's life, based on the mage's control of the curse element. It was very easy to identify a life-threatening curse spell. Any spell that emitted a crimson-red light was a life-threatening curse spell. It was able to kill a person by draining the energy of their soul dry. Pan Shi was using a life-threatening curse spell. He was trying to take away her soul, instead of inflicting permanent damage. It would turn her into an empty shell, like Wang Xiaojun. A cruel spell like that was completely forbidden by the Magic Association. Many people had seen Pan Shi using the deadly curse spell, so Mo Fan was not worried that there were no witnesses to back him up. Since the man had crossed the line first, Mo Fan's actions were considered self-defense. Mo Fan was not worried about being accused of excessive self-defense. He had earned so much glory for the country by winning the World College Tournament. If he did not even have the right to kill someone who was using a forbidden spell, what was the point of him contributing so much to the country? It was not Mo Fan's first day stirring up troubles. He had caused a great scene at the Magic Association at the Bayou Mountain, yet nothing had happened to him. As such, there was no reason for him to be worried about something insignificant like this. He was not disregarding the law for no reason, but he could not care less about the law when someone was trying to bully him. He would only let it go after beating the crap out of the person. So here's Mo Fan, the one they referred to as the strongest participant in the World College Tournament. No wonder he's so impressive. I'm the same age as him, but I haven't even reached the intermediate level. What kind of ability was he using to engulf himself in flames? Not only was it cool to look at, it was ridiculously strong too. Didn't you see how he beat the crap out of the representatives of the renowned clans? The spectators on the cruise ships were discussing among themselves. Things were soon sorted out after Elder Kang took charge of the situation. Elder Lin Zi was clearly abusing his powers to side with some of the renowned clans and pick on Fanxue Mountain. When Mu Ningxue told Elder King everything that had happened, he immediately interrogated Nanrong Shi and Li Hongmei. Nanrong Shi and Li Hongmei denied it at first, but since Mu Ningxue was able to drag out the battle for so long, too many people had witnessed what had happened. Not every member of the Donghai Magic Association on Gulangyu had colluded with Elder Lin, either. Some of them gave their testimonies and brought up the footage of the surveillance cameras nearby to prove that Nanrong Shi and Li Hongmei had attacked Mu Ningxue first. I'm afraid you will have to leave Gulangyu with the members of your clan. You are no longer welcome by the Donghai Magic Association. Elder Kang's gaze turned cold as soon as he heard the testimonies and saw the footage. Nanrong Shi and Li Hongmei were stunned. They were only trying to teach the young girl a punishment, yet the Donghai Magic Association was asking them to leave as a punishment. What about the meetings? Li Hongmei said. From now onward, the Donghai Magic Association will no longer work with your clans. Respect goes both ways. You failed to treat the rules of the Donghai Magic Association seriously, thus the Donghai Magic Association will not treat you with respect either. We will reclaim the ore veins, mineral veins, and crystal veins that we are sharing with your clans. We'll be working with some other clans instead, Elder Kang declared. Chapter 1323. Extortion. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Elder Kang, please think twice about it. The profit that our Dali clan is bringing to the Donghai Magic Association is a lot higher than what a little clan like them can bring you. If you are rejecting us for their sake, it's going to be a loss for the Donghai Magic Association. Li Hongmei protested, pointing her finger at Elder Kang. Nanrong Shi remained silent, but his expression was clearly saying that they would be the ones suffering greater losses if the Donghai Magic Association was serious about ending the cooperation with their renowned clan. We can cooperate with smaller clans. We are willing to spend more time evaluating trustworthy partners. I thought as a renowned clan, as an honorable guest that our Donghai Magic Association had invited, you would place the well-being of your clan first before doing anything, and that you would strictly conform to the expected behavior of a mage and a disciple of a renowned clan, but it turns out that I was wrong. Whether it is a normal clan or a renowned clan, everyone that is invited here is a guest of the Donghai Magic Association, and it's our obligation to guarantee their safety. I would rather earn less and spend more time than see the Donghai Magic Association being corrupted and so despised by the people. Elder Kang proclaimed. The Donghai Magic Association was affiliated with the Asia Magic Association, so it could be regarded as an international organization. As a result, the members of the Donghai Magic Association had a sense of superiority. Even those working with them would feel superior to the others. It was clearly not a healthy thought. It would lead the Donghai Magic Association to destruction. Even if it was just an intern being picked on here in the territory of the Donghai Magic Association, it would bring great shame to our name, let alone Mu Ningxue, who has done our country a great deed as a representative of the national team. Elder Kang's words were exactly what the little clans had waited to hear. Unfairness had always been a great problem, especially for the members of the Donghai Magic Association, who usually acted high and mighty. They did not even show any respect to the Oriental Pearl Tower, even when it was the highest magic association in the country. The little clans could only remain silent and endure the mistreatment. Finally, an authoritative great elder was willing to step forward and speak on their behalf, condemning those that kept abusing their powers. How could they not agree with him? You're going to regret it. Li Hongmei flushed after hearing the support Elder Kang was receiving. She left quickly after uttering those words. Great Elder Kang, I'm indeed sorry for what I've done. I was misled by Pan Shi's one-sided statement. I thought Mu Ningxue was being ungrateful toward the Mu clan, thus I offered him my help. The Nanrong clan is willing to accept the punishment, but I hope Great Elder Kang could give us another chance. The Nanrong clan is willing to give Fanxue Mountain the Cliff of Ages to compensate them for their loss, Nanrong Shi said sincerely to Elder Kang. Brother, what are you doing? How could you? Nanrong Ni immediately shook her head in disapproval. The Cliff of Ages had always brought the Nanrong clan handsome profits. It had great potential, but Nanrong Shi had offered to give it to Mu Ningshue's Fanxue Mountain. Nanrong Ni felt like she was about to go mad. Silence. Nanrong Shi glared at Nanrong Ni. Are all the people of the Nanrong clan hypocrites? Mo Fan mocked them. Visit our comic site read.live. We are sincerely trying to make amends, Nanrong Shi said smoothly. Elder Kang was experienced with situations like these. He had not said those words to sever the relationship of the Magic Association to the renowned clans. He was just reminding the renowned clans to be mindful of their actions and stop disrespecting others. He looked at Mu Ningshui and said, the Donghai Magic Association is in the wrong, too. We can't change the rules that have been set, and the same goes for every decision we make. But if the person involved, Mu Ningshui of Fanxue Mountain, is willing to accept your apology, we are more than happy for you to settle the dispute that way. Giving someone you've just beaten up a candy, there's no way I'm going to. Mo Fan clearly did not accept the Nanrong clan's apology. He already decided to intercept Nanrong Ni and Nanrong Shi after they left Gulangyu and beat the crap out of them. Sure, we accept it. Fanxue Mountain will be taking the Cliff of Ages. Mu Ningshui quickly accepted their offer. Mu Ningshui had nodded before Mo Fan could finish his sentence. It left Mo Fan in quite an awkward spot. Shue, it's better to do it my way. Mo Fan whispered. Mu Ningshui shook her head and said, Fanxue Mountain needs the Cliff of Ages. Compared to your meaningless way of venting frustration, it's more valuable to claim the Cliff of Ages. But Mo Fan was still not pleased with the outcome. Don't worry, I'm still fine, right? Thanks to you, Mu Ningshui smiled at Mo Fan. Her alluring eyes were no longer as cold and expressionless to him. Their charm was 10 times stronger than usual, triggering an electricity spike that scorched Mo Fan's beating heart. Whatever my wife says. Mo Fan stopped advising against it. Mo Fan was a shameless man and purposely said the words out loud. One could easily imagine how terrible the people around were feeling after being fed such a huge sack of dog food. It's settled, then. The Dali clan will not be joining the rest of the meeting. They will not be invited to the annual meeting from today on. The Nanrong clan has misunderstood the situation and is willing to compensate for it. They no longer have any say in the resources this year, but they will still be our honorable guest next year, Elder Kang said. Hey, wait a second, old man, you've taken charge of the situation and placed the blame on them, but your Magic Association should be held responsible for it, too. You didn't bother to show up even when the island almost sank during the fight. The Nanrong clan is willing to compromise and apologize because they didn't want to give up on their relationship with you, but your Donghai Magic Association hasn't really done anything. You think you can get over it by just saying a few nice sentences to us? Mo Fan pressed angrily. Elder Kang was startled and groaned inwardly. How cunning, he managed to see through my trick. He had punished the Dali clan and forced the Nanrong clan to compromise and compensate them for the loss. It seemed like the Donghai Magic Association had been making amends on the surface, yet they had not really given up anything. Chasing the Dali clan away was not necessarily a loss for them. He had executed it perfectly, yet Mo Fan had to ruin all of it when he was about to dismiss the crowd. Shouldn't you be compensating us for our loss too? As the reputable Donghai Magic Association in charge of the cities along the coastline, as an international organization, I believe you will be giving us more than the Nanrong clan has given us, right? Well, Elder Kang found himself in an awkward position. His trick had worked every time before. He had managed to improve their reputation, rectify the name of the Donghai Magic Association, warn the renowned clans, and get rid of a foolish partner. How did his plan fail miserably all of a sudden? Mu Ningshui pinched Mo Fan's waist as he was trying to demand more benefits through extortion. She suddenly felt like it was such a waste for him to be a mage. He should have become an unscrupulous merchant instead. I'm just trying to earn more money to buy you some facial masks. Look at your injuries, Mo Fan said softly. Initially, you wouldn't be able to get a greater share of the fragmented crystal vein, since you already own a portion of it, but we'll be giving you the share that was previously allocated to the Dali clan instead. If you are able to manage it wisely, I believe we will have more opportunities to work together in the future. What do you think? Elder Kang said. But that's from the Dali clan, not the Donghai Magic Association, Mo Fan continued relentlessly. Elder Kang's expression darkened. He had never seen such a shameless young man before. That will do, we'll take care of the Dali clan's share. Leave it to us, Mu Ningxue quickly intervened between the two. She did feel like Mo Fan was pushing the limit. Very well then, Elder King nodded. He was afraid that Mo Fan would bite at him again. Mo Fan also knew how difficult it was for the Donghai Magic Association to give something up. However, he was more than willing to take the Dali clan's share of the fragmented crystal vein, even though he had no clue what it actually was. The rest of the procedures were straightforward. The Nanrong clan soon transferred ownership of the Cliff of Ages to Fanxue Mountain. Meanwhile, Fanxue Mountain was also part of the group managing the extraction of the fragmented crystal vein. On top of that, the share that the Dali clan initially held was quite a big portion, since both the territories of the Dongfang clan and the Bai clan were further away from the fragmented crystal vein than the Dali clan. After all, the main headquarters of the Dali clan was around Feiniao City too. That being said, Fanxue Mountain was still the closest. It was right beside Fanxue Mountain's territory, but Mu Ningxue's clan would have difficulty eating the entire cake. Did little Flame Belle evolve? Yeah, she's in the adolescent phase now. Her strength is equivalent to a commander-level creature in the advancing period, but there's a huge problem now, Mo Fan told her, placing his hands behind his head. He enjoyed going for a walk with Mu Ningxue. Even though the woman was within an arm's reach, they were still not as intimate as a pair of lovers, but the ambiguous feeling was special and comfortable. It was just like how they were when they were still kids. He was hoping to take the next step, yet he did not want to rush it and ruin the atmosphere between them. It was so pure that Mo Fan was struggling to believe it was something that he had wanted for so long. What is it? Mu Ningxue asked immediately. A commander level in the advancing period was remarkably strong. Only a super mage could take on a creature like that. If little Flame Belle had become so strong, Mo Fan was basically unbeatable against mags below the super level. My cultivation is too weak. There's a chance I will explode if little Flame Belle possesses me, Mo Fan smiled wryly. Which means you won't be able to use it as often. It will become stabler once my cultivation improves, Mo Fan confirmed. Sounds good, it means you'll be training even harder. Why don't we find a secret room and cultivate in seclusion together? Like Xiaolongyu and Yanggue, Mo Fan suggested. Your fire is going to affect my ice, Mu Ningxue rejected him promptly. How could she not know what Mo Fan was thinking? The man with his vile thoughts. Chapter 1324. Flame Belle Space Elemen. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan felt like he had to train harder. Mu Ningxue's cultivation was a lot stronger than his now. That being said, Mo Fan was not planning to just cultivate diligently. When he needed to meditate, he would spend more time meditating than anyone else, but to improve his efficiency, there was no point in him just meditating. The biggest thing that had allowed Mo Fan to improve so quickly was the Little Loach Pendant. Therefore, he was trying to find a way to upgrade the Little Loach Pendant, so as to ensure all 6 of his elements could improve rapidly. After returning to Fanxue Mountain, Mo Fan spent a month meditating. He was trying to improve the other elements, but the higher their levels, the harder it was to break through the bottlenecks. A few of Mo Fan's elements had been stuck in the first and second tiers for quite some time. That being said, compared to other mags, Mo Fan's rate of improvement was still like the speed of a jet. Most mags had trouble improving their elements by a single tier without the help of some incredible loot. I guess I'll practice my space element then. Mo Fan had no choice but to focus on mastering his skills, since it was unlikely he would have a breakthrough without some special circumstances. Practicing skills was useful in refining his control over the related element. His control of the fire element was the best among the elements he had. With little Flame Belle's help, his control of the fire element was very close to the level of a super mage. He was able to alter the forms of his fire and attack as he pleased now. Meanwhile, Little Flame Belle, who was now at the peak of the commander level, also granted Mo Fan incredible strength when using the fire element. Unfortunately, Mo Fan was having trouble enduring the formidable power of Little Flame Belle after she reached the adolescent phase. He needed to improve his fire element to the 3rd tier of the advanced level. The element he had the second best control over was the lightning element. Due to the lightning tyrant domain and the blessing of the god seal, the lightning element was more like his trump card. Normally, it would take a person a long time to defeat a commander-level creature, but Mo Fan would have no trouble killing a slightly weaker commander-level creature in an instant if he used his lightning element at the perfect time. The element that Mo Fan had the 3rd best control over was the space element. After achieving the 5th stage of mental strength, Mo Fan's space magic had improved significantly, allowing him to attack, control, engage a group of enemies, or focus on a single target at will. Space magic was capable of doing everything as long as his mental strength was high enough. The 4th element was the shadow element. It had been a while since it had any improvements. He mainly used the NYX regime as a shadow domain. If his shadow element could reach the 2nd tier of the advanced level, he believed the crowd control abilities of his shadow spells would improve by a lot. As for the summoning element, it was the element that Mo Fan spent the least amount of time on. Even the outstanding ability to summon a beast tide had gradually become ineffective as Mo Fan continued to grow stronger. Many summoners would put a lot of focus on improving the advanced summoning spell, since the destruction that a beast tide could bring was comparable to that of a horde of demon creatures. Mo Fan was keen to improve them all. Sometimes, he felt like having too many elements was a kind of burden. Every time he wanted to cultivate diligently, he would discover so many things he had to work on, it gave him a huge headache. Little Flame Belle sat on a rock holding a fire soul seed like a little squirrel gnawing on a nut. She did not forget to cheer for Mo Fan to motivate him. Little Flame Belle had grown into a teenage girl after consuming the time liquid. Mo Fan had assumed Little Flame Belle had reached the adolescent phase back then, but to his surprise, Little Flame Belle actually had the appearance of an adult woman after reaching the adolescent phase. Her legs were slim. Whenever she mimicked the beautiful ladies in the city by wearing heels, it would highlight her slender figure. The 2 buns on her head had disappeared. They were replaced by long hair reaching her knees, similar to Jiang Feng's style. The flames of the ardent sunset were visible on her face, like a veil shrouding her head. Her eyes glowed brilliantly, like gems. Little Flame Belle was even more glamorous than Jiang Feng after reaching the adolescent phase. Her flame set off her unique charm. When the current Little Flame Belle stood beside Mu Ningxue with her Nirvana Ice domain, it resulted in quite a contrast between the two, enough to place them both in the limelight. Little Flame Belle had finally grown into an actual belle. To be honest, Mo Fan was still not used to it. Little Flame Belle would no longer step on his face while he was sleeping. She would no longer ask for hugs or lie on his head. He could not help but wonder what the others would think when they saw the fiery Belle with an outstanding demeanor walking beside him. Unfortunately, as Mo Fan was imagining how astounded people would be, Little Flame Belle slowly shrank as she was sitting on the rock. Her ardent sunset and the calamity fire weakened significantly, too. The mature woman turned into the same porcelain doll in just a few seconds. Her huge eyes kept blinking as she asked Mo Fan for a hug, like a little baby wanting to take a nap after she was fed. That works. Mo Fan's eyes widened when he saw Little Flame Belle reclaiming her appearance of the infant stage. Little Flame Belle seemed quite happy. Her mind was still that of a little kid. It was unlikely she would stop relying on Mo Fan as much in a short time. She was not fond of her adolescent phase appearance. She preferred to stay a little lowly, sleeping after eating, asking for a hug after sleeping, and eating after she had gotten enough hugs. Mo Fan was left speechless by Little Flame Belle's ability to shift between different forms. A porcelain doll and a glamorous Belle, how enticing. You're sleeping too much. Aren't you worried that you're going to turn into a ball at this rate? You won't look as beautiful then. Mo Fan knocked on Little Flame Belle's head. Little Flame Belle twisted her lips, indicating that she had nothing to do since she had just evolved. Your mummy was able to use space magic, you should be able to use it too. Have a go, see if you have awakened the space element. Mofan placed Little Flame Belle down. She was like a sticky little octopus who wanted to hang on to him for the rest of her life. Little Flame Belle hesitated for a while before trying to control her will. Mofan clearly remembered how impressive Jiang Feng's space element was, especially when she was using it together with her fire. Even though it did not make her as strong as a ruler-level creature, her strength was still insane. The rock you were sitting on, try lifting it up. Remember, you have to focus, absolute focus. Imagine you can see your will in your mind. Wrap it around the rock and slowly lift it up. Mofan explained to Little Flame Belle how to use her space element. Little Flame Belle stood aside and stared at the rock with wide eyes. The rock remained still no matter how hard she was staring at it. Little Flame Belle had an urge to burn it into ashes. Try it out in your adolescent form, Mofan said. Little Flame Belle was engulfed in two different flames sprouting up wildly. The slender figure of Flame Belle gradually took shape in the flames. The wild flames gradually turned into a blazing red dress, setting off the glamorous Belle. Try it again, Mofan urged her. Flame Belle's eyes flickered with a unique glow. Her body emitted a vague silver light as she followed Mofan's instructions. The rock that Flame Belle was directing her will at began to vibrate. Bang! The rock suddenly exploded into splinters flying in all directions. Little Flame withdrew the light. She glanced at the pieces of the rock, then at Mofan with a confused look. You didn't do it right. After wrapping your will around your target, you have to give it a command, for example, letting it fly, like this. Mofan looked at a piece of rock on the ground. The rock was dragged out from the soil when Mofan's eyes flickered. It floated in the air. Flame Belle was a fast learner. She started controlling another piece of rock by following Mofan's actions. This time, the rock did not explode. It was floating in the air too, but it was trembling since she was still not familiar with controlling it. Well done, try practicing it a few more times. You can control a single target or multiple targets by dividing your will if your mental strength is high enough. It can be harmless like a soft breeze, or puncture and crush everything. Mofan patiently demonstrated the capabilities of space magic. Mofan did not learn it all that by himself. Jiangtu had given Mofan a lot of help in mastering the space element when he was on the national team. After you've learned how to use telekinesis, I'll teach you the space rhythm. You can try manipulating it as you wish after learning the basics, Mofan went on. There were differences in the way Flame Belle controlled space magic compared to humans. The spells of elemental beasts were a lot different than spells humans could cast. Mofan believed Flame Belle had some other abilities that she needed to discover herself. He could only teach her the basics. Unlike humans, who had to start learning from scratch, Flame Belle's space element was more like a natural ability. Her mental strength was remarkable. Otherwise, she would not be able to shatter that rock to pieces right from the beginning, nor would she be able to lift up all the rocks within half a kilometer and form a spectacular formation in the air like she was doing now. Chapter 1325. Compressive Explosion. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Ardent. I'll now teach you the space rhythm. Let's start by compressing the space. Mofan proceeded with the next lesson after seeing Flame Belle mastering the first step in no time. Flame Belle mastered the space rhythm quicker than Mofan expected. As a matter of fact, she would gradually awaken her abilities as she gained more experience from fighting. Mofan was only helping her awaken her abilities earlier. That's right, compress the space in that area, not the fire, the ground. Turn the loose soil into firm rocks, Mofan said. The area of Flame Belle's space magic was incredibly huge. Not only did it include the loose soil, it was also compressing the little flames she had left behind previously. Little Flame Belle had tossed a fireball out of boredom to set the weeds on fire. The flames covered an area a meter square, but they suddenly shrank into the size of a candle flame as the space was being compressed, down to the size of a thumb. Mo Fan went forward to check if the loose soil had solidified into rock, but the flames that were compressed into a candlelight suddenly exploded. Ling Tilda Flame Belle stuck her tongue out at Mo Fan after failing to control her magic. Mo Fan stood still, in deep thought. Little Flame Belle had just compressed the flames covering an area of a meter square into a tiny candlelight, but not only did it not weaken the flames, the explosion was actually stronger than the energy that the flames initially contained. If a small fire could trigger such a powerful explosion after it was compressed, what would happen if it's a big fire? Mo Fan murmured. Mo Fan immediately decided to have a go at it. He said, "Little Flame Belle, toss your fire into the space I'm compressing, as much as possible." Mo Fan began to emit a silver light. A brilliant star pattern was completed swiftly. A rhomboid appeared in front of Flame Belle. Flame Belle followed Mo Fan's instructions and poured her fire into the rhomboid continuously. Normally, the fire that Flame Belle unleashed was enough to set the whole side of the mountain ablaze, and even spread further to the other side. However, as Mo Fan continued to use the space rhythm to compress the fire, it remained the size of a little glowing crystal. The crystal was not that big. It was similar to a basic level fire burst when it was being tossed forward. "I'm almost at my limit." Mo Fan was struggling to control the compressed space as more energy was poured into it. Flame Belle seemed to be enjoying herself. She kept pouring her flames into the rhomboid despite Mo Fan's warning. "Enough, that's enough." Mo Fan blurted out when he realized something did not feel right. Flame Belle finally stopped pouring her flames, but the compressed space was already on the verge of collapsing. The rhomboid instantly crumbled as soon as Mo Fan slightly lost control of it. The energy stored inside the rhomboid emitted a blinding flicker as soon as the walls containing it collapsed. The energy began to surge in all directions. Crap! Mo Fan immediately summoned the black snake armor as soon as he sensed danger. The fiery crystal exploded as soon as Mo Fan cursed. A huge shockwave swept across the place and crushed the irregular peaks of the mountain. The scorching flames surged forward like a tide of wild beasts. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. An apocalyptic impact razed the mountain to the ground. Both Mo Fan and Little Flame Belle were taken by surprise. They were sent flying by the formidable explosion, followed by a deafening blast. Mo Fan clearly felt how terrifying the energy of the flames was as it landed on him. If he had not summoned the black snake armor to defend himself in time, it would most likely have blasted him to pieces. "Cool." Mo Fan blurted out in excitement as he rose to his feet and glanced at the area that was now scorched black. He never thought of this before. When he compressed a huge blaze with the space magic into a tiny little fire, if he suddenly withdrew the space magic containing the energy of the blaze, it would trigger a terrifying explosion that would inflict more damage than the initial blaze. "Ha ha ha, Little Flame Belle, let's try it again. I think we found our new trump card." Mo Fan exclaimed excitedly. Little Flame Belle nodded happily too. Was there anything more entertaining than unleashing her flames as she pleased and triggering huge explosions? The villa of Fanshui Mountain. Mu Ningxue, Mu Linqing, Yu Shusha, and the others were discussing the Cliff of Ages when someone suddenly barged into the room in a panic. "I believe our west is being attacked by the Dali clan, who has come to get their revenge. They have sent out an extremely powerful fire mage to blow up our territory. A few of the hill have been razed to the ground," a member of Fanshui Mountain who was on patrol said. "Those scumbags of the Dali clan, how dare they mess with us in our territory?" Mu Linqing swore furiously. They had already come to stir troubles even though the incident at Gulangyu had only ended not long ago. "Strange, why didn't my moths notice any intruders?" Yushusha asked in confusion. "It's a fire mage, maybe your moths were driven away by the fire." "Impossible," Yushusha shook her head. "Even if the moths were scared, they would still alert her. There must be some other reason if they were not warning her about the danger." "Patrol captain, did you see who it was?" Mu Linqing asked. "No, the enemy's cultivation is strong and the attack was utterly terrifying. I didn't dare go any closer," the captain said. A tiny moth flew into the room and landed on Yushusha's shoulder. It beat its wings to relay a message to Ushasha. Ushasha giggled after receiving the message. "It's fine, Captain, it's one of us." One of us? The captain was stunned. Why would anyone blow up our own territory? The explosions have razed the hills to the ground like a bulldozer. Even the mountains are barren. It's Mo Fan, right? Mu Ningxue asked. Mu Ningxue vaguely remembered Mo Fan mention he was going to the barren mountains to the west to practice his magic. She did not expect him to cause such a scene that it scared the shit out of the patrol captain. It's him, it seems like he has invented a strange ability, Ushasha confirmed. So it's Mo Fan. I thought the Dali clan had sent a super mage, the captain said with a wry smile. You do know the difference between the advanced level and the super level. I do, but the explosion that clan leader Mo triggered was just 2. The patrol captain's heart pounded heavily as he recalled the extraordinary explosion that he had seen. Mo Fan had discovered a new ability, and was so excited that he kept practicing it. In the end, Mu Ningxue drove Mo Fan off to the bay as she could not stand the destruction he was causing in her territory. He could trigger as many explosions as he wanted at the bay. Mo Fan actually went to the ocean, and it was the sea monsters' turn to suffer. A group of sea monsters was planning to stir up some trouble along the coastline, but they immediately fled after the explosion scared the crap out of them. After practicing for a few days, Mo Fan could now compress a huge fire at will, but there was one little weakness to the new ability: the time needed to cast it was a little long. He had to keep pouring energy into the space. If he wanted to trigger an explosion strong enough to raise everything to the ground, he needed at least the amount of time that he usually required to cast 2 advanced spells. That being said, Mo Fan was satisfied with the new ability. If I was able to do this when I was fighting the hillmen, I would only have needed a few of these fire crystal bombs to blow them all up. Mo Fan declared. He did not have a breakthrough, but he had discovered a way to perfectly combine fire magic and space magic. It was more exciting than advancing his element by a tier. Mo Fan returned to Fanxue Mountain contentedly after his energy ran out. He was going to hear about the decisions that the others had arrived at regarding the future plans of Fanxue Mountain when his phone started ringing. Mo Fan. Lingling sounded a little anxious. Did you find some clues about the totem beasts? Mo Fan asked. No, but my sister is in trouble, Lingling said worriedly. Calm down, tell me what happened, Mo Fan said calmly. Lingling's sister, Lengqing, was going to be promoted to an elder of the magic court. Her cultivation was not particularly outstanding in the enforcement union, but her leadership and commanding skills were exemplary. Many members and enforcers followed her lead. She had made a lot of contributions to the enforcement union, too, including the operation that took out the Black Vatican on Chongming Island. Mo Fan had been told that Lengqing was about to be promoted to an elder. Why did Lingling sound like something bad had happened? An expert of the Hall of Assassins is targeting my sister. She almost died in the demon city, Gulangyu. Lingling sounded uneasy and scared. It was rare to see Lingling helpless and clueless about what to do, like another girl of her age. Mo Fan comforted her on the phone and went straight to the Magic City. He found Lingling alone at the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. I was told that my sister is still in danger. There's a chance that the assassin will strike again, Lingling said. Don't worry, I'll go to the demon city with you. I won't let anything happen to your sister, Mo Fan said. We must hunt the assassin down. Lingling said. What exactly is the Hall of Assassins? Mo Fan asked. The Hall of Assassins is similar to the Black Vatican. The Black Vatican is like a cancerous tumor that will do anything to destroy the world, but the Hall of Assassins is after profits. They will assassinate anyone, regardless of the consequences, as soon as they are paid to do it. Lingling said. Humph, the Hall of Assassins. Zhao Manyang harumphed coldly as he walked into the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. He absolutely despised the Hall of Assassins. The 2 assassins that Zhao Yuqian hired to kill him were from the Hall of Assassins. They were a bunch of scum who could not care less about a person's life. Chapter 1326. Red Cardinal, the Cold Prince. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The cold wind swept fiercely across a structure standing firmly above the mist of the night sky to a height of 454 meters. On the tallest observation deck of the Canton Tower, a man in a black windbreaker, his face covered by a black scarf, stood on the rails. The rails were only as wide as a thumb, yet the man was able to stand on them. His clothes flapped wildly in the cold wind. A teenager with purple eyes came up to the man and asked, "Why did you ask me to meet you here? Don't you think it's a little exposed? I hate to be of no interest to anyone. Loneliness is very scary, and the world has always been cold," the man replied. "Don't you think it's amusing to hear that from an assassin like you, who just kills just for fun?" The teenage boy with purple eyes chuckled. "I'm afraid that's a great misunderstanding. I'm a kind-hearted person most of the time," the man answered. "Fine, you're a kind man who enjoys killing, but can you please make sure the woman is dead? I don't want the enforcement union wiping out my men suddenly when my delicate plan in the North Valley is in motion." Beijiang, the teenage boy said. "Cold Prince, I have no interest in your plan. None of my targets has ever escaped me. I believe even you won't be able to escape from me if someone asked me to take your life," Beijiang stated. "I believe so, but the person you're dealing with isn't just a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. They have been spreading news to fake that Vice Elder's death. Luckily, I've been keeping an eye around. Don't let those imbeciles ruin my plan again. This world can't afford to have just Salon instead of the Cold Prince," the teenage boy declared. "As you wish." The teenage boy put on a mask and headed for the lift like a normal tourist. He soon vanished among the crowd. Beijiang remained standing on the rail. Many visitors felt their legs turning to jelly as they walked past the man, but they just assumed the man to be a mage, thus they were not too bothered by his strange behavior. "Arth!" A loud scream was heard coming from below. It had come from the Ferris wheel below the observation deck. A naughty kid had climbed across the safety rails just to skip the queue. The Ferris wheel was hanging from the tower. Even with the safety measures in place, they still failed to stop a kid who was trying to get himself killed. The workers rushed forward to try and grab the kid, but the kid lost his footing and fell off the rails. There were many tourists, but only a few of them were mags. It had all happened too quickly. The 10-year-old boy started falling from the tower. The Canton Tower was over 400 meters tall, with more than 100 floors. There was no chance the boy could survive the fall. His mother had already fainted from shock. The man standing on the observation deck at a height of 454 meters looked down from above. He suddenly disappeared in the mist without a single trace. He reappeared on the Ferris wheel in the following second. He crouched slowly and fixed his gaze on the boy that had fallen 100 meters down from the tower. "A mage, you must be a mage!" A woman was overjoyed when she saw the man appearing out of nowhere. The rest of the crowd assumed the man that had suddenly appeared to be a mage too. "Sir, my kid had fallen off the rails, please save him," the kid's father said. Beijiang remained still. It looked as if he was channeling his magic, yet he still did not move after 2 seconds. Meanwhile, the kid was already more than 200 meters down the tower, as tiny as a sesame seed, getting closer to the ground. Everyone was placing all their hopes on the mage when they imagined the horrible death that would befall the little kid. "It's a misunderstanding," Beijiang grinned. Even though his face was covered, the crowd could still tell that he was smiling. "I have only come to enjoy the sight of him smashing to a pulp." Beijiang had a wide smile, so wide that it sent shivers down the spines of the crowd. The flight from the Magic City finally arrived at Guangzhou Baiyun International Airport after a 2-hour delay. Both Mo Fan and Lingling had the urge to tear down the airline for wasting so much of their time. It would have been quicker if Mo Fan traveled here by casting Blink continuously, if he actually had the energy to do so. They immediately went to where Ling Qing was hiding. Lingling's eyes reddened as soon as she saw Ling Qing lying on a wooden bed, breathing faintly. Lingling was just a little girl. It did not matter how calm and strong she seemed to be normally, she still could not control her emotions when seeing her loved ones dying. She did not want the same thing that had happened to her father to happen to anyone around her again, as the long-lasting pain was unbearable. Leng Qing was not hiding at the enforcement union. She was in a simply furnished, rented property hidden in an urban village in Guangzhou City. Mo Fan did not understand why Leng Qing was hiding here instead of being treated at a hospital. She was going to die from her injuries at this rate. I'm bringing her to the hospital. Mo Fan put the feeble Leng Qing on his back. No, you can't, the enforcer looking after Leng Qing said. The enforcer was a woman too. She seemed pretty young. She was most likely Leng Qing's reliable assistant. Mo Fan had seen her with Leng Qing at the Clear Sky Hunter Agency before. Her name was Xiao Ping. Xiao Ping had a haggard look. It must have been days since she last slept. She immediately stood in front of Mo Fan when he suggested bringing Leng Qing to the hospital. What's going on? She's going to die if she doesn't get treated, Mo Fan said. Xiao Ping's eyes flickered with fear. She was even stuttering. You can't go to the hospital. The guy is watching us, Xiao Ping said. The guy? Who's watching you? Mo Fan said. The assassin. We were going to bring her to the hospital, but she said she had something to tell me, so my senior left before us and died in the street. It feels like his eyes are circling in the sky like an eagle. He's able to track us wherever we go, Xiao Ping said. Where's the enforcement union? Why didn't you contact the local enforcement union? Mo Fan asked. The enforcement union is located in the middle floors of the Canton Tower, but there's no way we can make it there, Xiao Ping said. Mo Fan's heart was pounding heavily. How terrifying exactly was the assassin that these enforcers would feel so insecure even when they were in the middle of a city? They were acting like they were going to die as soon as they set foot outside. Mo Fan could sense Xiao Ping's fear. She was indeed terrified, so terrified that she had lost her dignity as an enforcer. Lingling pulled the curtain to the side and peeked through the dirty glass of the window. She was able to see the magnificent Canton Tower standing firmly in the middle of the city behind the other, smaller buildings. Guangzhou was referred to as the Demon City, and the Canton Tower was called the Demon Tower. It was the most popular attraction in the city, and the base of the Nangguo Magic Association. The reputable Nangguo Enforcement Union was located in the tower, too. Between the urban village and the Canton Tower was the lively, heavily populated Tianhe district, but the assassin was bold enough to kill an enforcer on the street. It would be tricky for them to make their way to the tower. Sister must have realized her life was in danger and she was unable to get any help, so she contacted me with a secret method, Lingling said. Is the traitor behind this? Mo Fan said. Mo Fan remembered Leng Qing telling him there was an undiscovered traitor in the enforcement union. If that was the case, it explained why Leng Qing was hesitating to ask the Nangguo Enforcement Union for help, since it might expose her location instead. Leng Qing was a rational person. She was able to think further ahead than most people. She realized she was on her own, and it was only safe if she could make it back to the Lingian Enforcement Union. What happened? Why is the Hall of Assassins after her? Mo Fan asked. She has been investigating the Black Vatican all along, and she stumbled into, Xiao Ping was a little hesitant to spill the beans. She did not dare to say it, as the stakes were too high. Things would easily get out of hand if too many people were dragged into the mess. What is it? Just say it. Are you going to wait until we are all dead? Mo Fan said impatiently. How could she be so scared as an enforcer? It's a red cardinal. She managed to track down another red cardinal. But the red cardinal was very alert. We were perfectly disguised as ordinary people, yet he still sent someone to investigate us. We tried to run away as soon as we realized our cover was blown. We thought we were safe in the city, but we almost died to the assassin, Xiao Ping said. A red cardinal. Mo Fan and Lingling were stunned. She was investigating one of the 7 red cardinals of the Black Vatican. How deep did she go this time? Was she out of her mind? Which one? Mo Fan demanded. The Cold Prince. For some reason, Xiao Ping felt a chill running down her spine as soon as she mentioned the name, as if a pair of purple eyes were watching her from outside the window. Chapter 1327. The Ubiquitous Pursuit of Darkness. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Ardent. An elder of the magic court had almost died just because she had learned the whereabouts of a red cardinal. What kind of outstanding capabilities did these red cardinals of the Black Vatican have to be able to murder strong mags like them so easily? It took Mo Fan some time to calm down. He went up to Lang Qing and inspected her injuries. Ling Qing had not suffered many physical injuries, but her pale skin had turned completely black, as if she was soaked in a black liquid for a very long time. She was not poisoned, yet her body was severely damaged by dark energy. Even her blood was corrupted by the dark magic. Normal medicines were useless for her condition. The only cure was the healing element, which was a kind of the white magic. Such a strong dark energy. Mo Fan placed his hand on Lang Qing's body, but the dark energy immediately spread to Mo Fan's hand like a deadly virus. Mo Fan was a shadow mage, yet even he was unable to withstand the dark energy. He lost feeling in his hand in just a matter of seconds. The assassin seems to be everywhere. We've tried so hard to run away from him. We've cut off all communications, we didn't dare to use our magic, or even medicines, just to escape from that maniac, Xiaoping said. Mo Fan fell into deep thought. How did the assassin have such a terrifying tracking ability? There were varieties of dark magic. Mo Fan was specialized in using shadows. He could move between shadows, conceal his presence, and impair the movement of his enemies. He could also form a seal of darkness with his will to mark a target, allowing him to track down a target. It was how he was able to follow the Bronzefang hillman on Outer Mount Kunyu. The seal of darkness was merely one of the basic abilities of the dark magic. Mo Fan had already inspected Ling Qing, but he did not find any seal of darkness on her. Even if there was one, Ling Qing would have gotten rid of it long ago. It was not difficult to get rid of a seal of darkness. Which came back to the question, how was the assassin tracking them? They had stopped using spells, communication devices, and medicines. In other words, even the slightest presence of magic would expose their location to the assassin. As the level of a mage rose, the number of ways a mage could use their spells increased too. Even though Mo Fan was a shadow mage, he still had no clue what the secret was. Mo Fan looked at Lingling, but even the knowledgeable Lingling was shaking her head. She too was clueless about it. It's the darkness corruption, a feeble voice said. Mo Fan followed the voice and realized Ling Qing was awake. Her eyelids were half opened. Even moving her lips cost her lots of energy. She had been listening to their conversation, but she was too weak to respond. The darkness corruption is able to mark everything close to its target. Communication devices, spells, the people, the medicines, it will alert the assassin about the slightest energy it has detected, Lang Qing said feebly. So you're saying that we can't even use a single spell? Otherwise, the assassin will know where we are? Mo Fan asked. Both Mo Fan and Lingling had made physical contact with Lang Qing. The dark magic had even attacked Mo Fan. Therefore, everything they did would be reflected to the assassin. Lang Qing said. What should we do then? The guy is somewhere in the city. If we try going to the Nangguo Enforcement Union, he's sure to intercept us. If we try asking for help or using any magic, he will know too. We can't even use any medicine. Doesn't that mean there's nothing we can do but watch her die in pain? Xiaoping said in despair. The biggest problem they were facing was Lang Qing's injuries. Mo Fan believed she would not last for more than 24 hours if she was not treated. Ling Qing wanted to say something, but she was just too weak. She tried her best to open her eyes, as if she had something important to pass on to Lingling and Mo Fan. I don't care what you found or learned, but I won't allow you to give up now. What's going to happen to Lingling if you die? You are all she has. Just close your eyes, rest well, and hang in there. I'll take care of the assassin and get you treated. Mo Fan stopped Lang Qing from saying a word further. Lang Qing was too weak. Every word she said would shorten her life. Lang Qing turned to Lingling after hearing Mo Fan's words. Tears were rolling in Lingling's eyes after seeing her sister was dying and hearing Mo Fan's words. She furiously punched Mo Fan on the chest and snapped, "My grandfather is still alive." "Oh, I was just saying so your sister will care more about you, so she won't think she can die in glory now, just because she has fulfilled her duty after discovering some information about a red cardinal. A real woman among women should take care of her family while swearing loyalty to the country. Those who have failed to make both ends meet aren't considered great. It's the same as being a one-trick pony. If your fire element is strong, but your lightning element is weak, people won't be impressed by you. It just means you spent all your time practicing the fire element. You're no different than those that are bad in both elements. What I'm trying to say is, senior sister, even though you've done a lot for the Enforcement Union, you haven't been taking good care of Lingling, which makes you a terrible person," Mo Fan kept blabbing. Lang Qing glanced at Mo Fan. If she had the energy, she would kick Mo Fan out of the room for uttering such nonsense. Who would choose to die if they were given an option? The problem was that she did not think she had any chance of surviving. The assassin was too strong for them. Lang Qing had only managed to contact Lingling with a special method. She tried to contact old Bao, but he was still out of the country. He seemed to be involved in something important. Those guys are never around when we need their help. Lingling snapped furiously. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency had a lot of experts, but the others usually came and went like shadows. It was rare to see them around, so it was difficult to ask them for help during an emergency. "Is the assassin a super mage?" Mo Fan asked. "No, but I think he's scarier than a super mage," Xiao Ping said. If they were up against a normal super mage, they just needed to run away, but it was impossible to escape from the assassin. Every time they thought they were safe, the assassin would stab at their throats with his black dagger, placing them under a suffocating pressure. "We still have a chance if he's not a super mage. Since we can't ask other people for help, we'll have to take him on ourselves," Mo Fan said. They would have to save Lang Qing first if they wanted to learn what she had discovered about the Red Cardinal. An elusive ubiquitous assassin pursuing them in the darkness. Mo Fan decided to confront him directly. Mo Fan did not have much time left. He initially planned to wait until Zhao Manyang was here, but that was no longer an option. Many flights were delayed or even cancelled due to the thick mist looming over the city. The only way Zhao Manyang could make it in time was by flying here with his golden wings. However, he had to stay on the right path. Otherwise, he would be feeding himself to demon creatures instead. "I'll leave little Flame Belle behind and head over to the Canton Tower. I'll see if the assassin knows where I am if I don't use my magic," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was now corrupted by the dark magic too. Luckily, little Flame Belle was sleeping on his shoulder in her porcelain doll form. Otherwise, their location would be exposed once he had to summon the little Flame Belle. Mo Fan was confident in little Flame Belle's strength. He left by himself and proceeded along the busy streets. He found himself in a noisy market. The market was crowded with people, vegetable vendors, butchers, middle-aged women negotiating for a lower price, young couples complaining about how dirty the place was. Mo Fan did not wear the outfit of a mage, nor did he have any badge on him. He was weaving through the crowd like a normal person. He kept going and soon reached the Tianhe district, with its tall buildings and overpasses. It was like a different world compared to the urban village. The skyscrapers with steel glasses, the delicate parks combined with spacious plazas, the streets with slow-moving traffic, the traffic here was even worse than the Magic City. The reason why Guangzhou was called the Demon City was mainly because of its ever-changing weather. It always gave the weather forecast huge slaps to the face. It was misty when Mo Fan left the house the others were hiding in, but it was already raining now. Mo Fan was getting closer to the Canton Tower, moving at a fast pace. He was merely employing the physical traits of a mage, without relying on his magic, so he was not unleashing any magic ripples. The Canton Tower showed off its unique charm at night. Mo Fan didn't expect the simple design of the tower and its squares would be so magnificent when he was looking at it from a close distance. Someone is falling. My heavens, someone is falling from the tower. Holy crap, it's a kid! An uproar suddenly occurred ahead of Mo Fan. The people started screaming. Mo Fan raised his head and saw a vague figure descending rapidly. It must have been falling for some time. A normal mage would not dare to catch the figure, since its momentum from the constant acceleration would be too much for them to handle. The impact would crush the kid as soon as he made contact with anything, let alone the ground. Damn it, is every mage of the Nangwa Magic Association blind? Mo Fan cursed. Mo Fan was quite impressed by his own luck. The kid was less than 50 meters above the ground. A few mags were diving from the tower to save him, but they were unable to reach the kid in time. Mo Fan was close to where the kid was falling. He kept reminding himself not to use a single spell, yet he could not bear to just watch the kid fall to his death. Consider myself unlucky. Mo Fan always found these naughty kids annoying. He vanished as he was forced to use Blink. The moment his body emitted a silver flicker, an invisible dark energy immediately rose from his body and turned into tiny black flies, flying into the sky toward the top of the Canton Tower. Chapter 1328. Swamp of Darkness. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. TSK, such a pity. Bei Jiang exclaimed when he saw a space mage save the boy that had fallen off the tower. The boy had almost reached the ground. The mags that dove from the tower had no chance of catching up to him. The boy was going to turn into a bright red carpet if there was no mage on the ground nearby. Bei Jiang would then be able to enjoy the cries of agony of his parents. It was indeed an enjoyable night. Bei Jiang shook his head helplessly and left. However, a familiar black fly slowly approached him. He was the only person that could see it. The fly was invisible to the others. Bei Jiang's gaze sharpened. He immediately looked down from the height of a few hundred meters and placed his attention on the man that had used his space magic to save the kid. Bei Jiang smiled again. It was as fake and terrifying as his previous one. Fancy finding the thing that I've searched for far and wide with sheer luck. Bei Jiang murmured. Bei Jiang jumped from the top of the Canton Tower and dove at the ground. He was like a black bat with its wings withdrawn, diving in the strong cold wind. Screams were heard once again. The people did not expect another person to fall from the Canton Tower right after the boy. However, the person was obviously not falling helplessly. He was plunging right at the man that had saved the boy, like a glowing black sword. Kid, I bet you won't dare to climb up the rails next time. If I didn't happen to be passing by, your fat meat would have been stuck to the ground in a mess by now. Mo Fan placed the kid on the ground. The kid was recovering from his fright, but he fainted right away after hearing the words. Mo Fan had no intention to waste his time on the kid. He left the kid on a bench in the square nearby. Mo Fan felt a cold murderous intent coming from above. He was shocked when he sensed the dangerous presence approaching him rapidly. He immediately cast Blink to back away from it. A cold dagger slammed onto the ground and left a hole in the plaza. Its cold aura spread into the surroundings. Even though Mo Fan had managed to dodge the attack, he could still feel his blood running cold. Was the assassin really that insane? It had been less than a minute since he used his spell, but the guy had appeared right before him. How did he do it? Mo Fan was troubled by the thought. His heart shuddered when he looked at the assassin in a black windbreaker. Mo Fan finally understood why Snao Ping was so scared, as he was having the same feeling too. Bring me to the woman, and perhaps I'll spare your life. Bei Jiang stood in front of Mo Fan, radiating a demonic aura. So you're the assassin? Mo Fan asked. I am Bei Jiang declared with a proud look in his hollow eyes. This is the territory of the Nangwa Magic Association. Are you sure you want to start a fight here? Mo Fan smirked where he saw a few mags gathering around them. Do you think I'm worried about them? I don't like to repeat myself. I'm only asking you to bring me to her to save me some time. The truth is, I can already find where she is. Bei Jiang was very confident in his capabilities. He did not mind sharing it with Mo Fan. You will have to get over my dead body if you want to do anything to her. Mo Fan had no intention to back away now that he had stumbled into the assassin. His aura shifted as he turned grim. There are always idiots like you who make the wrong choice when it's a matter of life and death. Bai Jiang sneered. Bai Jiang made his move. He seemed to have completely disregarded the magnificent Canton Tower behind him. There were a lot of experts stationed at the Nangua Magic Association, yet he was treating them as mere decorations. The man suddenly disappeared from under the colorful lights of the tower. Mo Fan could not even see where he was, as if he had completely vanished into thin air. Mo Fan tried to locate the man with his shadow element, yet he discovered unusual energy ripples in 8 different spots, preventing him from tracking the man down. A black ray suddenly came down at Mo Fan like an icy sword. Mo Fan raised his head and saw a pair of black pupils with an intimidating glow, like those of a poisonous snake. The stare stopped him from moving as if he had been paralyzed. The black icy sword moved closer, yet Mo Fan was unable to move. It felt similar to when he was bound by the stare of the dreadful curse Cerberus. He could not even use blink. Mo Fan had rarely fought against an expert of the shadow element. The man was clearly better than him in terms of the shadow element. Mo Fan forcibly unleashed his lightning as he was struggling to move around. Huge lightning arcs sprang up and clashed with the black sword before lunging at the eyes that were hidden in the shadows. The lightning with its damage amplified 12-fold was very effective. Bai Jiang did not expect Mo Fan's lightning to be so powerful. The wild lightning arcs allowed Mo Fan to break free from his restraint. However, he was shocked to see that the ground below him had disappeared when he moved a little distance away. It had turned into a spacious black swamp. Black hands were reaching out from the swamp, grabbing at Mo Fan's legs. They were trying to drag Mo Fan into the swamp. Second tier NYX regime, the Swamp of Darkness. Mo Fan immediately recognized the spell. However, it was not easy to break free from the sticky and restraining swamp. The assassin was good at restraining his target before dealing a killing blow. As Mo Fan was held in place by the demonic hands, a figure slowly rose from the swamp with an eerie weapon in his hand. Rebelling Shadow Throat Slice. Bai Jiang uttered like a cold-blooded killer. The kid that Mo Fan saved had woken up. He witnessed a shocking sight as soon as he opened his eyes. The shadow of the big brother who had saved his life rose on its own and climbed onto his back with an eerie grin. It was extending its dagger toward the big brother's neck without making any noise. A shadow that could kill, and it was killing its own master. The little boy had never seen anything so terrifying. When the dagger sliced Mo Fan's throat, the kid rolled his eyes and fainted again. Mo Fan's own shadow was slicing his throat as if it had suddenly come alive. It was spooky and impossible to defend against. Die! Bai Jiang grinned coldly, ordering Mo Fan's shadow to stab the dagger deeper. Too many mags had died to this move at Bai Jiang's hands. No one would ever keep an eye on their own shadow, but the shadow under his control had almost a 100% chance of killing its master. A black aura flickered. The Mo Fan whose throat was sliced open suddenly turned into a black cloak and floated away. The real Mo Fan reappeared in a different direction. His black eyes were staring at Bai Jiang. Strong lightning appeared, crackling around him. Bai Jiang was startled. His face was filled with astonishment. Interesting, Bai Jiang's lips curled up. It would be boring if he kept killing his target so easily. The young mage had turned out to be a shadow mage too, and might be able to entertain him a little. Shadow clone, that's not an ability that a normal shadow mage would have, Bai Jiang said. Mo Fan had left a clone behind, so the rebelling shadow had only killed a clone. The showdown between their shadow elements triggered Bai Jiang's bloodlust. Killing a worthy opponent would bring him more joy. Lightning whip. Mo Fan turned his lightning into a long thick whip. He lashed it in Bai Jiang's direction. They were still in the plaza. There were lots of ordinary people around, so Mo Fan did not dare use the silent deadly rays and the sky lightning claw, as they might harm innocent lives. You will never hit me. Bai Jiang's figure suddenly blurred. He floated in the air like a black mist, splitting up into different shadows and disappearing into the black swamp without a trace. The people of the Magic Association finally showed up. A man with a thick mustache yelled, "Who's fighting here?" "Evacuate the people and set up a perimeter," another Mage said. The area of the black swamp was huge. Many people were caught in it and unable to move. They could only cry for help as their bodies continued to sink into the swamp. The people of the Magic Association quickly lent a hand when they saw a few people sink completely into the swamp. Unfortunately, the mags that showed up were not too strong. The strongest among them was only an advanced mage. These members of the Magic Association were mere decorations to Bai Jiang. He sank into the swamp and reappeared less than 10 meters away from Mo Fan. Mo Fan was concentrating. He was unsure which one was the real Bai Jiang. The man was able to move inside the swamp and stir up images to confuse his senses, waiting for the perfect chance to deliver a killing blow. Chapter 1329. The Black Axe Phantom Vassal. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "How dare you venture here?" A thunderous voice came from above as a man in a white coat descended on the wind. His presence was overwhelming. It almost drew away the air in the area that Mo Fan and Bai Jiang were fighting in, turning it into a vacuum. As the pressure was withdrawn, the air further away began to fill up the area rapidly, resulting in a great storm. A super mage. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and fixed his eyes on the man in a white coat. Bai Jiang was in the dark swamp, and was aware of the super mage's presence, too. The storm continued to shrink, limiting the space that Mo Fan and Bai Jiang could move in. "Consider yourself lucky." Bai Jiang laughed mockingly. The black swamp slowly disappeared. The vacuum storm had suppressed the darkness, but when Mo Fan was planning to use the chance provided by the vacuum storm to take Bai Jiang out, the assassin's presence suddenly vanished. The dark swamp had covered the entire plaza. Bai Jiang had disappeared without a trace amid the vacuum storm. The super wind mage in a white coat noticed it too. He stopped the storm from shrinking any further. Mo Fan did not stand a chance against the super spell. He immediately told the super mage who he was. The mage in a white coat entered the storm and repeated, "You're Mo Fan, the guy on the national team." "Here is my badge, the other guy was an assassin." Mo Fan briefly told the super mage what had happened. The super mage knew the badge could not be a forgery. The others of the Magic Association also saw Mo Fan save the kid who had fallen off the tower before fighting a man in a black robe. The assassin is trying to kill an elder of the Enforcement Union. I don't have much time to explain the details to you. I'm afraid he's going after the elder, Mo Fan said. Even a super mage had failed to stop Bai Jiang from running away. It explained why the assassin was bold enough to attack Mo Fan in front of the Magic Association. It would be troublesome if they allowed someone like Bai Jiang to escape. "I'm coming with you," the super wind mage said. Feng Julong summoned his wind wings and headed straight for the house that Lung Qing was hiding in, together with Mo Fan. Inside the house, a rotting smell lingered in the air. Xiao Ping was so scared that she did not even dare to open the windows. The people left in the unit were Xiaoping, Lingling, Lung Qing, who was lying on the bed, and Little Flame Belle, who was lying beside Lingling. Xiaoping was feeling very insecure. "I'll go get some food," Xiaoping said. She went to the kitchen. An old light bulb was hanging above her. It swayed slightly as she entered the kitchen. Its light projected a tiny shadow under Xiaoping's feet. Xiaoping was preparing some simple food. She was tensed and spooked, yet she did not notice the shadow under her feet moving eerily, like an evil phantom. It was silently climbing her back. "Ling, Tilda!" Little Flame Belle suddenly opened her eyes. She stared towards the kitchen. Following a groan, a slender figure fell to the floor in the kitchen. Fresh blood started pouring out from the body and flowed into the next room. Lingling's eyes widened. She was struggling to believe Xiaoping, an enforcer, could die so easily, like an ordinary girl. "Ling Tilda!" Little Flame Belle unleashed the flames of ardent sunset when she sensed danger approaching. The flames rose and spread across the ceiling. The blazing flames immediately drove away the shadow moving behind Lingling, and the black claw that was reaching out from under Lang Qing's bed. The flames had driven away the darkness and defended them from its attacks for the time being. Lingling was surrounded by the heat of the scorching flames, yet she was still breaking out in a cold sweat. There was really an assassin who could kill without making a single noise in this world. Pendant of protection. Lingling knew her sister was in danger. She jumped onto Lang Qing's chest and clutched a charm she was wearing firmly. The charm glowed with a yellow light. A barrier with the appearance of a honeycomb surrounded them completely. Meanwhile, a loud crash came from the metal sheet roof above the house. A black axe broke through the roof and went right at Lang Qing's head. Clank! The black axe failed to penetrate the yellow honeycomb barrier. However, the house collapsed, as it could not withstand the impact, revealing Lingling, Little Flame Belle, and Lang Qing inside it. When the building collapsed, Lingling noticed a phantom holding a black axe standing outside. It was half again as tall as the house. Its outline was vague and blurry. There were other residents in the area, but they were unable to see the creature. It had the ability to blend into the night. The noise had woken the nearby residents up. They did not even have the time to put on their clothes. They immediately ran out of their houses and fled in all directions. Luckily, the Black Axe Phantom Vassal was not interested in their lives. It lifted its axe with both hands and slammed it down. The powerful hit left a huge crack on Lingling's honeycomb barrier. It could only endure a few more blows. Little Flame Belle could not do anything to the phantom. Her flames were useless against it. Luckily, the smart Little Flame Belle suddenly unleashed another flame, which swiftly wrapped around her. The two flames combined as a slender figure appeared amid them. Little Flame Belle had to transform into her real form to use her power to maximum potential. Flame Belle's gaze sharpened as she emitted a silver light. Her will slammed into the Black Axe Phantom Vassal like a fierce tide. The space element was effective. The Black Axe Phantom Vassal was knocked back by the force and fell heavily to the ground. However, even though it had fallen onto a house, the house was perfectly fine. Fire Elemental Spirit, Flame Belle, the deep voice on the street spoke up. The figure was wearing a black robe and a mask. It was impossible to see his true appearance on the dimly lit street. It would have been difficult to notice his presence if he had not spoken first. Bei Jiang did not expect Lang Qing to have a fire elemental creature protecting her. Luckily, his phantom vassal was formless, so elemental magic was ineffective against it. Otherwise, he might have had trouble dealing with the Flame Belle. Flame Belle soon noticed the culprit behind the attack on the deserted street. She reached her hand out and pointed in Bei Jiang's direction. Her flames rose suddenly and fired several fireballs at the street rapidly, leaving scorched holes in it. Bei Jiang remained calm. He had vanished into thin air as the fireballs were flying in his direction. As usual, he had disappeared without a trace. Flame Belle tried to look around, yet she had no idea where he went. Meanwhile, the Black Axe Phantom Vassal had risen to its feet. To Flame Belle's surprise, the enormous creature vanished into thin air too, as if they had both left the place. The dark energy was still lingering in the air, so there was still danger around. Flame Belle knew her job was to look after Lingling and Lang Qing, so she did not dare to move away. She stood beside Lingling and Lang Qing, using her flames to set up a circle of defense, not allowing anything to move closer to them. 6 Wings Protection, a voice came from the sky. It was the super wind mage, Feng Julong. His white wind wings were stacking over top of Lingling and Lang Qing like the wings of an angel. The serpents of darkness were pouncing at them. Flame Belle was totally unaware of the attacks. Her flames were unable to detect them. The 6 Wings Protection had appeared right on time. The serpents of darkness were attacking from all directions. The ghastly-looking serpents wriggled their bodies, but soon dissipated into black mist after the 6 Wings Protection successfully stopped them. "I'll be back again, TSK." Bei Jiang's laughter echoed through the urban village. Mo Fan and Feng Julong tried to chase after him, but it was exactly the same as before. They were unable to track Bei Jiang down. The guy had simply vanished into thin air. Such terrifying ability. Feng Julong murmured. A super mage was a lot more perceptive than an advanced mage, yet Feng Julong still could not sense Bei Jiang. An assassin like him was truly terrifying. Even a super mage could be killed by him if they were not being cautious enough. Mo Fan was feeling uneasy, too. It was his first time going up against such a terrifying and tricky enemy. Mo Fan felt he would die the instant he lowered his guard when he was fighting the assassin. To make things worse, they were completely exposed, while the assassin was hiding somewhere. He seemed very confident in his abilities. It was difficult to tell when he was going to strike again, and it was unlikely they could be on guard for 24 hours every day. Xiaoping, quick, take a look at her, Ling Ling urged. Mo Fan went to the kitchen and saw Xiaoping lying in a pool of blood. She's still alive. Mo Fan did not hesitate to use his sacred medicine to save Xiaoping's life. Xiaoping's throat was sliced, so she was losing blood quickly. If he was any slower, she would not have had any chance of surviving. Perhaps Bei Jiang did not think Mo Fan and Feng Julong would arrive so quickly, nor did he expect Leng Qing to be protected by a powerful flame bell. Most importantly, Mo Fan had the sacred medicine of the Parthenon Temple. Without it, Xiaoping would be dead for sure. Even Bei Jiang assumed Xiaoping was going to die, so he could not have cared less about her. He could not have expected that his target would have the sacred medicine of the Parthenon Temple, since not every person would be carrying some around with them. Besides, his actual target was Leng Qing. Chapter 1330. Shadow Demon Assassinate. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A healer at the Magic Association barely saved Leng Qing's life after they brought her to the Canton Tower. However, it was unlikely that they could cleanse the dark energy inside her body. Xiaoping was barely in better condition. They were able to replenish the blood she had lost in time. Their sickbeds were placed together. Ling Ling and Mo Fan stayed around, yet they were still feeling uneasy. You two better get some rest. They won't wake up anytime soon, but their lives are no longer in danger. I believe the healers will find a way to help them recover. Feng Julong patted Mo Fan and Ling Ling on the shoulder, telling them not to worry too much about it. Mo Fan and Ling Ling were indeed worn out. They had come all the way from the Magic City and headed to Leng Qing right away. They had to be on alert against the assassin at all times as they escorted the two injured people to the Magic Association to receive the treatment they desperately needed. Go get some rest in the next room. Don't you worry, there's no chance the assassin can break into our Nangua Magic Association, Feng Julong declared. Mo Fan and Ling Ling were at their limits. They went to the next room to get some rest. Feng Julong assigned a few mags to keep an eye on Leng Qing and Xiaoping as an extra safety precaution. Don't worry, your sister will be fine, Mo Fan comforted Ling Ling. Ling Ling had been panicking a lot while her sister was in danger. The little girl had been able to face any situation calmly before, yet she could only lean on Mo Fan's arm with a helpless look. Here, get some rest, Mo Fan put Ling Ling to bed and placed the blanket over her. Ling Ling looked at Mo Fan with wide eyes. Mo Fan flicked her forehead and said, hurry up and sleep. I'm not used to having a man around when I sleep, Ling Ling told him. Mo Fan left the room with a helpless look. He went for a walk along a glass corridor. His mental strength was quite impressive. He was already resting as long as he was not in a fight. Mo Fan sat down. He was planning to meditate to recover his energy when his phone started ringing. Brother Mo Fan. Xinxia's voice came from the other end, soothing Mo Fan's thoughts. He had an urge to dive into the phone and reach Xinxia on the other end when he heard her voice, just so he could hug the sweet girl and fondle her. However, before Mo Fan could speak, Xinxia exclaimed joyfully, guess where I am now? Mo Fan raised his brows. If Xinxia was asking him that question, it meant that she was somewhere close to him. Could it be that the Parthenon Temple had finally given Xinxia some time off? Was she coming back to the country? Mo Fan had been staying in China lately, since he was busy with all kinds of things. He promised Xinxia he would visit the Parthenon Temple, yet he had not fulfilled his promise yet. He was feeling a little guilty. Having a long-distance relationship was an absolute struggle. When was he going to master the spell Blink? Perhaps he could build his own teleporting formation in Xinxia's bedroom in the Parthenon Temple, so he could just teleport to her whenever he was missing her. He would climb onto her when she was fast asleep, he. Little Flame Belle, tell me, where is your mummy? Mo Fan asked. That's not fair. Xinxia complained. Little Flame Belle would know where Xinxia was since they were sharing the same heart. However, Little Flame Belle was currently fast asleep. Mo Fan was just joking with Xinxia. You're back in the country? Mo Fan asked. Xinxia replied. In the Magic City? Mo Fan asked. Wrong, Xinxia seemed a little pleased. Your Highness, can you at least wear a hat? It's going to be troublesome if someone recognizes us. You're no longer the same as before. You have to remember that you're a candidate of the Parthenon Temple, no matter where you go. Tens of thousands of disciples are concerned about your well-being. You shouldn't make yourself vulnerable to danger. Mo Fan heard someone speaking while he was on the phone with Xinxia. The person was speaking in English, so Mo Fan could understand it. Xinxia had mentioned the wise woman to Mo Fan several times when they were on the phone previously. She kept saying how overcautious the old lady was. She kept repeating the same advice. Xinxia mentioned the old lady would be a perfect caretaker if she did not talk so much. Where are you then? Don't tell me you're in Gulangyu. Mo Fan ignored the old woman standing beside Xinxia. Look above you, Xinxia said. Mo Fan raised his head. He was currently on the 70th floor in the Canton Tower. The only thing he could see above him was the dark sky shrouded by a mist. Mo Fan stared at the sky a little longer, and saw a red dot winking on and off, and moving slowly across the sky. It was flying above Gulangyu City. You're on that plane. Mo Fan smiled. He sounded excited. Yes. Xinxia was happy. She had come to give Mo Fan a little surprise. She only knew Mo Fan was in Canton Tower because she could sense Little Flame Belle's presence. What seat did you buy? Why can you use a phone? Mo Fan asked. Brother Mo Fan, you always ask the weirdest questions. Ha, just jump down from the plane. I promise that I'll catch you. Mo Fan was looking forward to seeing Xinxia. He kept staring at the plane with a glowing red light. Tata will never allow it, Xinxia answered. While Mo Fan and Xinxia were on the phone a few thousand meters apart, Xiaoping, who was lying on the sickbed, let out a soft moan. The person guarding the entrance looked into the room after hearing the sound. He did not put much attention on it after realizing it was from one of the patients. The man looked to his left and right. He hesitated for a moment before lighting up a cigarette and walking further away to take a smoke. Only a forbidden mage would be able to infiltrate the heavily guarded Canton Tower without alerting anyone. The man assumed the job he had been assigned to was a complete waste of his time. The light in the ward was slightly dimmer, to ensure the patients could get a good rest. Xiaoping was lying on a white sickbed. The wound on her neck was wrapped in bandages. The vein that had been sliced open was slowly mending under the effects of medicine and healing magic. However, black blood suddenly poured out from Xiaoping's wound. The blood stained the bandages as something strange leaked out from it. More black blood began to pour out from the wound. The girl's body was trembling. The black blood suddenly emitted a strange light. The light projected her shadow on the nearby wall. It was a black outline of her lying on the bed. The black outline suddenly rose to her feet, walking in a strange manner. The shadow resembling Xiaoping tiptoed over to Lung Qing's bed. It grinned as it faced the entrance, as if it was laughing at the people that were trying to protect Lung Qing. The hand of the shadow turned into a blade as it stabbed into Lung Qing's chest. The shadow blade punctured Langqing's heart without leaving any visible wound on her, yet the deadly dark energy was pouring into her heart. Langqing's heart was beating slowly, but it suddenly wilted away like a flower that had been poisoned. Ah! Mo Fan whirled around when he heard the scream. He realized the sound had come from Langqing's ward. Mo Fan quickly went over to the ward and saw Lingling sitting on the ground with a blank face. Tears were running down her face. Mo Fan, my sister is dead, she's dead. Lingling slightly recovered after seeing Mo Fan, but she was on the verge of having a mental breakdown. It took them great efforts to bring Langqing to the Magic Association. They had placed her under heavy surveillance and her condition had finally stabilized. However, she had died all of a sudden briefly after. Her heart has stopped beating, Feng Julong said. His face was filled with disbelief as he spoke. How did Langqing die? The old healer clearly stated that her condition was stable. Why would her heart stop beating all of a sudden? Dark energy, Mo Fan pointed at Langqing's chest as soon as he sensed something unusual. Mo Fan followed the trail of the dark energy and discovered that it had come from Xiaoping, who was still unconscious. Damn it! Mo Fan cursed furiously. Xiaoping was corrupted by the dark energy, too. Beijiang had controlled Xiaoping's shadow and killed Langqing. Mo Fan had never heard of anything like it. Even a super mage like Feng Julong was dumbfounded. The Hall of Assassins had managed to kill an elder of the Enforcement Union while she was under their protection. Mo Fan, what should I do, what should I do? Lingling was full of tears. Losing her father had turned her into a quiet, mature girl, but when the same tragedy happened again, it felt like she had turned into a little girl again. She kept repeating the same words while crying in agony. Mo Fan was suffering when he saw Lingling's reaction. He swore to kill the assassin who was treating human lives like something he could trample as he wished. Brother Mo Fan, did something happen? Xinxia's worried voice came from the phone. Her voice stood out as the room fell silent as everyone was overwhelmed by Langqing's death. Mo Fan was going to say he would explain it to Xinxia after she had landed, but he felt a surge of lightning within him as a thought crossed his mind. Xinxia, can you save a person whose heart has just stopped beating? Mo Fan asked. Xinxia was unable to use the spell of resurrection since her cultivation was still too weak. She had to pay a great price in order to resurrect someone. She had sacrificed her heart when she resurrected little flame Belle. She would most likely have to sacrifice her life if she wanted to resurrect someone again. Mo Fan was well aware of that. However, there had always been sayings about how the healing magic of the Parthenon Temple was able to save someone from the dead. Even a healer at the super level would have no hope of bringing Langqing back to life, but Xinxia might have a chance since she was a saintess of the Parthenon Temple. Chapter 1331. A Kind of Disease. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Goddess, what are we even doing? If the Hall Mother learns I let you jump down from 4,000 meters in the sky, she's going to pinch my ear off and hang it on my bedside. Tata said in Greek, like an old woman offering her prayer. As she was saying it, she had already jumped out from the plane through the emergency exit while dragging Xinxia with her. They had chosen to land in advance rather than landing in Baiyun International Airport. A pair of silver-white wings, like those of an elegant swan, spread in the air. Tata dove through the night sky with Xinxia, heading for the Canton Tower. Xinxia's legs were impaired, so it was quite a risky move. However, they had no other choice considering Langqing's condition. If they acted according to convention, they would miss out on many opportunities. Let's hope it doesn't have a magic formation, forget it, I shouldn't have any problem breaking through it, Tata murmured, staring at the colorful Canton Tower coming up below them. They landed on the top of the tower. The guards were completely dumbfounded, but Tata and Xinxia did not have time to explain themselves. They immediately took the lift to the 70th floor. The sequence had wasted a little time. Roughly 6 minutes had passed since Langqing's heart had stopped beating. If a person's heart stopped beating for 10 minutes, there was no way they could help the person come back to life. The lift descended rapidly. Tata was carrying Xinxia on her back as she walked into the ward. Mo Fan was overjoyed when he saw Xinxia. "Goddess, please forgive my outrageous acts," Tata started praying. Xinxia ignored the old woman. She sat down beside Ling Qing's cold body. "Just accept it, I'm the third best healer of the Nangua Magic Association. Do you think I would declare her dead if there was still a way to save her?" the middle-aged healer scoffed. "Keep quiet," Xinxia said sternly. "Humph." Xiao Anji twisted his lips disdainfully. Xinxia closed her eyes. She gently placed her hand on Lang Qing's chest, which was now covered in dark energy. An unusual milky white light surfaced. It was the glow of an ordinary healing spell, but it contained a hint of a different color, a sacred blue. Everyone remained silent. They were all watching Xinxia. Xinxia was still. The sacred light she was emitting grew stronger, as if she was being devoured by it. The light gradually drove the dark energy away. Lang Qing's wilted heart recovered under the gentle light. It returned to life with a weak pulse. How? Feng Julong could hear the faint beating of Ling Qing's heart. How is this possible? Xiao Anji's eyes widened. His eyes almost popped out from their sockets. The electrocardiogram was showing a faint signal, proving that Lang Qing had regained her pulse. It was so weak that it was barely any different than a dead person. Normally, a person with such a weak pulse would die at any second, but it meant that the person was still alive. How dare you imbeciles underestimate the sacred magic of our Parthenon temple? Ah, pardon me, what have I said? Tata exclaimed. Xinxia moved her hand away from Ling Qing's body with a tired face. Bringing someone who had passed the gate of hell back to life forcibly was a strenuous task. Xinxia's cultivation was not that impressive, so she was worn out after using the sacred magic. "I can only maintain her pulse for now. I have only bought us some time," Xinxia said. "Bought us some time?" Lingling said with a blank face. "It's an ancient spell, Dark Wither. If we can extinguish the source of the dark energy, it will expel the dark energy inside Ling Qing's body. Her heart will slowly recover once the dark energy is gone," Xinxia stated seriously. "That doesn't make any sense. I've been a healer for so long, but I've never heard that dark energy has a source. Something like that only applies to the curse element, where a curse spell could be nullified by taking out the person casting it." Xiao Anji blurted out. No reputable healer would admit they were inferior. What Xinxia had said was too ridiculous. "Old Xiao, please keep your calm, I think what she just said is reasonable. The assassin's dark magic was pretty unusual. He must have some unique source of dark energy, something similar to the spirit-grade seeds and soul-grade seeds of elemental magic. His dark energy is contagious and dangerous. It also allows the assassin to track down his targets. If we don't get rid of the source of the dark energy, Elder Ling Qing will never recover from her current state," Feng Julong said. "But the problem is, the assassin is hiding somewhere in Guangzhou City. Do you know how big Guangzhou is? He has already gotten what he wanted. Finding him is like looking for a needle in the ocean," Xiao Anji protested. Mo Fan ignored Xiao Anji's pessimism. He asked Xinxia, "If we find the assassin and destroy the source, will you be able to save Ling Qing?" "I can, but," Xinxia gently swiped her hand across Ling Qing's heart as she was speaking. She seemed to grab something and placed it on Mo Fan's hand. "She will die when all the petals fall off." Mo Fan noticed Xinxia holding a flower made of dark energy. The flower was imprinted on Mo Fan's palm. It had 7 black petals, but one of them was already very faint. Mo Fan glanced at the flower, which looked like it would disappear with a single blow, and glanced at the stricken Lingling. He clenched his fist and hid the flower. He said, "I'll find him." The Hall of Assassins, Bei Jiang, who would have thought that organization has been stirring up troubles again, Tata murmured. "You know the assassin?" Mo Fan said with a hint of surprise. "I've never met the assassin you were talking about, but I did come across his accomplice in the past. His name was Mu Jiang, Tomb Craftsman. I believe this Bei Jiang is a new talent after him," Tata said. Do you know how we can find him? Xinxia blurted out. Tata shook her head and said, the craftsmen of the Hall of Assassins are known for their elusiveness. Even the old folk of the continent magic associations have no clue how to track them down. I'm afraid the young woman has stumbled upon something she wasn't supposed to know. Otherwise, she would not be targeted by the Hall of Assassins. However, I do have a piece of advice for you: don't bother wasting your time trying to find the guy. Not many people are capable of finding a craftsman who has gone into hiding. At least I don't think there's any person that can find him in your country. What good does your piece of advice even do? What else can we do if we don't look for him? Xiao Anji said, displeased. Mo Fan looked at Lingling and placed his hand firmly on Lingling's shoulder. He said, Lingling, if you really want to save your sister, you have to pull yourself together. The rest of us have no clue how to find the assassin. I hope you can find him with your extraordinary wisdom. Didn't you realize something? Your sister immediately thought of you when her life was in danger. It means she has faith in you. She believes you can help her overcome the situation. So, you have to snap out of it. Focus, recall any details that might help us find the assassin, analyze the assassin and interpret his next move. Find him before these 6 petals wilt. Lingling looked at Mo Fan with a blank face. Her unfocused pupils reflected Mo Fan's stern and determined face. Her eyes slowly regained focus, the look that represented wisdom beyond her years. A flame had erupted deep within her heart, a fire carrying a strong determination. Lingling wiped the tears from her face, pulling herself together faster than Mo Fan had imagined. Perhaps she realized she could not afford to cry like a girl her age would, as her sister's life was at stake. She did not want the past to repeat itself and be told heartbreaking news. This time, she would do what she could to save her sister. Old lady, is there really no way that we can find these craftsmen? Lingling said with a slightly trembling voice. I swear in the name of the Parthenon Temple. Tata stated firmly. So there's nothing we could do to save her? Feng Julong said. If no one in their country could find a craftsman that had gone into hiding, Ling Qing would still die eventually. Lung Qing shook his head. She glanced at the dying Lung Qing. She was more determined to find the assassin after she imagined her sister ending up as an icy corpse. She said, if we can't find him, we'll make him show himself. Tata smiled upon hearing Lingling's words. It was exactly what she was trying to tell the others. No one in the world could find the craftsman unless they showed up themselves. Casey Hotel, inside a pitch-black room. A chubby little boy ran to the bathroom. It took him some time to find the switch. The light soon lit up the spacious bathroom. The kid needed to relieve himself urgently. Since he had fallen from a height of more than 400 meters, he kept having an urge to pee. He had to go to the toilet once every 10 minutes, even when his bladder was completely empty. TSK, little kid, do you know a very bad habit that I have? A voice suddenly appeared behind him. The voice spooked the kid. He was about to scream when he saw his shadow climbing onto his back and using its hand to cover his mouth. Beijiang slowly pushed the window of the bathroom to the side. I'm suffering from a disease where I feel extremely painful when a person I assume is going to die is still alive. Therefore, can I please ask you to jump off the building again? It's not as tall as the tower, but it's enough. Beijiang smiled widely. The shadow slowly dragged the chubby kid to the window. The kid could not say a single word. Half of his body was already sticking outside the window. Bang! With a loud thud, blood splattered on the ground of the car park in front of the hotel. Several loud screams rose quickly. That feels a lot better, a voice commented. Chapter 1332. Using the Traitor. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sister Xinxia, can you wake my sister up? Just a brief moment is enough, Lingling said. I can, but her life force will deplete faster when she's conscious, Xinxia said. There's no other choice, Lingling said. Lingling, what are you planning to do? Mo Fan had no clue how Lingling was going to lure the assassin out of hiding, but he believed Lingling had recovered her wisdom. There's a traitor in the Enforcement Union, so much of the information relayed to the Enforcement Union will be intercepted. If Sister is being targeted because she has learned something about the Cold Prince, their aim isn't really about killing her, but to prevent her from bringing the information back to the Enforcement Union, Lingling said. Mo Fan's eyes glittered. He agreed with Lingling's analysis. Yeah, weren't they trying to kill Lungqing because she learned something crucial about the Cold Prince? In other words, the assassin was after anyone that had the information and was trying to bring it back to the Enforcement Union. Even though Sister can't tell us the information since she's unconscious, we just need her to tell the Lingyan Enforcement Union personally that she has entrusted us to bring the information back to the Lingyan Enforcement Union. That way, the assassin will come looking for us. At the same time, we should use the traitor, too, Lingling said. Xinxiao realized what Lingling was up to. She murmured a chant to allow Lungqing to momentarily regain consciousness. She used the psychic element to tell Lungqing what she had to do. Lungqing woke up. Even breathing was extremely strenuous for her. She tried her best to transmit a secret message with a code that only the Elder of the Lingyan Enforcement Union had access to. When Lungqing finished transmitting the message, Mo Fan noticed the flower on his palm had lost 2 of its petals. Lungqing's life force had depleted by so much in such a short time. Senior Sister Lungqing, don't you worry, we will save you. The important information you've risked your life for won't be lost. If the Black Vatican dares to set foot in our country, we'll uproot it without mercy. Mo Fan's hatred of the Black Vatican was off the charts. They had tried so hard just to drive Salon away. How could they allow the Cold Prince to establish his influence? Too many people had died in the calamity of the ancient capital. They could not afford to let the same tragedy happen again. Lungqing looked at Mo Fan. Her eyes closed heavily. A black tear slid down from the corner of her eye. The Enforcement Union had never taken the lead in the battle against the Black Vatican. Too many people were afraid of the Black Vatican. They were scared of being targeted by its vengeance and intimidated by their brutality. It was all more the reason for them not to cower. Lungqing had witnessed too many of her comrades die in the battle against the Black Vatican. She had also seen many that had fallen victim to the Black Vatican's conspiracies. Every time she saw the family of the victims grieving over the deaths of their loved ones, she always told herself that it would be the last time. And yet, the number of victims kept on increasing. More people were hurt. The seniors of the Enforcement Union told her that if she kept pursuing the Black Vatican, she would end up in the same fate. A person could not do much against the formidable Black Vatican, but a person might be everything for a family. Was that really the case? Just because the effort of a single person was negligible, they should let more innocent families suffer, to be stranded, and to live in darkness and despair? Lungqing could not bear to be a bystander. Every death and sorrowful family she saw would make her feel even more guilty, and when the guilt accumulated to a certain level, she even believed it was worth sacrificing her life for the information on a red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. The only worry she had was that Lingling was still so young. She had decided to infiltrate the Black Vatican deeply to assuage the guilt that had long stacked up inside her. She did not bring disgrace to her role as a member of the Enforcement Union, she did not let the families that were destroyed by the Black Vatican down, but she had forced Lingling to bear all the pain. The little girl was surely going to hate her, just like how she hated the dumb decision that their father had made. Lungqing closed her eyes. In her brief moment of consciousness, lots of things had crossed her mind. It was like the reflection of her life prior to her death, everything from her birth to now, everything she remembered, everything she forgot had surfaced in her mind. A blue swimming pool was surrounded by colorful spotlights, giving the pool a magical appearance. Inside the mansion beyond the swimming pool, a man was hanging from a balcony, his body swaying in the wind. His neck was wrapped by a thick rope. His face had turned blue and his eyes had rolled up. How dare he bring an elder of the Enforcement Union to us? Humph, he almost ruined my plan. Useless prick, leave him there for a few days. A teenaged young man with purple eyes glared at the swaying corpse with a hint of disgust. Master Cold Prince, a message for you. A glamorous woman in a flowery dark purple cheongsam showed up with a smile. Got it. The teenage boy went to another room. Around 5 minutes later, he returned with a dark expression. He picked up a paring knife from the table and threw it at the target swaying on the balcony. The knife stuck into the corpse that had no longer shed blood. There were lots of those stab wounds on the corpse. Bei Jiang, that unreliable prick, didn't he tell me he had already killed the woman? If she's already dead, how was she able to relay a message back to the Linian Enforcement Union? The Cold Prince raged in a tantrum. We can still fix it. Let Bei Jiang deal with it. He's still one of the best we have. Humph, let's hope he doesn't let me down again. I don't have a high tolerance for trash. The glamorous woman put the paring knife back on the table. She approached the pool and took off her clothes, revealing her tender skin before she went into the cold water. After swimming a lap, she flung her hair back and spoke towards a dark corner. Don't tell me you're going to stay there and watch for the whole night. You heard the Cold Prince, don't you have some matters to attend to? I'm just confused. Why didn't Lengqing die? No one has managed to survive the dark wither. A tall figure slowly materialized from the shadow. The man carrying the information that Lengqing mentioned is called Mo Fan. He was the one that managed to get the better of Salin a few times. If you can kill him, the Cold Prince will be impressed, the woman said. I fought against him, there wasn't anything special about him. Chapter 1333. Face of Darkness. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Are you sure about this, letting Mo Fan take on Bei Jiang alone? Feng Julong said. The guy is in the dark. If super mags like you are around, he won't show himself. He can easily tell it's a trap, and so all our efforts will be in vain, Lingling said. Lingling was sitting beside Lengqing's bed. Her face was expressionless, yet she was more worried than anyone else. The 2 lives dearest to her were at stake. If Mo Fan lost to Bei Jiang, he would be in trouble, and Lengqing was most likely going to die too. To make things worse, there was nothing else she could do apart from waiting here. Waiting was more of a torture than fighting. It was night again. Normally, Mo Fan preferred fighting at night since it allowed him to utilize his shadow element. However, this time Mo Fan did not feel relieved. His petty shadow element was as unthreatening as a crying little baby to his opponent. It was Mo Fan's first time feeling a strong pressure from dark magic. It was clenching his throat in a suffocating grip. It had completely changed his view of dark magic. Mo Fan arrived on the outskirts and found himself in a spacious area. The straight road only had a few lights from the houses scattered in the distance. Behind him was the bustling city, shining with great brilliance, while the path ahead was completely dark. The further he went, the tenser he was. He had never expected that a shadow mage like him would be afraid of walking in the dark. He took a quick glance at the black flower with only 2 petals left. His uneasiness gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of panic. If the assassin decided not to show up, Lengqing would die for sure. There was not much time left. Judging from the previous fight against the assassin, even if the guy showed up eventually, it was unlikely he could kill the assassin in the time that was left. Even a super mage like Feng Julong had failed to restrain him. Time gradually passed. The panic grew in Mo Fan. After all, Lengqing's life was at stake. Mo Fan was unable to accept it like the others. You can't save anyone. A black figure appeared out of nowhere, standing in the middle of the road. He was staring right at Mo Fan. Mo Fan did not speak. He halted in his tracks and looked at his formidable opponent. Remember the chubby kid from before? The color of his brain was brighter than I imagined. TSK, Bei Jiang grinned. The shadow set off his intimidating face. You killed him. Mo Fan blurted out in astonishment. I'm troubled by a certain disease. I wonder if the healer that managed to sustain Lengqing's life could heal me. Bei Jiang said. You should visit a vet, Mo Fan replied. I know you are trying to lure me out of hiding. I also know Lengqing has no chance of surviving. Unfortunately, my superior seems quite interested in you, and considering that you've sincerely invited me here I am." Bei Jiang raised his pale right hand and looked at his watch. He said, 15 minutes, that's how much time Leng Qing has left. You know, I could have easily shown up after 15 minutes when she was dead and killed you, but that's just too boring. I decide to give your petty plan a little glimpse of hope." Mo Fan glared at the assassin. His heart was rolling with rage, but he maintained a calm face. He could not afford to show any hint of panic against a formidable opponent. His enemy would easily abuse it. However, Mo Fan did not expect Bei Jiang to see through their plan. He had not shown up because he was tricked by Ling Ling's plan. He was just playing them and everyone else like a fiddle, as he firmly believed no one could possibly live if he assumed them to be dead. That being said, this game won't last for 15 minutes. I can easily kill you in just 5 minutes. Bei Jiang added. Bei Jiang slowly faded into the darkness behind him. A face with an eerie grin slowly appeared in the darkness. Its outline turned from blurry to solid. It was impossible to tell if it was real. It was staring down at the minuscule Mo Fan. If the guy had not been his enemy, if his personality was not so twisted and enraging, Mo Fan would be impressed by the man's control of the shadow element after he saw the eerie face in the darkness. It was like the man was giving Mo Fan an exciting lecture on how powerful the shadow element could be. Mo Fan didn't want to display his petty skill before an expert. He knew what his advantages were, and he knew it was a fight he could not afford to lose. He only had 15 minutes. Life was always so fragile, yet he had no choice but to give all he had to protect it. The face of darkness. The enormous grinning face solidified and lunged at Mo Fan. Its laughter penetrated Mo Fan's mind and interfered with his thoughts. It greatly slowed down Mo Fan's channeling and reaction time as it filled him with terror. Mo Fan was not worried about himself. He was worried that Ling Ling would be overwhelmed with the grief of losing her sister. He was worried about seeing Ling Ling in tears. The darkness magnified those worries to overwhelm him. The face of darkness was already within inches of him. Mo Fan kept moving backward. The spell was unable to inflict any damage on its target. It was only trying to break down the psychological defenses of the target and take away the will to fight. The target might even lose its will to live after suffering the overwhelming fear and sorrow the spell had brought. Mo Fan continued to back away. He suddenly heard a burst of laughter behind him. He turned around and saw another huge face of darkness charging at him. The focus necklace around his neck shuddered slightly, unleashing ripples of blue energy. Each ripple helped erase the fear being implanted in his mind. Mo Fan's thoughts cleared up. When he opened his eyes, the faces of darkness had both disappeared. Mo Fan looked at the necklace. He still had a grim face, even though the spell had been nullified. The battle had just begun, but he had already used a strong piece of his equipment. How could he possibly defend himself from the upcoming attacks? If he continued to be this passive, how could he possibly defeat the assassin in 15 minutes? Chapter 1334. Own Demonic Shadows. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. There! Mo Fan immediately unleashed lightning from his hand after he recovered from the spell. The lightning arc surged across the road and drove the darkness away, revealing a tall figure hiding there. Mo Fan saw the figure smiling as the lightning flickered, but it suddenly disappeared from Mo Fan's sight as the lightning was about to reach it. A twisted laugh echoed in the air. The great disdain the assassin displayed was truly infuriating. "Time is running out," Bei Jiang said. There was no trace of him whatsoever. Mo Fan searched for the assassin calmly. He thought of every possibility of where the man might be hiding, but as he was preoccupied, he failed to notice that the road below him was gradually being devoured by a dark swamp. It slowly expanded from a black pool into a huge swamp. There were not many cars on the road. The highway had been replaced by another tunnel nearby. It led to the Pearl River on the outskirts of the city. Occasionally, a few street racers would have some fun here, but the road had surprisingly disappeared tonight, as if it had been consumed by the darkness. A few luxurious cars had stopped at the entrance. Several well-dressed Fuerde were staring at the darkness in fear. None of them dared to drive into it. Why are we all so scared? It's more thrilling the darker it is. Imagine you are driving at 180 when you can only see 200 meters away. You will constantly be on your toes, as you never know when the next corner is coming up. I bet none of you have tried anything like it before, a handsome man with braids challenged the others recklessly. He slammed on the gas. The car soon reached 100 kilometers per hour. The car continued to speed up. The man grinned when he heard the girls cheering for him. It was likely that he would be having some fun with at least two of them tonight. Girls always found dangerous men attractive, as if the thrill was able to help them reach the climax easier. The whole place was covered in pitch-black darkness. To the man's disbelief, he noticed some lightning flickering in the darkness. The lightning arcs were surprisingly thick. The lightning forks they produced scattered in the air above like a giant web of lightning within a hand's reach of his car. F***me, what the hell is this place? The man screamed at the top of his lungs. It felt like there was no end to the road. The terrified man sped up to 200 kilometers per hour, yet it felt like he was still in the same spot. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the car. The man screamed, but it was too late to slam on the brakes. His car went right through it. There was no collision, nor did he hear any noise. The figure dissipated like a cloud of black smoke when the car drew past it and dissipated with the wind behind the car. The man turned around and almost peed himself. The black smoke came together again behind the car, reassuming the appearance of a human. The momentum of the car at such an insane speed could easily smash every bone inside a mage, yet the figure was perfectly fine. It even turned around and grinned at the man, who immediately felt his skin crawl. 5 minutes have passed. You're doing better than I expected, Bei Jiang said. Mo Fan stood on the road that had been completely turned into a black swamp with a straight face. Lots of figures had appeared around him. They did not look terrifying and scary, like deadly assassins, nor did they resemble Bei Jiang. They were all shadows of Mo Fan. Each shadow had the same physique and height as Mo Fan. They even had a blurry face that looked like his. Mo Fan suddenly felt like he was surrounded by magic mirrors, his reflections in them had their own expressions, the same grin and glare. Lightning whip! Mo Fan gathered his lightning and swung it at the shadows like a whip. A piercing burst of laughter broke out. The figures remained unmoving, mocking Mo Fan's meaningless attack. The lightning whip shattered the shadows into black mist, but they regained the same appearance within seconds. As soon as Mo Fan was done with his attacks, the shadows moved closer. Some were holding daggers, some were clutching their hands like claws, some were holding their bare fists. Mo Fan's attacks were completely useless against them, yet their powerful attacks had left many bruises and wounds on him. The wounds kept bleeding as the dark energy penetrated his body, slowing his blood flow and corrupting his cells and flesh. His organs were slowly wilting, too. The more wounds, the deeper the dark energy was penetrating into his body, and the faster his organs were wilting. Mo Fan's destructive spells were utterly useless. He initially thought only a super mage would be able to pose a threat to him. He never thought a man who had mastered the shadow element would leave him in such a pinch. Time continued to pass, yet Mo Fan had not beaten a single one of the shadows. A dagger stabbed at his throat. Mo Fan dodged aside and accumulated flames in his right fist. He threw the burning fist at the shadow whose dagger was still hanging in the air. Fiery Dragon sprang forward and shattered the shadow into black mist. However, before Mo Fan could withdraw his hand, the eerie black mist gathered above Mo Fan. A shadow that looked exactly like him poked out of it and stabbed at his head with a dagger. Piss off! Mo Fan reacted swiftly. A silver light burst out of his body, followed by a repelling force. The shadow holding a dagger realized that its attack was in vain again. It took the initiative to turn into a cloud of black smoke and drifted into the distance to dodge Mo Fan's space magic. Mo Fan took a deep breath. He did not have any time to catch his breath. A shadow with sharp claws rose from the swamp below and stabbed at his legs. Its claws tore the flesh on Mo Fan's legs. The pain struck deep into Mo Fan's soul. Flame Belle quickly returned to Mo Fan's side after seeing him injured. She recklessly unleashed her flames at the black swamp. The swamp absorbed the energy like a bottomless hole. No matter how powerful Flame Belle's flames were, they could not destroy the swamp, nor could they inflict any damage on the shadows. The shadow with sharp claws did not dissipate into a cloud of smoke. It had the ability to move freely in the swamp, like a fierce demon fish waiting to ambush its target at the perfect timing after its prey had lowered its guard. Blood poured out from the wounds. Mo Fan could even see his bones from the wounds. He forced himself to stand straight despite the incredible pain. If he swayed even a little, it would give his opponent more opportunities to strike. At that time, it was not just the flesh of his legs, he would even lose his heart. Actually, you can just lie on the ground and cry in agony. No one will think you're disgracing yourself. If they know you've died to Bai Jiang, they are only going to say, "That made sense." Bai Jiang's voice echoed from nowhere. Mo Fan still had no clue where the assassin was. If he could only find the assassin, he could beat the man into a crippled dog with a single punch. I fought against people that are stronger than you. If you can't kill me in the first 5 minutes, you'll never be able to kill me. Keep trying your best to dodge my attacks. I once lived in poverty. There were always some rats hiding in the storage, the wooden racks, and in the pipes in my house. They would come and eat my biscuits and bite my chairs whenever I was asleep. They thought they were good, being able to play me like a fiddle even though we are a lot bigger than them. They would squeak to provoke us. Do you know what happened to them in the end? Mo Fan remained standing. His legs were trembling as his blood dripped onto the ground. He had imagined all kinds of horrible deaths. He might die the moment he had decided to take on the Black Vatican. He was prepared to be covered in bruises and wounds, but as long as he was still able to get back on his feet, he would send every single one of these scum to hell. You're pretty optimistic, don't you feel like a rat whose legs have been cut off, trapped inside a cage? Bai Jiang's voice was moving closer to Mo Fan. Bai Jiang slowly approached Mo Fan with a smile. He was now less than 20 meters away from him. His steps were not making any noise, yet it felt like a huge mountain was crumbling onto him. Mo Fan took a deep breath and calmed his thoughts. He could not understand why Bai Jiang was able to manipulate his shadow magic so perfectly. He was clueless about why Bai Jiang was able to disappear without a trace. Wouldn't Super Mag struggle against him too? Was it because of the source of darkness? What exactly was the source of darkness? Or perhaps it was his innate talent. Mo Fan immediately thought of something. He had completely forgotten about the possibility that the man's capabilities might be part of his innate talent. He was not the only person with an outstanding innate talent in the world. There were others with extraordinary talents who were almost unbeatable against opponents of the same level, too. It was likely that Bai Jiang had some kind of innate talent related to the shadow element, and together with the source of darkness, it had made him a perfect dominator of darkness. Chapter 1335. See Through the Order of Darkness. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Ardent. Xinxia sat beside Lang Qing with her eyes closed. She was trying to feel the battle with her heartbeat. Little Flame Belle was furious, sensing that Mo Fan was seriously injured. It was likely that the battle did not go according to plan. How much time do we have left? Feng Julong asked. Less than 5 minutes, Lingling said expressionlessly. 5 minutes. Normally, it would be gone very quickly with a little daydreaming, but Lingling had the urge to make it last for the whole day, or even for the whole year. We're asking too much from him. Bai Jiang is extremely talented. The fact that he earned his reputation before he even reached the super level indicates that he's even scarier than some of the super mags. We should just call it off if it won't work out. If we know we can't save her, we should avoid more unnecessary casualties, Tata spoke up. Damn it, the Nangua Magic Association can't even do anything to the assassin. Such a disgrace. Feng Julong blurted out furiously. They had a lot of powerful mags, yet none of them was of any use in this situation. If any of them drew closer to the highway, Bei Jiang would surely flee, and Lung Qing would have no chance of survival. Mo Fan was their only hope, but they were worried that Mo Fan would die to the assassin too. The sound of the cars faded into the distance. Mo Fan was surprised by their sudden intrusion. He had chosen this desolated place to avoid unnecessary casualties. Bei Jiang was not interested in the man driving the sports car, being focused on the battle against Mo Fan. If he could take Mo Fan down, his reputation among the assassins would rise dramatically. After all, even Salon could not do anything about him. It doesn't feel good, right? Dying isn't a hassle, but you're still carrying the burden of trying to save a woman's life on your shoulders. Say, why don't we make a little deal? I'm not a greedy man. Killing Lung Qing is just business. I'm not really fond of the Cold Prince of the Black Vatican. His arrogance annoys me. I'll withdraw my dark energy so Ling Qing can slowly recover, and you will stop struggling and extend your neck, so I can sever your head with a clean cut, Bei Jiang offered. As time passed, Bei Jiang was enjoying the battle more. He could sense Mo Fan's impatience and panic. It was utterly pleasing. Mo Fan ignored Bei Jiang's proud remarks. Judging from the direction of the voice, Bei Jiang was standing right in front of him. However, the man surely had some tricks up in his sleeves. He would not dare stand in front of Mo Fan, since Mo Fan could easily inflict serious damage on him with a full-on destructive spell. Mo Fan withheld the urge to attack. He continued to dodge the continuous attacks from the demonic shadows while analyzing the traits of Bei Jiang's abilities. Mo Fan heard the man driving the sports car being mocked by his friends for wetting his pants in the distance. Mo Fan was left speechless by those guys. Did they not have any brains? The road was so dark, with occasional electricity flickers. It was obviously not just a natural phenomenon. Wait a second, wasn't the guy driving straight ahead? When did he turn back? The thought crossed Mo Fan's mind and stuck there. The man obviously could not think straight after getting the shit scared out of him. He just kept driving straight ahead since he was too terrified to turn around. Mo Fan did not see the car turn around, nor was there any sign that the man had driven across the black swamp a second time. The road was perfectly straight. If he kept driving ahead, how did he end up going back to his friends? The Chaos Element. Mo Fan finally realized something important. He naively assumed Bei Jiang was using the Shadow Element. The man was able to disappear and reappear as he pleased. Even when he was standing right in front of Mo Fan, it was more like a black shadow projected in front of him. Mo Fan was struggling to lock down his enemy's actual position. The Chaos Element was dimensional magic, capable of manipulating the order of the dimensions. The directions could be reversed, energy could be deflected, attacks could be reflected, and even the space would be in disarray. When a moving object entered an area manipulated by chaos magic, it would return to the same spot even when they kept moving in the same direction. Normally, if an area was manipulated by the chaos magic, most people could easily tell what was happening by looking at their surroundings. For example, the straight road was now meandering, indicating that chaos magic had altered it. If the sky was seemingly below him, it indicated that gravity had been reversed. However, the whole place was in pitch-black darkness due to the black swamp. It did not matter how twisted and deranged his surroundings were, Mo Fan was not able to tell. It explained why the sports car had gone back to where it had come from, even though it was driving straight ahead. It also explained why the demonic shadows could eerily change their positions, and why he was struggling so much to land his attacks. The Shadow Element and the Chaos Element. It was impossible to merge two different elements unless the person's control over the two elements was strong enough to stack them up perfectly. Bei Jiang's innate talent had allowed him to merge the Chaos Element and the Shadow Element. It was the reason why his shadows could show up anywhere. It explained why no one was able to find him. When the Shadow Element and the Chaos Element combined together, they would only feel the presence of the Shadow Element without a single trace of the Chaos Element, misleading them into assuming the man was only using the Shadow Element. They never thought the man had the ability to manipulate the order inside the darkness as he pleased, making him the ruler of darkness. That's why. A strong will erupted inside Mo-Fan. He had waited so long for his turn to counterattack. Mo-Fan did not stay in the same spot. He ignored his injuries and sprinted in the direction the sports car was heading to previously, under Flame Belle's protection. Mo-Fan's lightning had landed on the sports car spoiler when it drove past. The broken parts had scattered across the ground. He searched for the broken parts to ensure he was moving in the right direction. Luckily, the area had not been shifted again by the chaos magic. Mo-Fan found pieces of metal on the ground, telling him he was standing at the spot where directions were reversed. Oh? Have you made up your mind? Did you decide to save yourself and let Lengqing die? Beijiang slowly followed behind Mo-Fan. He just needed to let his obedient shadows do the killing. He did not have to do it himself. He grinned when he saw Mo-Fan trying to escape. Humans were all selfish. It was reasonable that Mo-Fan did not agree with his suggestion. Either way, Beijiang had no intention of letting Mo-Fan escape in one piece. Both Lengqing and Mo-Fan had to die. Did this fool seriously think he could escape from his order of darkness? Beijiang smirked. There's no escape. Beijiang was like a wolf following the trail of blood that the wild ox Mo-Fan had left behind. The demonic shadows continued to attack and leave Mo-Fan with more wounds. He was still bleeding. His blood had left a long trail along the road. It was quite a gory sight. Mo-Fan slowly lifted his right hand. Wisps of flames circled his hand. He kept pouring his energy into the flames, yet the candlelight on his hand retained its size. Its color gradually darkened as it burned vigorously. Do you still think you can hurt me with your magic? I'm afraid I don't have the patience to play with you anymore. I'll have to cut you into pieces to make myself feel better. Beijiang did not bother dodging Mo-Fan's attack. A black knife with jagged edges slowly appeared in his hand, like it had grown out of his arm. The knife smelled like fresh blood. It was difficult to tell how many arteries the deadly weapon had sliced open. Beijiang continued to move closer to Mo-Fan without dodging the attack. He was acting calmly, like he could not see the flames on Mo-Fan's hand. Keep that flame Belle busy. Beijiang ordered the shadows. It was obvious that Beijiang had decided to cut Mo-Fan's head off himself. He believed Mo-Fan, whose legs were severely injured, had no chance of running away from him. Mo-Fan looked at the approaching shadow. He continued to accumulate fiery energy in the flames burning on his hand. The enormous pressure that Beijiang was applying to him did not change his mind. It was time for the final showdown. The last petal on his palm faded away. Mo-Fan felt a sharp pain, as if his heart had just been stabbed. He could not help but gasp. However, he could not afford to be overwhelmed by sorrow now. He turned the surge of emotion into raging energy accumulating on his palm. Still not going to attack? Die then. Beijiang lifted the black knife and slashed at Mo-Fan from a safe distance away. He did not dare to stand too close to Mo-Fan, as the man was like an explosive powder keg. It was better for him to stay a safe distance away. Mo-Fan had long waited for this moment. He lifted the candlelight that was already at its limit. Beijiang was not too bothered by it. He had a disdainful grin as he continued to absorb dark energy. The formidable magic formed a black whirlpool on his knife. Die! Die! Two voices uttered simultaneously. Mo-Fan was the first to attack. He tossed the candlelight in his hand ahead of him. Beijiang swung the dark magic-enhanced knife. He believed his shadows had worn down Mo-Fan's defense. He did not care if the man had attacked slightly earlier than him. There was no way Mo-Fan's attacks could land on him, not to mention how insignificant the little candlelight seemed. The two kinds of formidable energy faced one another. They were about to trigger a great storm as the energy crashed into one another, but as they reached a point where they could no longer back away, Mo-Fan suddenly turned around. He had tossed the candlelight, but was tossing it behind him instead. Beijiang was right in front of him, Yet he had tossed the flame that served as his last glimpse of hope in the opposite direction of the enemy that was trying to take his life. Mo Fan's action was so idiotic that anyone would immediately burst out laughing if they were fighting against him. However, Bai Jiang's expression shifted. His eyes flickered with disbelief. The candlelight that had been tossed in the opposite direction was growing larger in his eyes. Chapter 1336. The Framework of Hell. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Bai Jiang panicked briefly, but quickly calmed himself. He had panicked, since he did not expect Mo Fan to see through his Order of Darkness. He had been an assassin for many years. Even those stronger than him had failed to learn the secret before they died, so how did this young man manage to see through his trick? It was an utter disgrace. If the world knew he was using the Chaos element together with his Shadow element, it would be harder for him to kill his targets in the future. The question was, how did the kid see through his trick? Was it just a coincidence? The candlelight slowly approached Bai Jiang. Even though Mo Fan had learned his secret, it did not necessarily mean Bai Jiang was unable to dodge the attack. He quickly reacted after a brief moment of panic and moved to his left. He also put the black knife away. "It looks like I have to make sure you won't leave this place alive," Bai Jiang said coldly. "Do you seriously think you still have the chance?" Mo Fan grinned. It was his turn to wear a wide, arrogant smile. Mo Fan spread his other hand, and a sharp silver light burst out. It withdrew the rhomboid restraining the energy of the flames. The blazing energy of the tiny candlelight suddenly exploded in all directions. The scorching flames devoured the entire road. The destructive force left Bai Jiang's face blank. How is this possible? Bai Jiang saw the flames lunging at him like fiery dragons. The cunning and confident look on his face completely disappeared. The light of the flames lit up his astonished face. Boom! The flames of the tiny candlelight devoured everything they came across. The huge explosion left a pit over 500 meters wide in the open area. The scorching heat swept in Mo Fan's direction and burned his ragged clothes. Its strong wind blew his hair back. A different flame encapsulated his figure, a red battle robe as bright as blood. The demonic shadows disappeared in the raging flames before they faded away. Mo Fan went forward and approached Bai Jiang, who was beyond recognition after suffering the enormous blast. Mo Fan had to admit that his shadow element was no match for the assassin. However, in terms of destructive power, Mo Fan only needed to land a single spell on a man who had devoted himself to mastering the shadow element to defeat him. Bai Jiang did not expect Mo Fan to see through his trick, nor did he expect the insignificant candlelight to possess such terrifying force. His defense was non-existent against the compressive explosion. The whole area was scorched black by the flames. Mo Fan was a true demon of destruction. He walked up to Bai Jiang and stared down at the man lying on the ground, holding on to his last breath. Bai Jiang's skin was scorched black. He looked no different from a dried corpse. He had tried his best to escape Mo Fan's flames by fleeing into his black swamp, yet he only managed to move a dozen meters. The flames of the explosion had extended almost a kilometer across. You can't save anyone. Langqing is dead, she's already dead, that kid, he's dead too. Langqing is dead, you are just a piece of trash, ha ha ha. Bai Jiang screamed while crawling on the ground. It's true that I have failed to save them. There are too many deranged scum like you in this world. Even forbidden mags are unable to save them all, let alone me. Mo Fan stomped his foot on the reputable assassin of the Hall of Assassins and used all his might to grind down on his head, trying to apply some of the torture that Langqing had endured to the psychopath. He said as he continued to apply more pressure, but remember this, as long as I, Mo Fan, am alive, I'll send you all to hell one by one. The people that you've brutally killed and tortured to death are waiting for you down there. They can't wait to skin you, pull out your tendons, and tear you apart 1,000,000 times. Your soul won't die in hell. You'll be reborn again after they have torn you apart. However, the pain will forever be inflicted on your soul. They will pounce on you again and ask you why you killed them while cutting your flesh off. A person's mind was at its weakest prior to their death. The thoughts pouring into their minds in their final moments would haunt them like a nightmare. If Mo Fan had said this when Bai Jiang was fully conscious, he would only laugh it off. But now, he was on his last breath. He no longer had control over his life and dignity. The words immediately laid down the structure of the prolonged torture he would suffer after his death. Death would be the end of it, was the thought of most villains. How amusing, death was only just the beginning. What awaited them ahead was a furnace that would bring these evil souls eternal pain, torture, and despair. Mo Fan had no idea if hell even existed, but he had constructed that spiritual hell for Bai Jiang in his last moment. He was mentally trapped inside the idea of the endless torture awaiting him for his crimes and sins. Mo Fan stomped his flaming foot on Bai Jiang's charred head and crushed his skull to pieces. The eyeballs, still filled with terror, rolled to the side and were burned into ashes by his flames. Mo Fan took a deep breath. He opened his palm and glanced at the black flower. All the petals had fallen off. He had failed to save Langqing in the end. It felt as if his efforts were all in vain. However, the world had one fewer psychopath, thanks to him. The flames continued to burn for a long time. The abandoned highway was completely erased from the outskirts of the city. A few luxury cars were parked at the entrance to the highway. The drivers were dumbfounded when they saw the sea of flames ahead. They even forgot to flee for their lives. A figure engulfed in flames slowly walked out from the blazing fire. He was dragging a scorched corpse with him. The man was covered in injuries, yet his dark brown eyes were glittering with an extremely dangerous look. "Give me a ride, bring me back to the city." Before anyone could react, the man jumped into the passenger's seat of a car owned by a red-haired woman. The woman was stunned for a moment. She eventually fired up the engine with a trembling hand. A glamorous woman in a bathrobe was lying on a chair beside a colorful swimming pool. Her glittering golden eyes were staring at the cloudy dark sky above Guangzhou. "Humph, the brightest talent of the Hall of Assassins? I am seriously impressed." A teenager with purple eyes tossed the pieces of Bai Jiang's skull that his men had retrieved in front of the woman. "He's dead." The woman's eyes widened. "It seems there's a reason the kid has been such a pain in the ass to Salon. It's a relief that Langqing is dead. Otherwise, it would ruin my plan," the young man replied. "That's good to hear. If it wasn't because of how difficult it is for members of the Black Vatican to do anything in China, we wouldn't have had to let the Hall of Assassins handle the problem for us," the woman with golden eyes agreed. "Master, if you had let me handle it, Langqing would have been dead before she even arrived in Guangzhou." Bai Jiang was too young, and too full of himself, a bulky man with a naked upper body said. The man's skin tone was quite strange. It seemed to change color in response to the light shining on the pool. "We can't afford to expose ourselves. I don't want to lose any men that might be useful to me before we even carry out the plan," the cold prince muttered. Since the calamity of the ancient capital, China had been the hardest country for the Black Vatican to infiltrate. Even authorities with proper identities were only allowed to visit the country as tourists. They could not afford to stir up any trouble, or the enforcement union and the Mags determined to get their revenge would annihilate them right away. "Master, am I just someone that might be useful?" The bulky man pointed at his nose. He looked simple and honest, like a bear. "Yes, just that." He, how about me, Master Cold Prince?" The woman smiled and pointed at herself. The teenager placed his hand inside the woman's bathrobe and asked with raised brows, "In what areas?" "What do you think?" "You have won my heart." "Is that all?" The woman slowly drew closer and licked the teenage boy's palm. The teenager pounced on the woman. The woman was not wearing anything under the bathrobe. He was enjoying himself, swimming in her soft embrace. The teenage boy suddenly turned to the bulky man and said, "Do you want to hold her in place for me?" No, Master can easily subdue her on your own," the bulky man answered quickly. "Then why the F***K are you staying around?" the teenage boy snapped. "Yes, I'll be going." The man quickly left. If you had the slightest bit of brains, you wouldn't be useful to me, the teenage boy swore as he watched the man leave. The curvaceous woman under the teenage boy wriggled alluringly, as if she was asking to be devastated. She kept teasing the teenage boy while moaning, yet suddenly said off-topic, "Master Cold Prince, you still haven't told me what you and Salon stole from the Sacred Hall of Liberty." "You don't need to know, B****ch. AH. I love it when you call me that." Chapter 1337. Luring the Traitor OU. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Covered in filth and ashes, Mo Fan walked into the Canton Tower and made his way to the ward on the 70th floor. He could not afford to sit still. Someone was waiting for him to return safely, and someone was waiting to be comforted by him with everything he had. What should I even tell the Hall Mother? Please don't do anything so reckless next time. I know that every person's life is precious, but we from the Parthenon Temple should only do things that are within our powers, to ensure that we can do more meaningful things. Tata was speaking quickly. Mo Fan could hear her Greek-accented speech before entering the room. "My heavens, you're finally back. I thought you were killed too." Feng Julong immediately walked up to Mo Fan. Lingling went up to Mo Fan too. She quickly helped him to a sickbed after seeing his injuries. "Lingling, I'm sorry," Mo Fan said grimly. If he had managed to see through Bai Jiang's abilities earlier, he would have been able to save Leng Qing's life. Bai Jiang was dead, but he would trade many Bai Jiang for Leng Qing's life. What is there to be sorry about? Humph, didn't you notice that someone has fainted? Tata spoke up, displeased. Mo Fan looked around and saw Xinxia lying beside Lang Qing's bed like she had fallen asleep, yet Mo Fan knew Xinxia would never fall asleep in a situation like this. He went over to Xinxia and noticed how terrifyingly pale her face was. It was like she had endured great torture. "What happened?" Mo Fan asked. "I don't know what we owe you, but Her Highness used a sacred art of the Parthenon Temple, one she has yet to master," Tata kept grumbling. Xinxia slowly regained consciousness when she heard Mo Fan's voice. She smiled when she saw Mo Fan standing in front of her, but her eyes were flickering when she saw Mo Fan's injuries. I'll treat your..." Tata immediately interrupted as Xinxia was trying to say something. "My little saintess, are you trying to make me a sinner of the Parthenon Temple? Let others worry about his injuries. Don't you cast another spell, or I'll have no choice but to drag you back to the Parthenon Temple." Tata screamed. Xinxia began to panic as soon as she saw Mo Fan's injuries. It was common to see Mo Fan with injuries, but they had never been as serious as the ones he currently had. A few of them had almost cut his throat open. She could not imagine how close to death Mo Fan was in the fight. He might not have returned. "Did you use the spell of resurrection?" Mo Fan asked. Xinxia shook her head and said, "I didn't use the spell of resurrection. I only used the greater healing blessing of the Parthenon Temple. My cultivation is not strong enough, so I was worn out by it." "Worn out? Do you think I don't understand your words? You've damaged your soul for it, and you've only preserved the soul of her body for now. If you don't cast the greater healing blessing on her every month, she is still going to die," Tata exclaimed. "Sister Xinxia, my grandpa always says that our fate is in the hands of the heavens. We've done all we could for our sister. You don't have to sacrifice your soul for her, it was my sister's decision. She knew something like this would happen one day the moment she chose this path." Lingling did not cry this time. She even tried to comfort Xinxia. Xinxia did not agree with her. She placed her hand on Lang Qing's palm and said softly, "If our fate is really in the hands of the heavens, it means fate has brought me here to save Sister Lang Qing's life. Don't worry, it's not as serious as Tata is saying. I can cast the greater healing blessing on Lang Qing once every month after my cultivation improves. I'll bring her to the Parthenon Temple. You all have tried so hard to save her, how can I not do anything? The source of darkness has been destroyed. Even though she has stepped into the gates of hell, there are cases where people with wilted hearts came back to life in the history of the Parthenon Temple, which is why I'm eager to preserve her soul. It's a reminder that I shouldn't be slacking on my cultivation, too. Don't worry, I won't force myself, and I won't do anything excessive, but I'll try my best to save her. If 1 year isn't enough, I'll spend 2 years, or 3 years. Mo Fan was touched by Xinxia's determination. There were many things he wanted to say, but he expressed them with a hug. I was thinking of giving brother Mo Fan a surprise and staying with you for a few days, but I'll have to bring sister Lengqing back to the Parthenon temple, Xinxia said apologetically. It's my fault. Stay until tomorrow, Mo Fan felt guilty. Xinxia finally had a chance to rest, yet she ended up so worn out because of him. Xinxia nodded. When Mo Fan woke up the next morning, half of the bed was already empty, with only a faint pleasant scent left. Mo Fan was already missing her. He also felt a little helpless. Did she already leave? Why did he have to sleep like a pig? His injuries had already recovered by the end of the night. He could have woken up earlier to do something shameless, yet he had missed out on the opportunity. He should really pay a visit to Greece. He believed the old antiques of the Parthenon temple were missing him too. Mo Fan, I've decided to dig the Cold Prince out. Lingling's voice came out of nowhere. It scared the shit out of Mo Fan. Since when did Lingling learn to come and go like a shadow? Beijiang was only an assassin. The person that wanted my sister dead was the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican, known as the Cold Prince. The information that my sister risked her life for is clearly something very important. Every Red Cardinal is a psychopath. I believe my sister discovered something terrifying, Lingling said sternly. We should discuss it with your grandfather first. It's a little difficult for us to take on a Red Cardinal yet, Mo Fan replied. My grandpa won't be coming back to the country for some time. Something huge must have happened, Lingling told him. Then we'll go talk to Zhumeng and the others. We don't have a single clue where to start, unless your sister is able to wake up now, Mo Fan said. Lingling shook her head and said, we do have one. Mo Fan glanced at Lingling in confusion. Lengqing did not tell them anything. It was likely something that could not be explained clearly in a few words. It might be a place, a secret lair, or part of a conspiracy. Do you remember how we were using the traitor to relay the information to the Cold Prince? Lingling said. Of course. It's actually quite terrifying, knowing that someone in the Enforcement Union is working for the Black Vatican, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan remembered Lengqing mentioning that there was a traitor in the Enforcement Union, but the traitor was not necessarily a member of the Black Vatican. He was still an enforcer, yet he was unaware that he was betraying his colleagues. He was most likely giving away information to a certain organization in return for some benefits, but the Black Vatican was able to secure the information, too. Therefore, it did not necessarily mean someone in the Enforcement Union was a spy sent by the Black Vatican, but it was obvious that there was a breach. It was not safe to pass important information to the Enforcement Union. Even the secret message encrypted by an elder had ended up in the hands of the Black Vatican in no time. However, the person leaking the information in the Enforcement Union was clearly a huge problem, considering how quickly the message had ended up in the Cold Prince's hands. I handled the encrypted message differently when I was sending it out. I duplicated the message and requested the Enforcement Union of different places meet us at the road where you went, but the cities I wrote were Foshan, Xiamen, Shenzhen, Kunming. These cities have the same address of the road in Guangzhou, Lingling told him. You purposely gave them the wrong address? How did Beijiang know where I am then? I understand now. The Cold Prince and Beijiang know we are in Guangzhou, thus the person we were trying to contact was going to be in Guangzhou too. When they saw the wrong addresses, they would have assumed we were trying to trick them. They would still go to the same road to look for me, Mo Fan said. But the traitor knew we were in Guangzhou and my sister's condition. The person knew we hadn't learned anything important. It was obvious that the message we sent was bait, Lingling said. But how do we know who's the traitor? Every city has a different person who will receive the person that sent the secret message, Mo Fan said. Which is why I used my role as a hunter master to request a hunter meet with the recipient in Foshan, Xiamen, Shenzhen, and Kunming. I was just trying my luck to see if the traitor would make a mistake, Lingling said. Mo Fan was stunned. Lingling's move was absolutely brilliant. Lingling purposely sent the wrong address to trick the traitor into believing that it was just bait, yet she still ended up sending people to meet with the recipients. Last night, the hunter in Kunming told me that there was no one waiting for him at the designated location, which means the person that received the secret message in Kunming is working for the Black Vatican. His mistake has exposed himself, but he doesn't know it. The person must have quite a high status and role in the enforcement union. I was thinking of taking him out right away, but now that we've learned the Cold Prince is up to something, I believe we should keep the line there. We might be able to track the Red Cardinal down with it. Lingling's eyes glittered. Lingling, you are an absolute genius. Well done, we finally have some clues we can work on, which means we are no longer passive, we might be able to take the lead and take down the Red Cardinal. Mo Fan exclaimed excitedly. Lingling's plan was impressive, especially how she had purposely given out the wrong address, yet still sent someone to meet the recipients. If the traitor was more cautious and sent someone to the address just in case, they would have ended up empty-handed still. However, the receiver in Kunming did not show up as expected. The person must have been too busy enjoying a sense of achievement after taking out an elder of the Enforcement Union. Chapter 1338. The Cold Prince of the Mediterranean Sea. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was easy to eavesdrop on normal magic transmission equipment. Many members of the Enforcement Union were working as spies, so they would rarely use normal magic transmission equipment to pass important information around. To ensure that orders received were reliable, elders of the Enforcement Union had to deliver them personally, and each elder had their own encryption code. If the message being delivered was encrypted by an elder, it showed the importance of the message, especially information related to the Black Vatican. Many members of the Black Vatican lurked in the cities. It was impossible to identify them unless they exposed themselves. Therefore, it was extremely important to encrypt the messages. The process was complicated, but it was the safest way of transmitting important messages when going against the Black Vatican. The secret code kept changing. Only the designated receiver of each enforcement union would know the secret code to decrypt messages. When an elder wanted to pass on an important message that could not afford to be intercepted or eavesdropped on, they would deliver the secret message to set up a meeting with the receiver of a local enforcement union. Things were a lot simpler after meeting with the receiver. The information would be relayed straight back to headquarters. Only people with the ranks of councilman and above had access to the information. There was no way the information could be intercepted and eavesdropped on. If there was any important evidence, like lists of names or objects, the receiver would activate a portal and transfer the important evidence to a specific department that only councilmen had access to. The enforcers relayed most of their information back to the enforcement union with normal communication methods. After all, they were currently in the magic technology era. It was not as complicated as delivering messages with pigeons in ancient times. However, it was necessary to come up with a way to deliver important messages, especially when they were up against the Black Vatican. They never knew if the person they were telling the information to was a member of the Black Vatican. It was extremely difficult to learn if a person was a spy from the Black Vatican. Lingling was familiar with the process of sending confidential information. Therefore, when she asked Langqing to send the message, not only was she using the traitor to lure Bei Jiang out of hiding, she was planning to take out a traitor that had long infiltrated the enforcement union, too. From the looks of it, the traitor is most likely taking orders from the Cold Prince. Therefore, we didn't get rid of him when we were annihilating Salan's henchmen, Lingling said. They had gotten rid of Salan's influence in the country, including the low-ranking grey priests and the higher-ranking blue deacons. Salan had gathered everyone under her orders during the calamity of the ancient capital. She had even summoned her henchmen who were hiding in the ancient capital to enjoy the festival she had prepared for them. As a result, her henchmen were all taken out because of it. Despite that, they were only members of the Black Vatican under Salan's leadership. Who knew if the other Red Cardinals had planted their own chess pieces in the country, too? My sister always thought the traitor was under Salan's command. It allowed the traitor to remain in hiding for so long, Lingling explained. Yeah, I didn't expect that, either. Who exactly is this Cold Prince? Mo Fan asked her. I have heard things about the Cold Prince, Zhao Manyang spoke up. He would occasionally visit other countries, thus he had heard rumors about things there. The Cold Prince is active in the Mediterranean Sea. His main influence is in countries to the south of the Mediterranean. No one has ever seen his true face, but rumors say he has purple eyes. Purple eyes, that's a very distinctive feature, but then again, there are lots of people who wear colored contact lenses to pretend they look cool. It won't be easy to find him if that's the only clue we have. Besides, if I was the Cold Prince, I'd be wearing contact lenses of different colors, Mo Fan said. Yeah, this Cold Prince is the same as Salon, Zhao Manyang agreed. Same? He's a woman. Mo Fan asked. No, the Cold Prince is a man, we know that at least. I'm referring to their style of approach, the way they bring fear to the world. Some of the Red Cardinals possess insane strength and cultivation, so even the Holy Judgment Court would not stand a chance against them. Those who are good at conspiring and making necessary arrangements to achieve their plans aren't that much stronger than us, and yet, the experts willing to take their orders, and their cunning, are much scarier than the Red Cardinals with outstanding strength, Zhao Manyang stated. Mo Fan agreed with Zhao Manyang. As a matter of fact, Salon might not even stand a chance against the Enforcement Union. The Enforcement Union could easily send an expert to crush them, but they were good at concealing their identities and executing conspiracies. The ancient capital had existed for thousands of years. Normally, it would require several armies to destroy it. Even if the Black Vatican had 10 times more members than it currently had, it would still struggle to take down the walls of the ancient capital. Magic might be scary, but an outstanding talent for bringing destruction and committing crimes certain people possessed were even more terrifying. The only thing that could destroy humanity were humans themselves. So you're saying that the Cold Prince is plotting something similar to Salon's conspiracy that led to the calamity of the ancient capital? Mo Fan asked in a deep voice. Lung Qing had risked her life just to bring the information back. If that conspiracy had made the life of an elder of the Enforcement Union so fragile, there was no way it was going to be just a little scuffle. In the past, the Cold Prince's reputation actually exceeded Salon's. I mean infamy. However, since the calamity of the ancient capital, criminals across the world have been worshipping Salon as their god, treating her as their role model for bringing destruction upon this world. Therefore, even though Salon was forced to flee to other countries like a beaten dog and her influence in China has been completely wiped out by the Enforcement Union, as long as she's alive, she has plenty of chances to make a comeback. Many deviants are willing to submit themselves to her, wanted criminals will join her, and psychopaths will take orders from her, Zhao Manyang said. The truth had always been cruel. Mo Fan was deeply troubled by Zhao Manyang's words. Salon's festival at the ancient capital was, in fact, still a great success for her. The lives that were lost were like sacrifices offered to build her throne at the top of the world, so all the maniacs and psychopaths across the world could see her brilliance as a goddess of death. Now that he thought about it, if Salon was truly defeated back then and forced to flee by the Enforcement Union, why would she bother showing up so blatantly at the Parthenon Temple? She was getting more powerful. She no longer had to hide in the dark. She just stood in the plaza of the sacred Parthenon Temple and told everyone that she was Salon. She blatantly took what she came for, killed the people she wanted to kill, and disappeared without a trace. Perhaps someone like her was indeed worthy to be called a goddess? Chapter 1339. The Alert over 5,000 kilometers of shoreline. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Cold Prince is a great strategist, just like Salon. His infamous masterpiece was the incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea. The water in the eastern Mediterranean Sea turned red for half a month. The scent of blood lingered in the cities along the coastlines of Greece, Egypt, Italy, Turkey, and several other countries. It led to the worst plague and invasion of sea monsters in the past decade, resulting in uncounted deaths, Zhao Manyang informed him. Incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea. Why have I not heard of it before? Why didn't the media report it if it was that serious? Mo Fan asked, Confused. Mo Fan knew how big the Mediterranean Sea was. How many people's blood would it take to turn the sea red and the scent of blood linger in so many countries along the coastline? Do you think it's something they could afford to tell the public? Lots of people kept demanding to learn the truth. They asked for democracy, but there are certain things that can't be made public. Publicity means giving exposure to the mastermind of the incident. It will stir up the urge to commit crimes among the lunatics. Those that hold a strong grudge and hatred for society will follow in their steps. It would further strengthen the Black Vatican's influence in the world and help them grow. Just look at Salon, so many people are mimicking her after the calamity of the ancient capital. Many cities are suffering because of her. The number of Salon's worshippers could fill up the entire Mediterranean Sea. Even the younger generations who have had enough of society think of how cool Salon is. Studies have proven that laughter is contagious, but so is evil. The maniacs of the Black Vatican might just be some people that have thoughts after being mistreated, and which eventually led them astray. Perhaps they were only ordinary people before, Lingling said sternly. Every person had good and evil sides. There was no clear boundary between what was good and evil. A mother who stole money just to feed her daughter was not necessarily evil, nor was the daughter who killed the judge for pronouncing her mother guilty for stealing the money kind. Even a gentle person could turn into an unforgivable criminal after they were provoked. Many people had lots of negativity in them. Their minds were constantly occupied by thoughts of killing the people that bullied and humiliated them to vent their frustrations. Those that were poor were hoping that everyone else would suffer together with them. They hoped the rich and the blissful people would suffer just like them. If they were given a button to make everyone suffer like them, it was very likely they would press the button, since they believed they were beyond redemption, and burst out laughing. The button did exist. The Black Vatican was the button. Zhao Pinlin was one of the people that had decided to press the button. He was just an arrogant, proud student on the bus, but what did he become at the villa? If the calamity of the ancient capital had not happened, his mind might not have been filled with evil thoughts. Without those thoughts, he might not have chosen to step into Fang Shaoli's trap. Most people did not have their own moral strength. They would pretend to be mature by arguing it was just how the world was in coldness, disdain, and envy. The truth was, they were no different from immature kids. They did not have their own beliefs, and they lacked the ability to judge on their own. They were blindly following others. Parents did not allow kids to watch gory and violent movies because they were afraid the kids would be influenced by the movies, since they had yet to discover the right values. It was the same reason the authorities would try their best to gloss over news about tragedies from the public. Not every adult had mature thoughts and beliefs. Perhaps they might not immediately become a crook after seeing evil deeds, but if they found a chance to do evil, they might hesitate and make the wrong decision, just like Zhao Pinlin had made. Even if the odds of making a wrong decision were only increased by 100th, or even 1,000th, it would still be devastating for the world. If they were unlucky and another criminal genius like the Cold Prince or Salon was born, the time before another tragedy would happen would start ticking. Therefore, was it really necessary to tell the people who demanded democracy everything, when most of them were just trying to satisfy their curiosity, or even gloat over the sufferings of others? If they could reduce the number of criminals in the world by thousands or even tens of thousands by trading away the right to know everything that happened, why would they even bother with democracy? The incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea that the Cold Prince was responsible for was not made public, sealed off by the European Union and the Shoreline Alliance. Therefore, it was unlikely for Mo Fan, who learned most of his knowledge from textbooks, to read about it. As a matter of fact, many incidents across the world were sealed off by the authorities. They were not trying to point their fingers at others, but to limit the negative impact of the incidents, since there were just too many fools in this world. Salon's influence is even greater than the Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican. I believe the Cold Prince, who's also a psychopath, doesn't want people to think he's inferior to Salon. The incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea wasn't that significant compared to Salon's achievements. If the Cold Prince is planning something, it's going to be worse than the incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea without a doubt, and there's a chance it will happen in our country, Lingling said. F***K the Black Vatican, why do they have to pick on our country when there are so many countries in the world? Zhao Manyang cursed. We can't let it happen. Mo Fan swore. Mo Fan was aware that the conspiracy was beyond what the few of them could handle. They had to ask the authorities for help. Mo Fan immediately thought of Han Ji. The man would clearly be the first to step forward if he learned the Black Vatican was up to something. However, Han Ji could only represent the Clock Tower Magic Association. If the Cold Prince was planning something worse than the incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea, he obviously needed the help of someone with greater power. Mo Fan believed it was better to contact Zhu Meng. As a councilman, he would have more say in things like this. Aren't you close with Chairman Xiao Zhang? Why don't you try contacting him? If he gives us permission to investigate the Cold Prince, we should be able to get more help. Zhao Manyang also had the same idea. I'll try. Mo Fan dialed Chairman Xiao Zhang's number, but his secretary answered the call. Mo Fan, have you found any new clues about the totem beasts? I've read your report regarding Outer Mount Kunyu and told the chairman about it. We did send some people to search for the giant purple sacred linden, but they weren't able to find anything useful. It's very likely that the demon has gone into hiding. It won't dare to show itself for a long time, the secretary, Jiyu Lian, said to him immediately. Well, there isn't anything to report about the totem beasts, but I do have something that I believe the chairman should know. Is he available? Mo Fan asked. The chairman is currently at Dalion's maritime battlefield. The situation along the shoreline isn't looking good. Something serious is about to happen. The chairman has already proposed sounding the alert for 5,000 kilometers along the shoreline. I'm afraid he will be very busy with it for some time. You can let me know if there's anything important, Jiyu Lian said. An alert for 5,000 kilometers of shoreline? Mo Fan initially thought he had heard it wrong. He asked Jiyu Lian to confirm that, and to his surprise, Jiyu Lian repeated exactly the same words. Isn't the shoreline of our country only around 20,000 kilometers long? Mo Fan asked. Yes, which means more than a quarter of the shoreline will be placed on alert. It's been a long time since the chairman had a chance to get any rest. He's trying to convince the country to place more attention on it, but the politicians think he's overreacting. They said it's normal for the sea level to rise every year, Jiyu Lian said. But still, placing a quarter of the shoreline on alert, isn't that? Mo Fan agreed that the proposal sounded a little crazy. I know, a lot of people are assuming our chairman is going nuts, sigh, but the chairman insisted on trusting his instincts. Is the thing you mentioned more serious than that? Jiyu Lian asked. It does sound more important than what I have, but I still think it's important to say it, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan briefly explained the possibility of the Cold Prince conspiring in their country to Jiyu Lian, and how an elder of the Enforcement Union had already fallen victim to it. Do you have any solid evidence? Jiyu Lian asked seriously. We have found out there's a traitor in the Enforcement Union, but we haven't learned anything much, Mo Fan said. I'm afraid the chairman can't do anything about it if that's all you have. He's allocating every resource he has to the shoreline. It's true that we should be treating a Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican seriously, but the chairman can't attend to two things at once. The chairman could only assign the other councilmen who aren't cooperating with him at the moment to handle it if you have enough proof, Jiyu Lian said. I thought our nation would be united if there is any trace of the Black Vatican after what happened at the ancient capital, Mo Fan sighed. Don't worry, if there's solid evidence, no one will dare waste a second further. Therefore, can you please get some evidence from the traitor? We must locate the Cold Prince and learn what he's up to. That way, we'll be able to allocate resources to the matter accordingly. Jiyu Lian encouraged him. So the higher-ups are only willing to make a move if we have information on the Red Cardinal or solid evidence about what he's up to? Mo Fan asked. There's a preventive committee. You may be able to ask them for help or let them handle it from here if you want. I believe they can handle it well, Jiyu Lian told him. Mo Fan's heart sank after hanging up the call. He did not blame the chairman and the secretary for not taking his warning seriously. What Jiyu Lian said was reasonable. If they tried to make a move before collecting enough evidence, it might be a waste of their time and resources. Besides, sending too many people to search for the Cold Prince might alert him instead. On the other hand, there were other problems that needed more attention for the time being. How is it? Zhao Manyang asked. We'll have to find some convincing proof, Mo Fan replied. We are just giving them a heads up. Lingling seemed to have predicted the outcome. Then let's start with the traitor. Humph, we'll be making the move instead this time, and giving the Black Vatican a devastating blow. Mo Fan promised coldly. Chapter 1340. Putting the blame on others. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. At noon, Mo Fan and Lingling could not be bothered to go out and eat. They found a spot on the highest floor of the Canton Tower and enjoyed some Cantonese delicacies they had ordered for delivery. They also enjoyed the wind and the sight of the tallest building in the city below their feet. In front of the tower was Victoria Square. The pedestrians were just little dots below them. It looked like they were standing still even when they were walking. A pair of golden wings sprang up from Victoria Square. The man soared up past the skyscrapers nearby and continued to approach the tower. He was holding 2 smoking takeaway boxes in his hands. The pleasant aroma of food was leaking out from the boxes. Here you go, fresh rice noodle rolls, beef meatballs, roasted pork buns. Zhao Manyang placed the food down. The strong wind blew one of the takeaway boxes away when he was not paying attention. The white takeaway box flew into the distance and floated in the sky above the city. It kept flying higher instead of falling. No littering, Mo Fan said. I didn't mean it, the wind is too strong here. It's not like I'm the one that suggested eating up here, Zhao Manyang said. Normally, if you were the first person to own a car among your friends, you would immediately become the dedicated driver in the group. The same logic applied to magicians. If you had a pair of wings or achieved the advanced level of the wind element, you would be in charge of taking away food, delivering stuff, and providing emergency backup. F***K my roasted pork bun. Zhao Manyang's hand had slipped. The smoking bun fell off the tower. He immediately turned to Mo Fan. Mo Fan ignored his pleading look. He would not use his space magic to retrieve a bun that some fool had dropped. He even justified himself. The air quality in Gulangyu is extremely bad. There's dust everywhere. If your bun falls 100 meters down, it's no different than rolling in a pool of mud. Don't even think about eating it. Cut the crap, you're just unwilling to help. Zhao Manyang was not willing to give up. He loved eating roasted pork buns, and the sweet sensation when the soft texture of the bun was mixed with the juice of the roasted pork. He rose to his feet and dived from the tower after the roasted pork bun like a professional diver. Mo Fan and Lingling simply ignored him, and continued to enjoy their food. They soon heard people screaming. It was likely they thought someone had fallen off the tower again. Have you come up with a plan? Mo Fan asked. I have, Lingling nodded. Mount Wui Enforcement Union. Mount Jugay was the mountain base of the Mount Wui Enforcement Union. Mount Wui Enforcement Union was mainly responsible for the areas to the south of Nanling Mountains. Apart from keeping an eye on the one-eyed magic wolf horde, they were also responsible for the safety of Fujian, Jiangxi, and the provinces nearby. A woman in her 40s was alone on the balcony of a building on Mount Jugay. The sun was shining on the umbrella. The sunlight was already peeking through the umbrella as the sun shifted in the sky, but the woman seemed totally unaware of it. She sat on the chair as her eyes stared at the mountains and a tall cliff leading to a valley in front of her. Did they realize something? Impossible, I was being so cautious, there's no way they could track me down, the woman murmured. Her eyes were rolling around uneasily. She grabbed her pants tightly before loosening the grip after some time. The woman rose to her feet and murmured as if she had made up her mind, I can't let them find me. A young female enforcer came up to the woman and asked softly, who's trying to find you? Aunt Chengying, did you hear? Elder Lungqing of the Lingyan Enforcement Union was assassinated. Apparently, she was killed by the Hall of Assassins. The higher-ups of the Enforcement Union are so mad about it. They have given the orders to hunt down the people of the Hall of Assassins. Cheng Ying glanced at the enforcer. The fierce look in her eyes dissipated after she confirmed the enforcer was not trying to bait her into saying something. I have some matters to attend to, please tell the supervisor on my behalf, Cheng Ying said. Aunt, are you all right? Aren't you the supervisor now? Did you fry your brain from just spending some time in the sun? The enforcer was amused. Oh, I am too used to reporting to Supervisor Luo. He was the supervisor for 10 years, Cheng Ying explained. I can't believe Supervisor Luo would fall sick all of a sudden and resign. That being said, if he didn't fall sick, I bet you wouldn't have become the supervisor either, the enforcer said thoughtlessly. Nonsense. Don't say anything like that again, Cheng Ying scolded her sternly, her expression dark. I'm sorry, the words just slipped out of my mouth, the young woman apologized immediately. Tell the others that I'll be busy for the next 2 days. Tell them to report to the elder if there's anything important. Sure, but Aunt, where are you going? You're asking too many questions. I didn't take you from your mum so you can annoy me with your questions. Just do as you're told. By the way, Lung Qing sent us an encoded message asking for backup. Don't tell anyone that I asked you to relay the message to the Kunming Enforcement Union, because she specified Kunming as the destination. Now that Lung Qing is dead, the higher-ups will be pointing their fingers around. You must keep it a secret if you don't want to take the blame. Cheng Ying warned her. Ah? Why would they blame me for it? I was just following protocol. Su Qingqing asked. An elder has died, so someone must pay for it. If they can't find the culprit, they won't be able to explain themselves to the superiors or the Lingian Enforcement Union. They will surely find a scapegoat, and the scapegoat is usually someone that has made the smallest mistake, even though that wouldn't even lift their brows normally. A tiny mistake might become deadly, even if you have nothing to do with it. Cheng Ying said. I'll make sure to keep it a secret. Aunt, you're so nice to me. If you hadn't been telling me what to do over the past few years, I'd just be a nobody at the bottom. My mother didn't teach me anything apart from drinking and beating me up. But now, even those that mistreated me before are being respectful to me after they learn I'm an enforcer now, Su Qingqing said. You're grateful to me. Cheng Ying raised her brows and asked the naive young woman. Of course. Then I have a favor to ask you, and don't tell anyone else. I don't really trust them, especially after learning there's a traitor among us. I wouldn't want them to mess with my plan, Cheng Ying said. Not a problem. To the west of Mount Juge was the Flying Cliff Bridge between two mountains. A tragedy once took place on the second mountain, so it had been abandoned since. The Flying Cliff Bridge ended up as a decoration. A young woman was hanging on the side of the bridge. Her legs were dangling above a canyon creek. Aunt, the girl struggled, kicking her legs. Her body was restrained by a special force, preventing her from using any magic. She was no different from an ordinary human. The rope was tied firmly around her pale throat. Her face was turning blue as her eyes were rolling upward. Her twisted face showed she was suffocating painfully. Didn't I tell you that your soul will live forever if you give up your life? Those with great contributions will rule in the afterworld. You will no longer have to take orders from the others, nor will you suffer or feel inferior. Go, as a blue deacon, I present to you the kingdom of death. Cheng Ying said expressionlessly. Su Qingqing was overwhelmed with fear. She did not understand a single word the woman said. She was in great pain and terrified. She did not understand why the aunt who had been kind to her would do something like this to her. She was born poor and lowly. Her mother would scold and beat her every day, and force her to do never-ending chores. It was her aunt that saved her from her mother after she awakened the plant element and enrolled in a magic high school. Her aunt, Cheng Ying, was a splendid mage. She worked in the Enforcement Union, first as an enforcer, and now a supervisor. She had always worked hard. She was perfect, a role model for Su Qingqing, and the person that Su Qingqing respected the most. Su Qingqing always thought of Cheng Ying as her mother, while her biological mother was nothing but a scum. Why would the woman she treated as her mother do this? What was happening before her was worse than a nightmare. The woman who had given her a new life had suddenly turned into a devil who tied the rope around her neck mercilessly. The grip on her neck gradually tightened. The mother and daughter relationship between them over the past 10 years did not cause the woman any hesitation, even if she could soften the grip a little, even if she could explain to her why she was doing it. Su Qingqing tried her best to raise her head. She knew she did not have long to live, but she did not show any hatred. The woman had given her everything, so she did not complain when the woman wanted to kill her. She just wanted to see if Chengying was forced to do it. She wanted to see if the woman was in pain just like she was, to see a hint of unwillingness from her. But there was none. None at all. The woman was like a stranger. A cold wind blew heavily on the corpse like a merciless whip. It gradually lost its temperature. The corpse hanging from the flying cliff bridge was exposed under the sun swayed as the wind blew. Su Qingqing's tender skin began to crack from being too dry. There's a plank hanging beside the bridge. It looks like it's going to fall, a patrolling officer suddenly yelled. Another officer took a closer look. A plank? It looks like a body. It really is. My heavens, call for backup. Chapter 1341. The Chief Extraditor. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. That night, Mo Fan, Lingling, and Zhao Manyang arrived at Mount Wui Enforcement Union. They went to Mount Jugay and soon noticed the place was in a mess. It was obvious that something had happened. They went into the main hall and saw a group of people talking amongst themselves with strange looks. A woman was crying sadly in the main hall. They went forward through the heavy and depressing atmosphere and saw a few enforcers. I believe she's Su Qingqing, the person you are looking for, the enforcer leading Mo Fan and his crew said with a frown. We are one step late, Mo Fan said. And you are? An elder looked at Mo Fan and his crew doubtfully. This is Mo Fan, the strongest participant in the World College Tournament. These two are his partners. They are investigating Elder Lang Qing's murder, Enforcer Qi Yang answered. Qi Yang was a member of the Preventive Committee. He had the authority to investigate members of the Enforcement Union. Secretary Jiyu Lian had asked him to assist Mo Fan with the investigation. What does Elder Lang Qing's murder have anything to do with us? The elder of Mount Wui Enforcement Union, Zhu Hui, asked. We have discovered a traitor in the Enforcement Union was responsible for Lang Qing's death. We just found out that the traitor is here in Mount Wui Enforcement Union, and was Su Qingqing. However, she's dead now, Mo Fan said. Zhu Hui frowned. He said in a deep voice, we believe it was a suicide. She killed herself out of guilt. Who could have thought that Su Qingqing was one of the Black Vatican? She must have realized that she had been exposed, so she chose to kill herself. The rest of the crowd burst into an uproar. The members of Mount Wui Enforcement Union did not expect it to turn out like this. They immediately investigated everything Su Qingqing had done and her possessions. The process was conducted smoothly. They soon discovered the confidential information that Su Qingqing had leaked and traces of her sending the information to outsiders. They also found things that could possibly identify her as one of the Black Vatican among her belongings. Mount Wui Enforcement Union was shaken by the findings. They never suspected such a young enforcer would be a spy of the Black Vatican, nor did they have any idea how she was able to trick the Tree of Vows. I thought we finally found a clue, but it's gone again. How cunning the Black Vatican is! Zhao Manyang burst out angrily. If they could get their hands on Su Qingqing, they could easily track down the member of the Black Vatican she was contacting. That person would at least have the rank of Blue Deacon, which might lead them to the Cold Prince. Now that Su Qingqing was dead, the trail was gone too. Yeah, we are back to square one. Mo Fan said helplessly. What should we do next? Zhao Manyang said. What else can we do? The trail has stopped here. We can only think of something else. Let's go back tomorrow morning. We'll bring Su Qingqing's corpse, so we can explain it to Lingyan Enforcement Union, Mo Fan said. I guess that's all we can do. The third day after Su Qingqing's death, the higher-ups thoroughly investigated the Mount Wui Enforcement Union. Its members were severely impacted. The members, enforcers, supervisors, and elder all suffered the wrath of the higher-ups. Luckily, it had all come to an end. Su Qingqing and Bei Jiang had paid for Lang Qing's death. Half a month later, Mount Wui Enforcement Union was back to normal. The disturbance slowly faded away. Supervisor Cheng Ying requested for a vacation to take some time off. Elder Zhu Hui did not have any objection. After all, the Enforcement Union was now in a slump after they discovered there was a traitor among them. It was necessary for them to take a little break. Cheng Ying left Mount Wui Enforcement Union without leaving any traces behind. The first thing she did after she left was find a desolate altar and activate it. The altar was connected to her soul. She endured the pain and forcibly severed the vow she had taken as a member of the Enforcement Union. Severing the vow inflicted serious damage on her soul. She fell feebly to the ground and took a long time to recover. She dug up a black stone behind the altar. She staggered to the pond nearby and placed the stone in the water. The water immediately turned black, reflecting Cheng Ying's pale face on its surface. Cheng Ying murmured a strange mantra. A few ripples appeared on the surface of the pond. It immediately displayed the image of a person wearing the crimson-red mask of a demon. "Crimson Demon, it's me, Blue Deacon Eagle Eye," Cheng Ying said. "Master Cold Prince just mentioned you recently. You have done well. Once you're back, we might consider promoting you to a Great Deacon," the man wearing the crimson-red demon mask answered. Cheng Ying was suffused with joy, her body shaking in excitement. However, she soon realized the situation she was in and said, "My cover has been compromised, but I managed to trick them with the girl I had long prepared as a scapegoat." No one in the Enforcement Union knew about the relationship between Cheng Ying and Su Qingqing. Cheng Ying had never allowed Su Qingqing to meet her when there was someone else around, nor did she allow the girl to call her aunt in front of others. Therefore, she was not implicated after Su Qingqing's death. The higher-ups did not find anything suspicious about her, either. Cheng Ying had done everything that involved betraying the Enforcement Union under Su Qingqing's name. Of course, Su Qingqing had been totally unaware of it. "You're very cautious. You already knew something like this would happen," the man smiled. "The higher-ups have given up on Mount Wui Enforcement Union. I don't think I will need to stay here any further. I will find a valid excuse to leave the Enforcement Union and return to the organization," Cheng Ying said. "Very well. The Cold Prince is busy preparing a great plan, so he definitely needs some help. Go to him after you're done cleaning up your trail. I'll send an Extraditor to pick you up," the man said. "Thank you, Master Crimson Demon. Please send my humble regards to Master Cold Prince." Cheng Ying bowed and kissed the rock in front of her like a humble servant. Cheng Ying left the cave and proceeded with her plan of taking a vacation. She could finally go back to where she belonged after so many years. It was tiring wearing this disguise. She was looking forward to relaxing and getting rid of her burdens during this vacation. However, little did Cheng Ying know that as she was just about to welcome her new life, a man had witnessed everything that had happened in the cave. Mo Fan picked up the unique black stone and walked out of the dark hole. He chuckled when he saw Cheng Ying leaving in high spirits. "So this is the Black Vatican's messenger stone, something that only a blue deacon would have." Ling Ling came out from the woods near the cave and inspected the stone. "How was it? Did we manage to locate the Red Cardinal?" Zhao Manyang asked. Mo Fan shook his head and said, "She was talking to a guy called the Crimson Demon. He said that he would send an Extraditor to pick her up. He must be the Chief Extraditor. I didn't expect her rank to be high enough to have direct contact with an Extraditor. My sister told me about the Chief Extraditor of the Black Vatican before. The Chief Extraditor is even more mysterious than a Red Cardinal, since only the Chief Extraditor has the complete list of members of the Black Vatican. This Cheng Ying is clearly a deadly chess piece that the Black Vatican has long placed in the Enforcement Union if she's taking orders from the Chief Extraditor." Ling Ling murmured. "Which means we are really dealing with the authorities of the Black Vatican now?" Mo Fan asked. The Chief Extraditor was only slightly inferior to a Red Cardinal. The guy called Crimson Ghost had the list of members under a red Cardinal. If they could get their hands on the chief Extraditor, wouldn't that mean they could take out a seventh of the entire Black Vatican? The Black Vatican was infamous for its ability to conceal its members' identities. Most of their members were disguised as ordinary civilians. They were like human time bombs, posing a great threat to society. If the Extraditor really had the information on those people, taking him down would allow them to find many members of the Black Vatican too. Yeah, he must be the chief Extraditor, but unfortunately, he isn't the one picking Cheng Ying up. Otherwise, we could just take him down and take out the Cold Prince. Lingling swore. Yeah, he's only sending an Extraditor over, meaning he won't show himself. I believe we can't afford to touch this Cheng Ying yet. If an Extraditor is coming to bring her back to the Black Vatican, we might be able to follow them to their secret lair and learn the Cold Prince or the Chief Extraditor's true identity, Mo Fan said. It was an extremely risky move. It was likely that Langqing had done the same thing, which eventually led to her death. However, it did not necessarily mean Mo Fan and Lingling would back away. The calamity of the ancient capital had too much of an emotional impact on Mo Fan. He would not allow the same thing to happen again in his country. He would be filled with remorse for the rest of his life if his homeland was stacked with corpses and rivers of blood. However, Mo Fan could not afford to act recklessly either. The Black Vatican was brutal and cautious. Even someone as smart as Langqing did not escape from them. Mo Fan was unwilling to follow in her footsteps. Every step forward was like walking on a thin layer of ice. He had to think carefully before making any move. Chapter 1342. Transferring Dark Material. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was not in a rush. The preventive committee had already allocated an expert to spy on Cheng Ying. All he needed to do was to improve his strength. Being strong enough was the key to taking on the Black Vatican. Mo Fan once again realized how many extraordinary talents there were in the world after he fought Bai Jiang. Perhaps he might find himself in a dead end someday. Therefore, it was important to focus on becoming stronger so he could handle any kind of situation when the time came. Mo Fan went back to Guangzhou. Feng Julong seemed to have something urgent to tell him. Mo Fan initially thought Feng Julong had learned some useful information from Xiaoping after she recovered. To his surprise, Feng Julong brought him to Canton Tower's basement instead. Mo Fan did not know there was a spacious magic lab right under the tower. Feng Julong turned out to be the head of the lab. He cautiously brought Mo Fan to a room separated by white steel plates. Mo Fan stood in front of a transparent steel glass window. He could see a scorched corpse on an operating table in the room. Old Feng, did you really ask me to come all the way from Fujian to show me a burned corpse? And can you stop looking at me with glittering eyes? I'm starting to feel uneasy, Mo Fan said. Feng Julong was an easygoing person, not really a battle mage. He was more into researching magic, similar to Dean Xiao. Don't you recognize it? Feng Julong asked. Are you serious? Why are you expecting me to recognize something that disgusting? Mo Fan said. Kid, it's Bai Jiang's corpse, you dragged it back here. You're the first person to drag a corpse into the Nangua Magic Association. Do you have any idea how many civilians you scared back then? Feng Julong snapped. I only brought him back to serve justice for Lingqing and the Lingyan Enforcement Union. I didn't ask you to keep it, Mo Fan said. This Bai Jiang has something similar to you. Do you know what it is? Feng Julong hinted at him. Mr. Feng, I'll be leaving if there isn't anything else. I'm a busy man, Mo Fan replied, rolling his eyes. Fine, I'll cut straight to the main point. Bai Jiang's innate talent is very similar to yours. He awakened two elements at the basic level, the shadow element and the chaos element. Most importantly, the two elements shared the same star dust. Feng Julong exclaimed. Two elements sharing the same star dust. It was Mo Fan's first time hearing anything like it. Elements were not compatible with one another. Even though many mags in the advanced level and the super level were able to combine 2 spells into one powerful spell with enough control, it was only possible if the mage could cast the spells within a short period of time, while preventing their energy from clashing with one another. The simplest example was how Mu Ningxue was using both her wind element and ice element simultaneously to summon forth a strong tornado with icicles. It was only possible due to her outstanding control. They were actually different spells that she had skillfully combined into one. However, according to Feng Julong, Bei Jiang's shadow element and chaos element had merged into one, since they shared the same star dust. It was against the principles of science, the principles of magic, or at least the basic principles that every student was taught over 9 years of school. Those rules clearly stated that every element could only have one star dust. It was an unamendable rule of magic. If he had awakened 2 elements that had merged into one, wouldn't that make it a new element? Like the shadow chaos element? Mo Fan had to ask. Feng Julong shook his head and explained like a knowledgeable scholar, no, it's definitely not a new element. Its traits are exactly the same as the shadow element and the chaos element, even though it's leaning more toward the shadow element. However, his innate talent has proven one thing: it's possible to merge different elements, resulting in unimaginable abilities. For example, the way he corrupted his targets with the dark energy, the manipulation of his shadows, the unusual behavior of his shadow domain. If we can prove there's a way to merge the elements, it might be a world-changing evolution to the elements. I'm sorry, I'm not really good at studying, I don't really understand something that complicated, Mo Fan admitted awkwardly. He was utterly clueless about the history, basic principles, and experiments of magic. Otherwise, he would have known more than just understanding the questions on the high school exam. Don't mind it, I was too excited with the discovery after you've killed Bei Jiang. It's the start of a new domain for us. Even though we still have no clue why Bei Jiang's 2 elements merged into one, we believe we'll learn many things if we keep heading in the same direction. Think about it. If we found a way to merge the elements, how strong would humans be? We would no longer have to hide in the cities, Feng Julong said excitedly. I understand, but unfortunately, it's not my area of expertise. I'll leave the future of mankind in your hands. Now, if there isn't anything else, please excuse me. Mo Fan said. Why are you in a rush? I didn't say I was going to conduct experiments on your double innate elements. The Research Union of the Magic Association's main headquarters did propose treating you as a test subject to see if we can duplicate your double innate elements, but that proposal has long been rejected. Innate talents are like the unique traits of a person. It had long been proven that it's impossible to duplicate innate talents, Feng Julong added. Mo Fan rolled his eyes. He only realized how much of a nerd Feng Julong was now, despite his appearance. Whenever the topic was about something technical, he could do all the questioning and answering passionately, all by himself. I really have to go if there isn't anything else. Mo Fan emphasized. Go ahead, Feng Julong nodded. He suddenly acted indifferently. There was no reason for Mo Fan to stay any longer. He would have asked Feng Julong to compensate him for the flight ticket if it wasn't for the fact that the man was the head of the Research Union of the Nangua Magic Association. Mo Fan had just turned around when Feng Julong said casually, "Feel free to leave if you aren't interested in obtaining Bei Jiang's power of the shadow element. There are lots of shadow mags in our Nangua Magic Association that are begging us to give them a chance. Sigh, such a pity, I was considering giving it to you since you were the one that defeated him. I didn't think you would have no interest in it. I guess someone like you who's the strongest participant in the World College Tournament isn't too fussy about it." Mo Fan's hand froze on the button to open the sliding door. The hint of dislike on his face was gradually replaced with joy and excitement. I suddenly realized I'm not really in a rush to go back. Brother Feng, what do you want for dinner? My treat. As a junior, I never had the chance to pay my respects. I apologize for that. Mo Fan turned around with a smile. Seriously, I've never seen a young man less patient than you. Feng Julong said with a displeased voice. Are you saying that you've managed to acquire Bei Jiang's dark material? Mo Fan asked. The dark material had dissipated as soon as Mo Fan killed Bei Jiang. Since it was impossible to take away a person's spirit grade seed or soul grade seed, Mo Fan did not really care much about it. My secondary element is the undead element. I'm very familiar with dealing with corpses. To me, every corpse is like a fortune, Feng Julong said. I see, no wonder you were able to figure out Bei Jiang's two elements have merged into one. Mo Fan nodded. Acquiring the power of a dead body was my field of research during university. Everything being lost after death is a terrible belief. I've managed to acquire toxins from dead sea monsters that made us immune to their deadly poisons. I've retrieved the summoned beasts of the summoners that died and prevented them powerful summoned beasts from going astray in the summoned beast plane after their masters have died. Fine, considering how impatient you are, I'll cut straight to the main point. I've obtained the dark material inside Bei Jiang's body. It didn't disappear after Bei Jiang died, but it has gathered like an elemental energy on Bei Jiang's soul remnant. The problem is separating the dark material from Bei Jiang's soul remnant. The two are tightly bound together. If you want to accept the dark material to enhance your shadow element, you will have to accept Bei Jiang's soul remnant, too. I'm worried that it might result in negative mental impacts, Feng Julong said. So you're saying that it's possible for me to use the dark material? Mo Fan said. You won't be able to acquire his innate talent, but you can absorb his special dark material. With some practice, you should be able to control your shadows like he did, and use the darkness corruption. You should know that the power of darkness is like a contract. You can think of the dark material as a non-living summoned beast. It will look for a new master once their previous master dies. Back to the question, the dark material contains Bei Jiang's soul remnant. Considering his hatred of you, when you bind the dark material to your soul, he will make use of the opportunity to attack you, and it might cost you your life. Feng Julong said. The power to control shadows, the darkness corruption, those are more than enough. Quick, tell me, what should I do? Mo Fan answered excitedly, not caring about the risk. Chapter 1343. The Fiendish Knight Contrac. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Ardent. The scariest thing about Bei Jiang's darkness corruption was the ability to track down its target. Every person, device, an energy ripple of spells that the target had contact with would provide feedback to the caster. No tracking ability was more impressive than that. Mo Fan desperately needed its power to track down the Cold Prince. The ability to manipulate shadows was even crazier. Mo Fan would never forget how the demonic shadows had left him with injuries and bruises, or the shadow waiting to backstab him at any moment. What is it? Mo Fan asked when he saw Feng Julong glaring at him. Do your ears only hear the things you want to hear? Bei Jiang's soul remnant is a huge problem. It might inflict serious damage on your soul. Feng Julong exclaimed. Oh, don't worry about it, my soul is pretty strong. He won't have any chance to damage it, Mo Fan said casually. You should treat it more seriously. If you want to obtain the dark material, you will need to accept it with your soul. It's similar to forming a pact with your contracted beast, and since the dark material is so close to your soul, Bei Jiang's soul remnant can easily inflict serious mental and spiritual damage to you. It will haunt you like your shadow for a long time, Feng Julong told him. Everything will be fine. I wouldn't take the risk if I wasn't confident enough. Just teach me how to accept the dark material. I'll deal with the soul remnant. Why would I be afraid of his soul if I've already killed him? Mo Fan said confidently. Fine, I can tell you've already made up your mind. The dark material is called the Fiendish Knight. It's more powerful than a soul-grade elemental seed. It can significantly boost the power and abilities of your shadow element, but to freely manipulate it like Bei Jiang, you will have to improve your shadow element. Your shadow element isn't that impressive at only the first tier of the advanced level, Feng Julong advised him. Of course I will train it harder after acquiring the power. Mo Fan promised. You can accept the Fiendish Knight here. No one will disturb you, Feng Julong told him. Mo Fan nodded. Feng Julong soon returned with a container. It looked like a typical magic container that was used to contain souls. It was likely that the dark material could not be stored like elemental energy and could only be stored like a soul. The dark material will look for a new master on its own, so you won't have to guide it into your body and your soul like an elemental seed. You just have to wait for it to approach you and accept it. Remember what I told you, the thing is basically Beijiang's soul remnant. If you expose your soul to it, it will surely tear your soul into pieces. Feng Julong said. Bring it on, I'm ready. Mo Fan declared. Feng Julong did not say a word further. He did not believe Mo Fan was a careless man. He was utterly impressed by the young man after seeing how he had tried to save Lung Qing. Otherwise, he would not have asked Mo Fan to pay him a visit as soon after he obtained the dark material. I'll be leaving after releasing it. Be careful. Feng Julong warned him again. It was necessary to leave, so as to avoid the dark material approaching him. Feng Julong left the room and closed the door, leaving Mo Fan alone with a black mist in the space surrounded by white steel plates. Mo Fan could see a twisted face in the black mist. It was obviously Beijiang. A wisp of his soul had turned into a vengeful spirit. He wondered if it was Feng Julong's doing. Mo Fan could see Beijiang's hatred of him from the face. The strong hatred soon filled up the space. Mo Fan waited patiently for the fiendish night to enter his soul. He closed his eyes and meditated. As he thought, his spiritual world was covered in darkness. It even shrouded the brilliance of his other elements. An imbecile like you is trying to claim my power? Ha ha, I'll definitely make you suffer. Beijiang's voice echoed in Mo Fan's mind. Mo Fan was not bothered by the vengeful spirit. He slowly accepted the fiendish night. He was not trying to merge the dark material with his soul. It was more like expressing sincerity to one another before forming a pact. The power of darkness was from the kingdom of darkness. The process of drawing the stars of the shadow element was actually sacrificing energy to the Lord of Darkness in exchange for its power. It was different from the elemental energy readily available from one's surroundings. The curse element and the undead element were the same, too. They were the powers of the Lord of Darkness. A long time ago, humans were sacrificing souls and lives in exchange for the Lord of Darkness power. It was the reason why dark magic was forbidden by the Magic Association. Western countries even killed many wizards and witches during a certain era. Humans eventually discovered the sacrifices offered to the Lord of Darkness did not necessarily have to be their souls and lives. The sacrifices were not restricted to mere fresh blood and death. The Lord of Darkness was more interested in the dark energy. Since then, dark magic had been slowly accepted by the Magic Association and was included in the teaching materials. The dark contract was not something as terrifying as selling their soul to the Lord of Darkness. It was just an agreement that the person would provide dark energy to the Lord of Darkness in exchange for certain abilities, resulting in a mutually beneficial relationship. It was orthodox dark magic, a pact that most dark mags had formed with the Lord of Darkness. As for the dark material Fiendish Night, it had an extra requirement. When Mo Fan was trying to form a pact with it, it stated that Mo Fan would have to offer it a soul remnant every time he wanted to use its power. In other words, using the darkness corruption would not only cost Mo Fan energy, but a warrior-level soul remnant too. Every time he cast the demon shadow, apart from expending the energy required for an advanced spell, he also needed to expend a commander-level soul remnant. No soul remnants meant no power. The energy was for the Lord of Darkness, and the Fiendish Knight wanted the soul remnants. Otherwise, where did the shadows even come from? It was Mo Fan's first time signing a contract with a high-level dark material. He initially thought the shadow element had things like the spirit grade seeds and soul grade seeds too, but Zhao Manyang had laughed so hard and called him an idiot after hearing that from him. Since then, Mo Fan felt like his shadow element was too inflexible, so it was not that useful in fights anymore. However, it was no longer the case after obtaining the dark material. Despite having a higher consumption, it did not matter much to Mo Fan, since it was only asking for soul remnants. Deal! Mo Fan signed the contract. The Fiendish Knight swiftly entered Mo Fan's soul and made his shadow element stronger, more imperious, and more unpredictable. It also granted Mo Fan 2 new abilities, the Darkness Corruption and the Demon Shadow. "Don't you dare, you imbecile! I will not give my power to you!" Beijiang's vengeful spirit screamed. It was like seeing his gorgeous ex-wife having an affair with a handsome rich man. He would not allow it, even though he was already dead. Beijiang's vengeful spirit lunged at Mo Fan's soul. Since the Fiendish Knight had entered Mo Fan's soul, it allowed Beijiang to attack Mo Fan's soul directly, too. A mage soul was strong since all magic originated from the soul. However, the soul was fragile, too. A single stab could leave a person in great pain, and the damage was usually incurable. It was Beijiang's perfect chance to take revenge. He had already died, yet he would not allow Mo Fan to get the better of him. Besides, the person that killed him had claimed the power he was most proud of. It was a great humiliation to him. "Beijiang, to be honest with you, I have a special power too. I will normally use it on creatures that I have killed, but to prevent someone as filthy as you from corrupting my precious, I normally just throw the souls of people like you away like trash and let the heavens deal with you. However, you are too naive if you think you can do anything to me just because I have accepted the Fiendish Knight." Mo Fan replied coolly. "You're the one that is naive. I might just be a vengeful spirit, but I can still tear a huge hole on your soul. Ha ha ha, besides, Lung Qing is already dead. It's worth it if I can inflict serious damage on your soul." Beijiang laughed hysterically. He assumed Mo Fan was just bluffing. "Who told you Lung Qing is dead? Oh, I forgot to mention, my wife is a saintess of the Parthenon Temple, a candidate for the role of the goddess. If she can bring a dead person back to life, why can't she save a person who merely has a wilted heart?" Mo Fan said confidently. "The Parthenon Temple," Beijiang murmured. He immediately realized why Lung Qing was able to come back to life and send a secret message to the Enforcement Union when she was supposed to be dead. If it was someone from the Parthenon Temple, it was indeed possible for them to save Lung Qing's life. "There's no way she survived, there's no way!" Beijiang shrieked. "You are already so close to my soul. I believe you can easily tell if I'm lying or not. You just chose not to believe the truth." Mo Fan replied. Beijiang's aura weakened slightly. It was indeed as Mo Fan had said. There was no way a person could lie to their soul, unless even they did not realize it was a lie. "So you still think you can hurt me? Idiot?" Mo Fan remained calm. The hate-driven Beijiang finally noticed a strong force dragging him in another direction as he was approaching Mo Fan's soul. The force was like a whirlpool with a radius of over 1,000 meters. He was like a tiny plank drifting in the strong current. He had no chance of breaking free from it. Beijiang was well aware of what it was, since he was also an undead mage. A soul container. Beijiang was dumbfounded. He could sense the extraordinary power of the soul container. It was way beyond the power of the soul containers he normally used to collect soul remnants and soul essences. He could not imagine what level the soul container was, that even a powerful vengeful spirit like him was extremely tiny before it. "I have to spend a commander-level soul remnant every time I use the Demon Shadow. I have already collected one extra here," Mo Fan murmured. The little loach pendant was the master of soul collectors. What chance did a little vengeful spirit even stand against it? It was the reason why Mo Fan did not treat Feng Zhoulong's warning seriously. He could easily absorb 10,000 Beijiang-class vengeful spirits with the little loach pendant. Chapter 1344. Seed of Darkness. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. How was it? Are you all right? What did you do to the vengeful spirit? Tell me immediately if you feel anything, Feng Zhoulong asked worriedly. Mo Fan slowly opened his eyes. A dark substance was flowing in his dark brown eyes. They looked as if they had sealed a strange life form inside. "It's fine, that guy couldn't really do anything to me, but the dark material is quite special. It needs sacrifices other than the energy when using it, Mo Fan said. Sacrifices? Is it something evil? You should give it up if that is the case. Feng Julong said quickly. It needs soul remnants, it's not really evil, Mo Fan explained. Soul remnants were purchasable. After all, they were essential for the tools used to increase a person's rate of cultivation. However, only undead mags could forge rare and expensive tools like the soul containers. It's not too bad if it only needs soul remnants. Speaking of which, I do have a soul container here. I can give it to you, Feng Julong said. That's fine, I have one already, it's useful enough for me. The dark material is already a great gift, ha ha ha. Mo Fan burst out laughing. Well, you were the one that killed him, so you have the right to claim the loot first. Besides, you've already pointed us in a new direction for our research. Once I learn the secrets of merging different elements, I promise to tell you our discovery first. I have other things to attend to, but feel free to rest up here and familiarize yourself with the dark material. There's a spacious training ground a level below that you can use, Feng Julong said. All right, thanks. Mo Fan went to the 4th floor underground and found a spacious training ground. It was built with a kind of sturdy white rock strong enough to endure advanced spells. Mo Fan did not have to worry about the impact of his magic bringing down a few streets on the surface. That being said, Mo Fan was not going to use his destructive magic. He had just obtained the Fiendish Knight, thus he was planning to familiarize himself with it. Little Loach Pendant had stored lots of soul remnants. The number of soul remnants was not enough to refine soul essences, but they were perfect to be used as sacrifices. Old Wolf, come out here. Mo Fan swiftly tore open a rift and summoned the Flying Creek Snow Wolf from the summoned beast plane. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf observed its surroundings and saw the mischievous grin on Mo Fan's face. He immediately realized he was summoned here to be Mo Fan's punching bag. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf unwillingly stood in a corner and howled, indicating that he was ready. Darkness corruption. Mo Fan waved his hand. The invisible aura moved without leaving any trace. A strange black mist appeared out of nowhere at the spot Mo Fan was focusing on. It went into the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's body like a little squid setting up an ambush for a creature larger than it. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf turned around as he sensed something, yet he did not see a single thing. He was totally unaware that the dark substance had already gone into his body. Invisible and untraceable, even the victim is unaware of it. Brilliant! Mo Fan mumbled. The darkness corruption was different from the giant shadow spikes. It was still possible to track the giant shadow spikes with the mind and follow their trails through certain reflections. Meanwhile, the darkness corruption was able to appear out of nowhere. When the seed of darkness was planted inside the target's body, it would grow and sprout on its own. It could even spread to things nearby, while keeping the target under surveillance. I remember Lang Qing was murdered by the demon shadow that came out of Xiao Ping's body, which means Xiao Ping was a victim of the darkness corruption, too. The seed of darkness was planted in her body. Even if Beijiang was quite a distance away, the sprout of darkness can still turn into a shadow demon, Mo Fan analyzed. Mo Fan could see the seed of darkness growing in the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's body. The dark energy was flowing in the creature's blood, muscles, and bones. When Mo Fan gave his order, the Fiendish Knight could activate the dark energy that was corrupting the target. Summon Servant. Mo Fan instructed. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf remained still. His head was full of question marks. Normally, his master would have fired destructive spells at him. Why was he acting so calm today? Did he misunderstand his master? He was not treating him as a punching bag today? A woo! The Flying Creek Snow Wolf suddenly let out a painful cry. Something had just stabbed him on the back. The pain he felt was several times stronger than usual. He furiously turned around to see. He wanted to know what was trying to mess with him. However, he did not see anything after he turned around. A woo! Before he could react, something stabbed him on the back of his leg. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf immediately realized the place he was standing on was dangerous. He spread his limbs and sprinted across the training ground. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf kept turning his head around to find the thing that was attacking him. He believed it would struggle to hit him while he was running. A woo! To the Flying Creek Snow Wolf's surprise, he felt a sharp pain from his head. It immediately drove the creature mad. He swung his claws around. It did not matter if the enemy was close to him. He had to counterattack first. Ha 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 ha! Mo Fan burst out laughing after seeing how miserable the Flying Creek Snow Wolf was. Little Flame Belle had snuck out too. She sat on Mo Fan's shoulder and burst into laughter. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf concentrated. He finally noticed his shadow moving into a blind spot. The pain had come from the shadow's claw. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf did not understand why his shadow was attacking him all of a sudden. He started running again. The only problem was, how could a creature possibly outrun its own shadow? The Flying Creek Snow Wolf soon howled in pain again. The sequence of using the darkness corruption is to first plant a seed of darkness, then wait for it to sprout. I can then summon a shadow fiend demon servant from it, basically the target's own shadow. The target has no chance of running away from its attacks. Mo Fan finally understood why Ling Qing's heart had stopped beating, even when she was under heavy surveillance. It was impossible to defend against the ability if they were unaware of it in the first place. Chapter 1345. The Shadow Fiend Demon General. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Next is the Shadow Fiend Demon General. Mo Fan continued with his experiment. Mo Fan used the shadow manipulating art, but the Shadow Fiend Demon Generals did not show up around the Flying Creek Snow Wolf as he had expected. He had no idea what went wrong. He remembered how Bei Jiang had summoned many demon shadows when fighting him. The shadows looked exactly the same as him, and possessed remarkable strength. Mo Fan could not find a way to get rid of them or kill them. Most of the injuries he had suffered were inflicted by the demon shadows. Mo Fan was able to summon the Shadow Fiend Demon Servant from the Seeds of Darkness corruption. However, he believed Bei Jiang was able to summon many shadows in a shorter time. They did not have to rely on a body as a medium. They could roam freely, like they were alive, and they knew how to work together, too. They were clearly separate from the target's shadow. The ability was quite powerful. Even though the darkness corruption was useful in many ways, the ability to summon duplicate demon shadows was the one that would significantly improve his strength. Why isn't it working? Mo Fan was confused. He had already sacrificed a commander-level soul remnant, but there was still no sign of the Shadow Fiend Demon Generals around the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, the Shadow Fiends that were capable of attacking on their own, surrounding the target, and had special abilities. Mo Fan suddenly realized something after a while. The Shadow Fiend Demon Servant only showed up when the darkness corruption had accumulated enough dark energy in the target's body. If so, he would need a certain amount of dark energy to summon Shadow Fiend Demon Generals powerful enough to move around and attack the enemy. Let's have a go at it. NYX Regime. Mo Fan constructed a Shadow Star constellation. The training ground was 10 meters high, quite impressive, considering the place was built underground. It was completely sealed off by the white bricks. The ceiling was domed like an egg. As Mo Fan completed the advanced shadow spell, the spacious training ground was immersed in complete darkness, as if the lights had been turned off. The NYX regime's darkness was not as simple as turning off the lights and shrouding the sun. It would also strengthen the presence of dark energy in the area. Its iciness and emptiness would amplify the negative emotions of humans, especially fear. Meanwhile, darkness creatures would become significantly stronger in the darkness. If Mo Fan had a shadow element summoned beast, it would work well with his NYX regime. The NYX regime was established. Mo Fan could see clearly in the darkness. He stared at the Flying Creek Snow Wolf and sacrificed a commander-level soul remnant to summon the Shadow Fiend Demon Generals. A silhouette soon appeared in the darkness. The darkness surrounding it seemed a little stronger. It was like a puff of gas floating freely. As Mo Fan finished channeling the spell, the puff of gas slowly took the shape of a wolf, starting from the head, then the body, and finally the limbs and tail. In just a short period of time, the black gas had turned into a shadow fiend demon general that looked like the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. It emitted a mysterious and dangerous aura. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf seemed to have realized that something was behind him. He turned around and bit with his fangs, confident that his attack would land on his enemy. The bite was deadly and quick. It was powerful enough to easily crush a meter-thick block of steel. The Shadow Fiend Demon General immediately turned into mist when it was attacked and spread into its surroundings. The mist slowly gathered in another spot not far away from the Flying Creek Snow Wolf. Mo Fan gave the order to attack. The Shadow Fiend Demon General bit at the Flying Creek Snow Wolf the same way he was biting at the Shadow previously. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf was not that intelligent. He was still searching for the Shadow Fiend Demon General when he was attacked from behind. The bite did not cause him to bleed, but his flesh had turned black and corrupted, as if the cells were dead. I see. Beijiang was using the Dark Swamp to summon the Shadow Fiend Demon General, which means I'll need some sort of shadow domain to set up an ideal environment. Mo Fan finally understood how to use the ability. Mo Fan had gained a lot of confidence after testing out the two abilities. Mo Fan was using the Shadow Element as an escape tool most of the time, as the Shadow Element was not compatible with his violent fighting style. However, with the two new abilities, the Shadow Element had become very powerful in fights. The Untraceable Darkness Corruption, the Betraying Shadow that could rise without alerting the target, and the Shadow Fiend Demon Generals that were like duplicates of the target. Once Mo Fan improved his Shadow Element, he could defeat lots of experts with just these abilities. Unfortunately, Mo Fan could only summon one Shadow Fiend Demon General at most. He was unable to summon a bunch of them to flank the enemy like Beijiang had. I'll need to improve my fire element. Otherwise, Little Flame Belle won't be able to possess me. I need to improve my Shadow Element as soon as possible to summon the Shadow Fiend Demon Generals. I can't afford to fall behind on the other elements either. The Space Element, the Lightning Element, the Summoning Element. I still haven't found the way to awaken the second contract. I'll become even stronger if I have another contracted beast. It's best if I could get a shadow contracted beast and utilize the maximum potential of the NYX regime. Mo Fan reflected on his cultivation while sitting in the spacious training ground. He was now strong enough to take on the experts of the Black Vatican. Mo Fan did not stay in Gulangyu for too long. He went back to the Mount Wui Enforcement Union to plant a seed of darkness in Chengying, preventing her from evading them regardless of what she was planning. Mo Fan felt a lot more confident against the Black Vatican after obtaining Beijiang's power. Feng Julong was finally done with the tasks on hand. He went to the training ground to see how Mo Fan was doing with the new dark material. However, the guard told him that Mo Fan had already left Gulangyu. That ungrateful prick, didn't he promise to treat me to dinner, yet he already left without telling me. Feng Julong cursed. Feng Julong shook his head, but he was not too fussed about it. His thoughts were all on the possibility of merging different elements. Why were Beijiang's shadow and chaos elements merged as one? Was it a sign that the other elements could merge into one, too? What would happen when the elements were merged? Would they become stronger, or more unpredictable? Chapter 1346. Extraditor, the Shepherd. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. China's northwest. A herd of sheep was moving slowly up a slope. Their white fur resembled the clouds floating in the sky, like reflections of the clouds. A shepherd sat on a boulder, away from the sunlight. He was munching something, and seemed to be enjoying it. He was not in a rush to tend the sheep. He just let the sheep move on their own, as if he was not worried that they would stray away, or be eaten by the wolves in the wild. He was about to take a nap when he suddenly sensed something behind him. He turned around and saw a drawing appearing on the loose ground behind the boulder. The drawing formed a line of unknown characters. The shepherd smiled when he saw the magical characters. "You finally remembered me." It took the word some time to complete a sentence. Extradite Blue Deacon Eagle-Eye from Mount Wui. She has just taken out an elder of the Enforcement Union for the Cold Prince. She has merits. The shepherd read the sentence, acting as if he was having a conversation with them. He even bowed sincerely at the words. I'm willing to serve, but is it really necessary for me to do so for only a blue deacon? Where are the stupider, younger extraditors? The shepherd asked. The Cold Prince is in need of manpower. I've already sent out many of the extraditors to retrieve capable disciples. The situation Blue Deacon Eagle-Eye is in isn't as simple as you imagine. The Enforcement Union might be keeping an eye on her still, appeared on the ground. I see. You want me to conveniently take out the pests tailing her, too? Hopefully, the Enforcement Union will send out someone capable. Otherwise, killing them is easier than killing sheep, which is why I would rather tend the sheep now, the shepherd replied. There was no further response, since the shepherd understood his mission. The shepherd blew a heavy whistle. The sheep scattered across the place immediately gathered to the shepherd. They seemed to be hurrying, not because they were well trained, but because something terrible would happen to them if they were late. Let's go. I bet you all are tired of eating grass, too. Time to change it up, the shepherd told them. Nanping City. A bus arrived from Mount Wui in the city. Chengying, wearing a light blue sweatshirt, came down from the bus. Behind her was an old man with a walking stick. He was a little scared when he was taking the stairs down the bus. Chengying had a gentle smile and reached her hand out to help the old man. The old man expressed his gratitude. He even gave Chengying a mandarin peach and said, "Take it, it's very sweet, I planted it myself." Chengying took the mandarin and headed to the other side of the bus stop. She seemed to be switching to another bus here. She threw the mandarin into a bin she walked past with a disgusted face. She hated pretending to be a friendly person. It felt as if she was stained by a disgusting thing, yet she had no choice but to wear the disguise as an authority of the Enforcement Union. She took a deep breath. She could already smell freedom. She no longer had to wear a mask after today. She no longer had to drape a filthy human skin over her shoulders. She could just be herself, she could torture others and herself as she wished. There was a bus parked in the corner of the bus station. It was a coach, heading to a different city. Chengying sat down in the last row. There were a few passengers on the coach. In front of her was a man wearing a grey hat and an outfit common in the Northwest. His legs were on the seats in front of him as he leaned against the chair. His face was covered by the hat, fast asleep. Members of the Black Vatican did not like meeting in suburban areas, it was unwise to do so. The Enforcement Union would never find them as long as they blended into the crowd and society. Blue Deacon Eagle-Eye, the man sleeping on the seat in front spoke up. He did not purposely lower his voice. Chengying was startled. She initially thought she would meet the extraditor at her destination. She was surprised to see the extraditor here on the coach. Chengying knew that only someone from the Black Vatican would know her title. I am the shepherd. It's you? Did the chief extraditor send you to me? Chengying was overjoyed. The shepherd was famous among the extraditors. It was a great honor for anyone in the Black Vatican to be extradited by him. She believed she had done a great job helping the Cold Prince take out the elder of the Enforcement Union. She might be promoted to a great deacon after returning to the Black Vatican, and even become the right arm of a Red Cardinal. You are clearly not worthy enough to be extradited by me. I believe the chief extraditor has sent me here to make sure the Enforcement Union doesn't mess with their plan. Master Cold Prince is up to something huge this time, I can feel it. The smile he had was wider than the one he had during the bloodbath of the Mediterranean Sea. I feel bad for China, they first lost their pride as a nation against Salon, and now, they will be trampled by Master Cold Prince again, the shepherd replied. I'm willing to take part. Mr. Shepherd, please extradite me, I will not let you down. Chengying said. There's no rush, let's see how many of the Enforcement Union are on your trail, the shepherd said. On my trail? That's impossible. I used a perfect chess piece I had prepared as a decoy. There's no way they will suspect me. I don't think anyone is following me, either, Cheng Ying said confidently. Is that so? The shepherd smiled and fell silent. Cheng Ying was aware of the shepherd's capabilities. She remained quiet, too. The coach soon left the city and went off on the highway. The highway from Nanping to Jiangxi was along ridges and mountains with a meandering path. The highway either went along the middle of mountains or crossed tall bridges between two mountains and drove through tunnels through the huge mountains. The coach would drive from one mountain to another, so the journey was framed by never-ending mountains and faint mists. Here will do, the shepherd stated. What do you mean? Cheng Ying was confused. So you're an unqualified blue deacon? You should know what you're supposed to do, a simple way to find out if anyone is on your trail, the shepherd said. You're asking me to, Cheng Ying soon realized what he was referring to. Chapter 1347. The Gruesome Battle on the Bus. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. An old man slowly rose to his feet on the bus. He cautiously hid some mandarin peaches behind his seat and used an old shirt to cover them, as if he was worried that someone would steal the mandarins. He went to the washroom at the back of the bus. He decided to relieve himself after struggling for some time. There was still more than an hour's journey before he reached his son's place. Ah, you're on this bus too, what a coincidence! The old man immediately recognized Cheng Ying seated in the last row. He had a friendly smile like he was eager to converse with her. People are less polite nowadays. It's really rare to see someone like you, who's willing to help the elderly. Was the mandarin I gave you sweet? I planted it myself. My son loved them when they were young. I always bring him some whenever I visit him in the city. Sigh, he rarely comes home after he started working in the city. We aren't as close now, I wonder if I'm troubling him and his family with my visits. Cheng Ying looked at the old man silently. She had already noticed the old man was heading to the same destination as her. The old man seemed to have misunderstood her. He thought Cheng Ying was willing to hear him out. He added, there seems to be something wrong with my legs. I can no longer live in the mountains and plant fruits. The doctor suggested me to move to the city since it's cold in the mountains, but my daughter-in-law doesn't seem to like me very much. Besides, I'm having trouble moving on my own because of my legs. I wonder if I'm going to be a hassle for my son. I wouldn't want to disturb them. I can help if it really is troubling you, Cheng Ying said. Really? Please tell me, the old man blurted out. It's no longer a problem if you were to die now. Cheng Ying's voice turned cold. She held a sharp icicle that had appeared out of nowhere. She stabbed the defenseless old man in the heart. The old man did not feel any pain at the start. He only felt a chill around his heart. There was no blood pouring out, as it was frozen by the ice. Even his breath had turned into a mist. He looked at the woman in astonishment. The old man had assumed Cheng Ying was a gentle, kind-hearted woman. She even helped him down the stairs, and he had given her a peach as a token of gratitude. The little encounter had provided the old man some relief. If even a stranger was so friendly to him, his son's family would not think of him as a hassle, either. He never thought the kind-hearted woman would suddenly turn into a detestable murderer. Your mandarin was terrible. I believe your son only likes them because he doesn't want to hurt the ego of a piece of trash like you. Cheng Ying grinned and shoved the old man away. The old man stared at her. The thought of his son's disgusted face crossed his mind prior to his death. Was it true? Was it really that bad? Was he really a piece of trash? The pain surged across his body, but for some reason, the emotional pain was worse than the pain from his heart. Ah! The other passengers had seen what had happened, and screamed in fear, "Help, she's a murderer!" The driver quickly slammed on the brakes to stop the bus so the passengers could escape, but a strange voice suddenly barged into his mind, forcing him to lock the doors and continue driving. The passengers completely lost their calm. They never expected that there would be two cold-blooded murderers on the bus. The enforcement union will never stand a chance against us. It's too easy to kill someone, but saving a person's life is 10 times harder than that. It's very simple to find out if the enforcement union is on our trail. We just have to kill these useless vermin of society. If they are nearby, they will show themselves to stop us, the shepherd yawned. Every member of the Black Vatican being extradited was an important clue that could lead the enforcement union to the Black Vatican. Therefore, every time the shepherd did his job, he would always use this simple yet effective method. Killing the people. Killing at will. The more innocent the people were, the better. If the scum of the enforcement union were around, they would surely intervene. If they were not around, they could just treat it as a way to entertain themselves. Besides, the number of people in the world was so high. Even if they were to kill from morning to night, it would still not make any difference to the world. Continue with it, take your time, let's torture the people that are on our trail, the shepherd said. I have waited too long for this day. Cheng Ying laughed. She stared at the timid passengers hiding and screaming in the corners. A pair of golden wings were soaring in the sky above the mountains. He remained on one side of the mountain to prevent the people on the bus from seeing him. Shit, they seem to be murdering the people on the bus. Zhao Manyang blurted out. Those assholes of the Black Vatican. Mo Fan's heart burned in rage. What are you doing? Qi Yang of the Preventive Committee immediately stopped Mo Fan. Saving the people, of course. Mo Fan said. If you show yourself now, they will know that we are following them. This is the common approach that the Black Vatican use when they are extraditing someone important. If we are serious about taking down the important authorities of the Black Vatican, we have to ignore it. Saving them is the duty of the enforcers, but our duty is to track them down. If we all act on impulse like you when dealing with the Black Vatican, we'll never be able to track down their blue deacons and red cardinals. Qi Yang held Mo Fan firmly, not willing to let Mo Fan act recklessly. Qi Yang had been hunting for the Black Vatican for a long time. The Black Vatican had always played them like a fiddle. The enforcement union never made any progress because of this, thus they came up with a different approach. People like them were only responsible for tracking the Black Vatican. They were not allowed to show themselves, no matter what happened. Against a cult like the Black Vatican, they would never make any progress by adhering to normal ways. So you're telling me to just watch them die? Mo Fan looked at Qi Yang. If you are serious about tracking down a red cardinal, you will have to bear the condemnation of your conscience. Cheng Ying is a blue deacon, and the extraditor with her is one of the best they have. Not only is he extremely powerful, he also has direct access to the higher-ups of the Black Vatican. There's a good chance we'll learn the identity of a chief extraditor, or even a red cardinal. There are only around a dozen people on the bus. It's worth it if we can stop something like the incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea from happening. Qi Yang said sternly. Mo Fan was in the car right behind the bus. He took a deep breath. He stood up with silver stars flickering around him. The stars joined into star orbits, which further combined into star patterns, and eventually constructed a star constellation. I'm afraid I don't agree with you. I'm not a tracker like you, and I don't really care about the bigger picture here. We can always find another way to stop them, but the dead will never return. I don't want to carry the guilt for the rest of my life. Mo Fan said. As he finished the sentence, the number of stars around him had reached 343. The brilliance of the stars reached its limit. They soon shattered into pieces and disappeared magically. The following second, Mo Fan appeared on the roof of the bus. Qi Yang looked at Mo Fan's figure standing in the strong wind. He was left speechless for a moment. Every person had their own decisions to make. It did not necessarily mean Mo Fan was doing the wrong thing. Qi Yang had understood that the heart of the strongest participant in the World College Tournament was like a fire burning without restrictions. Damn it, I can't stand it any further too. I'll kill those two sons of B******. Chase. Zhao Manyang dove from the sky and landed heavily on the roof of the bus. The impact blasted a hole in the roof. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang jumped into the bus. The bus was quite big, with a spacious walkway. The driver's mind was being controlled. The bus was still picking up speed on the highway. A strong wind was now blowing in through the hole, knocking the things inside the bus flying. "Save the people," Mo Fan told Zhao Manyang. "Got it." Zhao Manyang had outstanding defensive powers. He would not have any problem protecting the civilians. He immediately cast water barrier on the passengers. A golden rampart split the bus in two, preventing any harm from befalling the passengers. Mo Fan saw the passengers were all at the front of the bus. He decisively summoned a bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning slashed at the spot where Zhao Manyang had placed his rampart, splitting the bus in two. The second half of the bus began to lose its momentum, but the front half sped up and pulled away. Mo Fan was left in the second half of the bus. He stood close to where the bus was split in half and stared at the shepherd and Chengying coldly. His chest was burning with rage when he saw the dead old man. "You couldn't even bear it when we only killed one person," the shepherd sighed. "You're most likely a new enforcer. There were 15 people on the bus. If you didn't show up, only 15 would die, but it's now 17, including you and your partner." The shepherd remained seated even while the second half of the bus was shaking vigorously. "Extraditor, he's not an enforcer, he's Mo Fan." Chengying recognized Mo Fan right away. Chengying was surprised to learn that she was actually being followed. In other words, she had killed Su Qingqing for nothing. Her identity had been exposed. "Mo Fan? Oh, I remember now, you're the guy that gave Salon a huge headache. I believe they also call you the strongest participant in the World College Tournament. It turns out that the chief extraditor wasn't lying to me. This is indeed an interesting job." The shepherd finally rose to his feet and took a closer look at Mo Fan. Chapter 1348. Black Goat General. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. "Come out. Time to enjoy the delicacy you all have long waited for," the shepherd declared. Evil lunar-colored stars connected in lines and combined into a dimensional gate. A strong presence of evil burst out of the dimensional gate. Mo Fan first saw a pair of giant black horns emitting a strong aura of the dead. It looked like countless vengeful spirits were circling the horns. A black creature stepped out of the gate. The bound spirits were creatures that its horns had brutally killed and tortured. They broadcast their pain and fear at Mo Fan as they lunged at him. Mo Fan could not care less about the vengeful spirits. He was staring at the creature with black goat horns. As a matter of fact, the creature did resemble a goat, but it was standing like a human, its body leaning forward. Its chest, arms, and stomach were covered by black armor. It had hands, currently holding two blood-stained giant black hammers. Obviously the creature used the hammers to smash meat. The black-armored goat-horned demon let out a roar. The deafening cry penetrated Mo Fan's spiritual world eerily and disrupted the order of his stars. Mo Fan hated creatures with the ability to disrupt his mind the most, since he would have trouble using his magic. He took a few steps back. Chengying grinned cruelly. She waved her hands, firing blue light dots all over what remained of the bus. Several man-eating plants grew out from them. Their stems and roots started attacking Mo Fan at his blind spots. Mo Fan's spiritual world was still being disrupted by the black-armored goat-horned demon's roar. He had no choice but to keep moving back. When he noticed the bus was about to enter a tunnel, he decisively jumped out onto the flat highway. The second half of the bus lost control and eventually slammed into the wall of the tunnel. Both the shepherd and Chengying jumped off the bus before it crashed. Thick smoke rose as the bus burst into flames. Mo Fan glanced at the bus, his eyes emitting a silvery glitter. Mo Fan controlled the bus that had erupted in flames with telekinesis, hurling the bus at the black-armored goat-horned demon. He would not let the creature utter that annoying roar again. The black-armored goat-horned demon swung its hammers and smashed the bus away and down the mountainside. The sounds the bus made as it rolled down the mountain gradually faded into the distance. 9 dragons! Mo Fan slammed his fist into the ground. The road cracked apart in front of him as pillars of lava burst out like fiery dragons, a spectacular and deadly sight. The 9 pillars of lava did not form the pattern of the 9 palace, springing up in a straight line instead. A strong fire burst out as they approached the black-armored goat-horned demon, instantly devouring it. The creature's armor turned blazing red from the heat, and the impact sent the black-armored goat-horned demon flying. It took the creature some time to fall back to the ground. However, a blinding lightning bolt swept across the dim sky and struck the creature before it reached the ground. The armor of the black-armored goat-horned demon was not effective against the lightning, especially when its damage was amplified 12-fold. Even its flesh blistered after the lightning broke through its armor. The blast left a scorched hole in the black-armored goat-horned demon, yet it soon rose to its feet, as if it did not feel any pain. It started swinging the hammers around again. The hammers slammed into one another, unleashing inky black sparks in Mo Fan's direction. He dodged aside with the fleeing shadow, not daring to underestimate the dancing black motes. The sparks crashed into the mountain wall and left huge cracks on it. A few seconds later, the cracks had driven deep into the stone. The mountainside soon shattered and exploded into pieces. Mo Fan glanced at the remains of the mountainside in shock. The creature possessed remarkable strength. The sparks it fired would crush a living thing to pieces. Man-eating plant. Cheng Ying cast after she located him. Mo Fan had turned into a tiny shadow standing at the entrance of the tunnel. The mouth of a huge plant came down from the ceiling of the tunnel and lunged at him fiercely. The stomach of the man-eating plant was extremely thick. Once the creature swallowed its target, not only would its victim struggle to break through its stomach, its strength would decrease significantly due to the plant's secretions. The longer its prey spent in its stomach, the greater the danger it was in. Mo Fan immediately cast the advanced fleeing shadow. His shadow split into 6 and fled rapidly in different directions. The shadows all looked exactly the same. It was unlikely that anything could tell which one was real quickly enough to attack him. The shadows scattered like a school of fish. The man-eating plant's attack missed. Mo Fan snuck into the dim tunnel. It was more favorable for him. The shepherd and Cheng Ying followed him into the tunnel, eager to murder him. Cheng Ying's man-eating plants were everywhere. Mo Fan kept feeling a chill going down his back wherever he went. Meanwhile, the creature that the shepherd had summoned was clearly not as simple as it seemed. It was surprisingly quick, and suddenly charged at Mo Fan with a burst of speed. Mo Fan barely dodged the creature by sticking close to the edge of the tunnel. NYX regime. Mo Fan did not want to be so passive in the battle, especially since the goat-horned creature was able to disrupt his magic. Thick darkness billowed up the long tunnel. The lights inside it could no longer illuminate anything. The domain would at least prevent the goat-horned demon from roaring at Mo Fan directly. The creature's roars fanned out from it. Even though it did not necessarily mean Mo Fan could not hear the roar if he was behind it, the disturbance to his mind was significantly weaker, so he could cast more easily. If you're so keen on using these little tricks, my Black Goat General is more than willing to play with you, the shepherd called out disdainfully. Cheng Ying and the shepherd had no reason to stay any longer. It was obvious that the Enforcement Union was trying to follow them to the Black Vatican's headquarters, and they were still in the Enforcement Union's territory, after all. If they stayed too long, they would have a hard time running away once the Enforcement Union's experts showed up. The shepherd uttered a strange chant that drove the Black Goat General mad. It slammed its hammers onto its chest. Every strike produced a ripple of black energy, and the creature began to grow. After a few blows, the Black Goat General, which was initially around 4 meters tall, reached the ceiling of the tunnel. It continued to grow larger. The tunnel began to tremble under the pressure. Chapter 1349. Fury Flame Sky Diagram. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The tunnel could not withstand the pressure. The creature's head smashed through the ceiling. The tunnel was ran through a mountain. As the Black Goat General kept growing, the mountain began to shake, and huge rocks began to tumble down from it. Half the mountain collapsed, together with the tunnel. Damn it, it's still growing. Mo Fan stared at the Black Goat General. He could not help but wonder what kind of monster it was. The shepherd was obviously a summoner, and his summoned beast was extremely unique. Mo Fan had no clue how to deal with it. He could only watch it keep growing. On the other side of the mountain, rocks and soil crumbled as the tunnel began to collapse. The front half of the bus was still moving down the road. As the mountain shook, the bridge connecting the mountain outside the tunnel began to collapse. Zhao Manyang was standing on the roof of the bus. He yelled at the driver when he saw the bus was still picking up speed. Stop outside the tunnel, don't go onto the bridge." Zhao Manyang's shout was ineffective. It seemed the driver was determined to take every passenger with him to death as he stepped hard on the gas. The bus raced out onto the bridge, which was already crumbling. The bridge was built between two mountains, held in place by supports rising from the narrow valley below. A few of the supports had already collapsed when the mountain rocked behind them. The bridge began to collapse in front of them after the supports broke. It was like the bridge was diving straight down. The passengers on the bus were terrified. Some immediately fainted, while the ones that were still conscious were screaming at the top of their lungs. "Damn it, the driver is being controlled. The Extraditor is still trying to kill everyone on the bus." Zhao Manyang jumped back into the bus after he realized something was not right. He glanced at the driver before knocking him out with a single punch. The bus shook and occasionally slammed into the barriers on the sides of the bridge. It almost went over the side a few times. To make things even worse, the middle wheels began to fall off under the vibrations. The bus started to skid as it slowed down, but it was moving too quickly. It continued its descent into the canyon below. Zhao Manyang hopped into the driver's seat and grabbed the wheel. "Hold on tight," he yelled at the passengers. The color of his pupils shifted. A brown light glowed in them as he activated the eyes of the rock demon. Zhao Manyang gained control of the crumbling stone. He swiftly gathered them to where the bridge had broken. The bus hurtled into the gap, but a bridge made of rocks had formed a path for it. The bus continued forward onto the bridge that Zhao Manyang had built with the eyes of the rock demon. The stones behind them collapsed completely, while the bridge kept extending forward in front of them. It felt like the bus was riding on air. With a massive bump, the bus landed on the other half of the bridge. The road there was still intact. Zhao Manyang set up a water curtain about the bus, preventing it from ramming into the mountain wall. "Phew tilde! Such a close call." Zhao Manyang had full control of the bus now, and let out a relieved sigh. He had never dared to fly across bridge gaps in his sports car, but now he had experienced it firsthand while driving a bus. He turned around and saw most of the passengers were unharmed, apart from a few bumps. No one had been flung from the bus, either. "Consider yourself lucky to bump into me, Zhao Xiaoqian." Zhao Manyang smiled. The passengers were troubled by nausea, and some even vomited. They were just ordinary people. It was too terrifying an experience to be flying across the valley just now. As Zhao Manyang was treating the injured, a huge explosion came from the tunnel. The passengers had yet to recover when they saw the mountain collapsing behind them. As it was happening, an enormous figure stood up from within, rocks and boulders rolling off its body. Zhao Manyang whirled around and stared in astonishment. He initially thought the mountain had collapsed because of Mo Fan's destructive magic, but it turned out the mountain had collapsed because that enormous creature kept on growing. "Get on your feet and run." Zhao Manyang did not dare let the passengers rest. He quickly used Earthwave to send the people on ahead. The creature was just too huge. Humans were like mere insects to it. Even the vehicles on the highway were like toys to it. It could easily smash them flat with a slap. Huge deafening impacts continued. The ridges nearby were starting to collapse now. Zhao Manyang saw the goat-horned monster was holding two steel hammers. It smashed the hammer down at a hillside, and almost broke it to pieces. Zhao Manyang noticed a black figure hopping nimbly between the falling rocks. He was using the rocks as stepping stones. The figure reached the area where the bridge had collapsed. The monster swung its hammer down at the same time. Zhao Manyang was aghast. he thought Mo Fan was about to turn into a meat patty, and then Mo Fan suddenly showed up beside him after a silver light flickered beneath the descending hammer. He still had a faint silver glow about him. "What the heck is that?" Zhao Manyang exclaimed. "How do I King know? Let's find a place to hide." Mo Fan had almost been buried under the mountain. Mo Fan thought the Black Goat General would only grow a few times bigger, to a maximum height of 40 meters. He had fought against huge creatures before. To his surprise, the creature just kept growing. It even destroyed the tunnel and the mountain above. The 4-lane highway was barely big enough to fit its hoof. A little stomp had destroyed more than 2 kilometers of the road. Luckily, Qi Yang had stopped other vehicles from entering this stretch of road. Otherwise, a lot more people would have died. The shepherd was out of his mind, causing such destruction on purpose, as if he simply wanted to create chaos. Only members of the Black Vatican who were confident in their strength would dare to blatantly cause so much destruction. The Enforcement Union was not just mere decoration. However, the shepherd did indeed treat the Enforcement Union as just air. He had no respect for them whatsoever. "Where are they?" Zhao Manyang asked. "They ran away. Let's take this monster out first. Otherwise, everyone on the highway is going to die," Mo Fan said. "You say it like it's easy. A small creature isn't necessarily weak, but a huge creature is always strong. It can knock us to the other side of the mountain with a sneeze." Zhao Manyang complained. "Cut the crap and lure it away from the highway with me. We'll take it out in the basin there." Mo Fan pointed. They tried luring the creature to somewhere favorable for them to fight, but the Black Goat General seemed intelligent and was reluctant to leave the highway. It started destroying the hillsides as soon as Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang tried to leave. They were left with no choice. They had to fight the Black Goat General here. A swing of a hammer brought down the second half of the bridge. Zhao Manyang failed to find himself a foothold. He fell into the stream, together with the bridge, rocks covering him. Zhao Manyang activated his magic wings as he almost reached the bottom and came to a stop in midair. However, more concrete, debris, and rocks collapsed on him, and he still ended up being buried in the waters below. "Damn it, how useless is he?" Mo Fan cursed when he saw Zhao Manyang buried under the debris. Mo Fan raised his head almost 90 degrees. He was shocked to see the Black Goat General opening its mouth again. It was trying to unleash the sonic wave again. The sonic wave had created a great disturbance in his mind when the creature was only a few meters tall. Mo Fan bet the sonic wave at its current height would make him explode. Sky Lightning Claw. Mo Fan didn't allow the creature to have its way. He clenched his hands into claws, lightning flickering around them. A stormy cloud quickly gathered above the Black Goat General, and a dark Sky Lightning Claw swept down when the Black Goat General opened its mouth. The Black Goat General did not dare eat the lightning. It quickly closed its mouth and raised a giant hammer to resist Mo Fan's Sky Lightning Claw. The lightning attached to the hammer instead of dissipating. The intelligent Black Goat General swung the hammer, firing a shocking lightning bolt in Mo Fan's direction. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. The creature had used the hammer to absorb his lightning. Mo Fan dodged the hammer, but the black sparks and the lightning were right on his trail. Mo Fan had no choice but to bring out his black snake armor. The black snake armor was not that effective against the lightning. The black sparks the hammer produced were shockingly powerful, too. The black snake armor was severely damaged even though Mo Fan had just put it on. Great pain surged across his body as he spat a mouthful of blood out. Little Flame Belle. Mo Fan knew he did not stand a chance against the enormous creature. He immediately summoned Little Flame Belle. Little Flame Belle was at the advanced commander level. Her body was engulfed in 2 different kinds of flames. As her flames sprang into the sky, a glamorous sorceress with elegant long hair appeared. Flame Belle was enraged when she saw Mo Fan was injured, and let out a cry into the sky. The flames swiftly dyed the blue sky red and scattered across it, forming a spectacular blazing diagram above the Black Goat General. Chapter 1350. Acting Contravention. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Flames poured down from the Fury Flame sky diagram. The trails of the flames burst through the clouds and ridges, forming spectacular fiery pillars. The flames lunged at the Black Goat General. The creature raised its hammer again to defend itself. However, the Black Goat General was struggling to resist the Flame Belle's overwhelming power. The flames spread widely after landing on the hammer, covering everything within a kilometer. It was a great display of how powerful the flames were. The Black Goat General slid down the mountain and was knocked to a lower altitude by the flames. There were a few gentle slopes nearby, but they were only around the height of the Black Goat General's knees. The Black Goat General slid across the hills and razed them to the ground. Its hammers were blazing red from the heat of the flames. Their scorching heat spread to the Black Goat General's arms, forcing it to toss the hammers to the ground. The hammers were the same size as the hills. "Nicely done!" Mofan exclaimed. As he thought, little Flame Belle was strong enough to take on the creature. Mofan was clearly struggling against it. The new abilities he had recently acquired was obviously not that effective against the enormous creature. Mofan had no intention of using his newest abilities for the time being, either. Chengying and the Shepherd would be much more cautious if they learned he had acquired Bai Jiang's abilities. Flame Belle was not done with her attacks. She floated freely in the sky and glided down the steep slopes, followed by flames engulfing her like a blazing robe. The calamity fire burned vigorously as she was gliding down. She gradually turned into the outline of a vermilion bird as she charged at the Black Goat General. The vermilion bird size was quite impressive. It was like a cloud when it fully extended its wings, ramming into the Black Goat General and stirring up a great storm as it knocked the Black Goat General to the ground. The mountains were devoured by the flames. Mofan looked down and saw the entire basin had turned into a burning ocean. He could not help but feel impressed by little Flame Belle's strength. Mofan felt like he did not even need to take part in the battle. Little Flame Belle is taking care of the monster. Let's go after those two. We can't let them run away. Zhao Manyang finally showed up again. It's fine, we'll take care of this Black Goat General first. Mofan shook his head. Why? Are you seriously willing to let them run away? Zhao Manyang said. I've already planted the dark material in their bodies. I can easily tell where they are. Just let them go. If they don't feel confident and safe, we'll never come into contact with the Chief Extraditor and the Red Cardinals, Mofan told him. The Fiendish Knight was the best dark material when it came to tracking down targets. Mofan would immediately receive feedback from the dark material whenever Chengying and the Shepherd cast the simplest spell. Mofan did not show up intending to take the assholes out. He believed they would assume they had gotten away safely after this encounter, allowing him to track down the authorities of the Black Vatican. What dark material? Zhao Manyang was clueless about what Mofan was saying. Anyway, they won't run away from us. I'm feeling a little hungry, let's have some roasted lamb tonight. Mofan said. Zhao Manyang was left speechless. Mofan was a battle maniac. He could not rely on little Flame Belle every time. If he was up against someone like Bai Jiang, even little Flame Belle could not do anything to them. As such, he had to keep improving through endless battles. I'm seriously going to die because of you one day. Zhao Manyang grumbled. Zhao Manyang was circling in the sky like a golden eagle. Around 1,000 meters below them, the enormous Black Goat General was recklessly destroying everything. It tried to climb back up to the highway to kill more humans, but Flame Belle did not give it a chance. She continued to blast the Black Goat General and injure it. A huge creature usually had outstanding vitality. Mofan and Zhao Manyang did not want the creature to continue with its tantrum. They were waiting for an opportunity to strike while circling in the air. Go down, Mofan said. Now. Of course. Zhao Manyang dove from 1,000 meters with Mofan. Mofan began to unleash his lightning. It was like a lightning tribulation from the heavens, coming down right at the Black Goat General. Mo Fan had accumulated lightning in the sky for a long time. Its power was more than double normal as it drilled its way down. Mo Fan blasted a hole in the Black Goat General's head. Its brain scattered in the air. The Black Goat General was focused on the battle against the Flame Belle, totally unaware that Mo Fan was in the sky above it. The powerful lightning bolt staggered the creature. Flame Belle, whose mind was linked to Mo Fan's, immediately took hold of the opportunity. She uttered a cry, summoning the calamity fire of the heavens and earth. The flame swiftly formed a burning sword as tall as a building. Its ripples spread through the sky and burned the trees within a kilometer into ashes. The burning sword howled and stabbed the Black Goat General in the hole that she had previously left in the creature's chest. A third of the sword went into the creature's body. The raging flame set its insides on fire. The Black Goat General cried out in agony. An evil aura jetted out from the stab wound like a black gas. The Black Goat General began to shrink in size. The enormous creature that had been like a giant pillar between the sky and the ground soon became small enough to hide among the trees on the mountain. The little black goat realized it was no match for these maniacs. It immediately fled for its life, but Flame Belle saw through its disguise right away. She forcibly dragged the creature back with space magic and prepared to roast it with the calamity fire. Perhaps she had heard Mo Fan mentioning that he wanted to eat some roasted lamb tonight. She could easily roast some delicious lamb shanks for him. Oh my! Since when is your little Flame Belle so strong? Zhao Manyang exclaimed. The enormous creature was so unstoppable, yet it could not do anything to little Flame Belle. Little Flame Belle in the adolescent phase was still dominating when going up against regular creatures. She's currently in the advanced commander level. Mo Fan smiled. Doesn't that mean she is very close to becoming a ruler-level creature? Zhao Manyang exclaimed. If she's already so strong in the adolescent phase, won't she be a lot stronger than normal ruler-level creatures once she reaches the adult phase? What a lucky bastard you are! Do you have any idea how much I've spent on her milk powder? Mo Fan retorted. The money he had spent on little Flame Belle was almost the same as the money he had spent on himself. Lingling had already mentioned right at the beginning that if he fed little Flame Belle a milk powder of the best quality, she would be stronger than normal Flame Belles. After all, the Flame Belles were a unique fire elemental species. Giving her a stronger source of flames would help her to awaken stronger powers. That being said, Zhao Manyang was right, too. If little Flame Belle was already so strong in the adolescent phase, she was clearly going to be a formidable ruler-level creature once she reached the adult phase. Why do I feel like there's nothing special about the shepherd? The monster goat is pretty tough, but it's not something that we can't defeat, Zhao Manyang said. Mo Fan shook his head and said, I'm afraid you are wrong. He just left the Black Goat General here without bothering to retrieve it. It just means he doesn't even care about this summoned beast. Besides, he's called the shepherd. Have you ever seen a shepherd with only one sheep? Zhao Manyang blurted out in surprise, holy crap, are you saying the guy has a whole pack of these monsters? I bet so, the shepherd is very powerful, indeed. It won't end up well if we insisted on chasing him down, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan soon regrouped with Qi Yang. Qi Yang was an experienced enforcer. He had done a great job at preventive measures. He immediately intercepted all the vehicles on the highway when Mo Fan decided to engage the enemy, limiting the casualties for this incident. Zhao Manyang managed to save the passengers on the bus, too. The driver was still in a terrible state. It would take him a long time to recover. Apart from the summoning element, the shepherd also had the psychic element. His mental strength was very impressive. Most ordinary people would be trapped in a vegetative state after falling victim to him. It was a great relief that the driver was still able to recover. A person still died on the bus, but it's the best we could do. You guys, not only did you lose the important person we were tailing, people are going to comment on how bad you guys were, causing such devastating damage to the highway and stirring up panic. Qi Yang sighed. Who cares? There are too many idiots in this world. If we cared so much about what they thought, we would only wear ourselves out, Zhao Manyang answered. Don't worry, they won't get away this time. I know where they are, Mofan smiled. He slowly opened his palm. A little black fly-like fairy landed on it. They have crossed the mountains and are heading for the city. How cunning are they, acting in contravention. They were planning to hide in the city all along. They went back to the city. Qi Yang was stunned. He had already sent his men to search for them in the mountains after they disappeared, hoping to pick up their trail again. He was surprised to learn they had gone back to the city instead. If so, they would not find any clues, even if they searched in the mountains for days.